Hello and welcome to the very first episode of European Health Tech Innovation Week. My name is Barry Schreier. I'm the co-founder of Giant Health, and I'd like to thank all of our audience who are dialing in our virtual event from around the world. Thank you very much for joining us. Hello, I'd like to also introduce my colleague Shafi Ahmed. Hello, Shafi.
Hello, everyone, and a big welcome from me and to all of our audiences from Europe. So it's going to be bonjour, guten tag, hey, and hola to all our audiences from around Europe. I'm Shafi Ahmed. I'm the chairman of Giant Health.
Thank you, Shafi. So once again, welcome to the first edition of European Health Tech Innovation Week. The week is sponsored by Giant Health. Giant is an acronym which stands for Global Innovation and New Technology. For 7 years, Giant has been running the International Health Tech Innovation event called the Giant Health Event. That event is referred to by the Financial Times as Europe's largest, most valuable annual health tech event. What we're bringing together is a global community of nearly 200,000 people, everybody from around Europe whose business is healthcare, tech, and innovation. We'd like to thank our primary sponsors for the week, which include Vodafone Business, Barclays Bank Eagle Labs, Bayer, and our knowledge partner, McKinsey & Company. Thank you very much to our sponsors and our knowledge partners. We love working with you guys and we're grateful for your valuable support.
So what is the European Health Tech Innovation Week? Well, this is the first time we've had the opportunity to run a 5-day conference across 5 cities across Europe. Liverpool in the UK, Paris in France, Berlin in Germany, and Stockholm, Sweden, and Barcelona in Spain. We've been asked by many of our participants and sponsors and people who work with us and who collaborate with us to bring the European health tech community together to really celebrate the world of innovation. The last year of the pandemic, we've seen amazing innovations take place to manage the pandemic on a global level. Let's celebrate these innovations together and bring forward this community of our Giant Health compatriots to discuss that further in the next few days. So thank you for joining us.
So I'd like to bring you a little bit more background about the origins of Giant Health and why we have created and we're running our first edition of European Health Tech Innovation Week. Giant has been going for 7 years, and what we're doing is we're collecting and serving the entire community of everybody across Europe whose business is healthcare, technology, and innovation. We're addressing some of the biggest challenges in society and healthcare, where every year in each country you have more demand for healthcare services due to things like an aging population and the growth of chronic diseases like diabetes and obesity. So every year there's more demand for healthcare services, but of course there's always limited budgets. But the benefit of technology innovation is that we can deliver better healthcare services to larger population for lower costs. A simple example, of course, is telemedicine. Everybody has been able to telephone their doctor and to talk about their ailments and to seek advice from their doctor and perhaps even get a diagnosis for many, many years. But it's only very recently, for example, even with the pandemic, that the growth of telemedicine and remote consultations and remote monitoring, remote diagnosis by the use of additional new technologies has become more common and accepted. So that's a great simple example how with tech innovation, you can achieve better healthcare outcomes at lower cost. And that's the type of thing that Giant is all about. Our vision is to improve the health and the well-being of people around the world by facilitating innovation in healthcare and supporting health tech entrepreneurs. We'd also like to announce another important element of European Health Tech Innovation Week, and that's the valuable networking opportunities which are available to you. So everybody who's participating today, we ask you to take advantage of the valuable and worthwhile networking services that you can make use of. Giant Health, the main sponsor of European Health Tech Innovation Week, has created our own in-house virtual event platform with fabulous networking facilities. So you can reach out to anybody that you want to contact for business purposes, and you can engage with them directly during this virtual event. So we encourage you to network. Obviously, there's enormous value in meeting new people, making new friends, making new contacts for your business, whether you're looking for a job, looking for an investor, whether you're looking for new customers, whether you're looking for new suppliers. Please, we encourage everybody to make the best use of the networking services. And Shafi, what else is an important part of today's episode?
So later on, Barry, there'll be an important announcement that myself, you, Barry, and Tony Kyprios will be discussing and launching. We're going to be launching the Digital Therapeutics Impact Ventures, a new concept to really tackle the greatest challenges in healthcare by accelerating and fostering innovation in digital health. And hopefully we'll share that with you later this morning by the official announcement of this new venture.
Hello and welcome back to day 3 of European Health Tech Innovation Week. My name is Barry Schreier and I'm joined by my colleague and co-founder of Giant Health, Professor Shafi Ahmed. Today, we have an exciting one-day program focusing on the Berlin and the German community and championing some of the best healthcare and tech innovation happening here in Berlin. So this is day 3 of the 5-day European Health Tech Innovation Week. And we're very, very proud to be supported by our sponsor, Bayer. So thank you very much, Bayer, for your sponsorship. We love working with you guys, and we're grateful for your passionate support of European Health Tech Innovation Week. Today, Bayer is going to be speaking about policy approaches related to AI in healthcare, and that will be delivered by Dominic Kennerson, who's a Global Health G4A Digital Health member at Bayer. Thank you, Dominic, and looking forward to your presentation. So Shafi, what else do we have in store for today's one-day conference looking at the German health tech innovation market?
So Barry, I'm really excited by the range and quality of speakers throughout the day, talk about all the wonderful technologies that can impact our healthcare systems around the world, and particularly in Europe. So later this morning, there'll be the CEO from Medictor, Christian Pasquale, who will talk about how to improve access to healthcare with the most accurate AI-based medical assistant for triage and pre-diagnosis. And obviously, that makes a big difference to avoiding some of the costs of face-to-face consultations, as we've seen over the last year or so. Also, we have the co-founder, Andrzej Ząsik, who's the co-founder of Prosoma, who are looking at digital therapeutics into healthcare. And Tony Kyprios will be talking about them and with them around their potential applications in healthcare. So I'm excited by the amazing amount of brilliant speakers we've got here today for you here in Berlin.
Excellent. Thank you, Shafi. Really appreciate that. Yes, likewise, I'm very excited. We also recognize that the foundation of successful innovation in healthcare around Europe is the financing of innovators, the supporting of startups and entrepreneurs and even scale-up businesses. So we're very proud that today we have an incredibly valuable program this afternoon, which is startups and German scale-ups pitching to a live audience of investors. We have some of the best investors from across Germany and Europe who are in the audience and who will be judging these companies that are pitching on stage. So we certainly encourage everybody to watch these businesses who will be pitching this afternoon to the investor community, and we wish everybody luck in all of their presentations. Today is day 3 of European Health Tech Innovation Week. We're here in Berlin. Thank you very much, and looking forward to having a fabulous day.
Biotechnology is changing the world. It is opening up new perspectives and opportunities in life sciences and healthcare. Germany is one of the world's leading medical biotechnology locations. 400 highly innovative companies serve all segments of the sector. They were successful with the approval of 38 new biopharmaceutical drugs in 2018. In the same year, 635 biopharmaceuticals were in clinical development.
Made in Germany is weltweit.
The Made in Germany label is globally renowned for its high-quality standards. Germany ranks second internationally in terms of biopharmaceutical production diversity.
Germany is also the European leader when it comes to fermenter capacity. the German federal government provides the stable and innovation-friendly conditions for this success.
Deutschland ist weltweit einer der
Germany is one of the world's leading medical biotechnology locations. The sector is highly innovative, efficient, and competitive. Biotechnology, the bioeconomy, and biologization of the economy are core elements for the further development of Germany as a high-tech location.
The particular strength of German companies is exemplified by the fact that they serve the complete medical biotechnology spectrum. They offer products, services, and solutions for precise diagnostics, efficient platform technology, and sustainable therapy development.
Wir bei Morphosis haben uns darauf konzentriert,
At Morphosis, we have focused on always developing first-mover products. This means antibody-based drug candidates that genuinely help the patient in the long term, as well as allowing strong market positioning in global competition.
Wettbewerb ermöglichen.
Outstanding authors in contract research and contract manufacturing are another strong pillar of German medical biotechnology.
Die Charité Research Organization ist ein klinisches
Charité Research Organization is a clinical contract research organization for early-stage trials. Top-class medical experts, state-of-the-art diagnostic procedures, and excellent study recruitment services are all provided under one roof at the Charité, Germany's biggest university hospital. This combination makes the Charité Research Organization unparalleled worldwide.
174 companies are involved in contract research. 100 companies offer contract manufacturing services. German biotechnology companies are successful because they are integrated within a unique innovation landscape. Strengths are bundled and networked in 32 bioregions. Each biocluster facilitates close collaboration between universities, R&D institutes, and companies. Strong industry associations provide additional platforms for exchange and represent the industry nationally and internationally. Health Made in Germany, the export initiative for the German healthcare industry, works closely with all industry representatives. For international companies and organizations, we bundle expert market intelligence, provide introductory services, and networking platforms, in Germany and abroad. Our online company directory lists more than 3,500 German healthcare company profiles, covering all industry segments for quick and easy industry access. Germany is the place to be for innovative solutions and research services in the biotech area. Contact Health Made in Germany. We are here to help you.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. I'm Dominic Henderson, the Global Head of G4A at Bayer. I'm based here in Berlin, Germany. It's really a pleasure to be here with all of you at Giant Health. I will share with you some policy approaches related to artificial intelligence in healthcare, which is a really big and important topic. I'll do that at least through about 5 different buckets. We have 30 minutes. I'm not sure if I will take all of that time. It depends on how my water right here does. But those different buckets will be around the major ecosystem drivers and trends. Some of the developments that we've seen, of course, I have to provide some context for Germany and Germany's context for digital health and artificial intelligence. Then I'll provide some kind of AI considerations, and I'll talk a little bit about G4A. I'd be a bit remiss if I didn't talk a little bit about my background and why this topic is interesting for me. So I've been in digital health, was introduced to digital health and digital health work about 15 years ago. I've seen the entire digital health landscape change a lot over that time. AI, I think, represents a lot of the future, and I really became connected to this topic in my work before G4A at Bayer, which was really supporting our health policy team here in Berlin. So with that, some of the major ecosystem drivers and trends. So artificial intelligence inside, and maybe for definition purposes, when I say artificial intelligence, I don't necessarily mean true artificial intelligence. I am also, for the purposes of this presentation, talking about machine learning. Excuse me, I'm also talking about those building blocks that make artificial intelligence and machine learning capable, so data. So this presentation may go, I think, a bit through those different channels. I will also provide some context as relates to the work that we do at G4A, the work that we do with digital health companies, startups or more advanced companies, as well as kind of the traditional biopharmaceutical approach, which is actually a bit different than what we do at G4A. So at G4A, what we do and how we think about health and healthcare is really first through the lens of social determinants of health. Social determinants of health essentially means everything in your environment that influences your health and healthcare. I think that definition could be broken down a little bit further if you were to take into consideration the World Health Organization definition for health and what that means in terms of complete um, uh, mental wellness and wholeness and being. So part of the science behind social determinants of health is also related to the number one predictor of your health status, which is really where you live. So I think zip code is one of the number one predictors on how healthy someone is. What we saw pre-COVID was already this artificial intelligence spring. I think what a lot of people miss in the artificial intelligence conversation is that artificial intelligence in healthcare has been around for at least 30 years. It is said to go through different periods of springs and falls, so to say. Already pre-COVID, we had a changing and shaping public policy and regulatory environment. What we also saw, and I think what's important for just kind of broad digital health considerations, is the additional lenses that we look through and that we consider at G4A. So NCDs, population aging and healthy aging. And then I think pre-COVID, a lot of the conversation when it came to finance around healthcare was about sustainability. And really what that conversation was about was limiting healthcare spending. What we saw post-COVID, or I think still in COVID a bit, was that, yes, these ecosystem trends were really, I think, became major proof points with the COVID layer, so to say, added to it. So if you had an NCD, you were at an increased risk for COVID. If you are older, I think this has changed a little bit now, but you were at an increased risk for COVID. The conversation around healthcare spending has been much more around investing. And we've seen that kind of play out in the digital health marketplace significantly and in very quantifiable metrics. I think there are also some qualitative metrics. So for example, I saw yesterday, a company like Pfizer raised like 50 points in a consumer survey on, brand identities and how people feel about brands. But just for the purposes of today, I will mostly focus on these two pillars, artificial intelligence spring and public policy and regulatory environment. So this is the part in the presentation where the official acronym SOUP kind of begins. So for purposes of definition, WIPO, the World Intellectual Property Organization, USPTO, the United States Patent and Trademark Organization. Those are at least terms that you should be familiar with. So if I just say WIPO or USPTO, you know what I'm talking about. So in my work at Bayer, and Bayer being a global biopharmaceutical company, it's no secret that intellectual property is very important to us and to other biopharmaceutical companies. It's said to be the lifeblood of the industry. And we, I think, even see this in some headlines today. So when I entered into the AI conversation, it was really through the intellectual property lens. And part of that was really encouraged through the WIPO AI conversation. It says here 2019, but a lot of the framework for that conversation began as early as 2018. That conversation, I think, is highly important because as a multilateral organization, WIPO is in the position to really bring in countries, uh, very large countries like the United States, as well as smaller countries, low middle income countries, low income countries, all to debate, define, outline what's important in terms of artificial intelligence as it relates to intellectual property. The US Patent and Trademark Office, not to be outdone, issued its own public consultation also in 2019. This process I'm probably most familiar with, in part because my work at that time was focused on public affairs and healthcare policy in the United States. I was also a part of a group of one of our trade associations, Pharma PHRMA, based in Washington, D.C., that focuses solely on intellectual property. But what we learned through this USPTO conversation is that the USPTO was asking very big questions, and they were asking those questions not only to US stakeholders. So, for example, in 2019, the head of the patent office, Andre Iancu, actually came to Europe. He spent some time in Brussels. He also spent some time in Germany and Munich, and part of his agenda was really to build transatlantic conversation around the topic of artificial intelligence, its definitions, its uses, and really part of that conversation was about how to have a partner or how can Europe partner with the US on building strong artificial intelligence capabilities, especially against potential threats. What we've seen, I think, since WIPO has continued its work in 2019 as well as 2020, and that work continues in 2021. So the World Intellectual Property Organization, I think they've now had about 3 different sessions where they have brought in people. The most recent session, they've brought in companies as well as governments to really drill down on some of the topics and use cases and issues, whether they're related to design, copyright, everything kind of related to intellectual property, not just patent ownership, which was, I think, the key component of the USPTO framework for artificial intelligence. What we've seen really from the European Commission, and I think throughout this, and I maybe saved Europe a bit for last, is the cherry on top in our acronym SOUP, is the fact that the European Commission has had, or has, I think, one of the most, I won't call it aggressive, but systematic approaches to developing capacity and framework for artificial intelligence. So through the EU Commission proposal for AI regulation, essentially Europe is positioning for the first legal artificial intelligence framework in the world. And I'll talk about that a little bit later in some of its really distinct components. So as a biopharmaceutical company, and as we think about artificial intelligence, I think it's easy for people to conceptualize a bit. Okay, so how would a company like Bayer think about artificial intelligence? And so I essentially have this here a bit for illustrative purposes, and I will show you why this is mostly illustrative a bit later. But we see the key takeaway on the slide is really the fact that artificial intelligence exists across the entire value chain uh, for a biopharmaceutical company. This applies to biopharmaceutical companies as well as new healthcare startups that are developing. Of course, their value chain looks different, but it's still there. Um, but in this biopharmaceutical value chain, and I borrowed this layer from one of our trade industry associations, IFPMA, they have kind of an illustrative example that talks about just three major buckets for the value chain, being drug manufacturing, distribution, and dispensing. So in drug manufacturing, and we have examples like data mining, understanding disease, um, drug candidate generation and selection. For distribution, of course, supply chain management, supply chain planning, inventory management, forecasting, tracking, dispensing, clinical decision support, diagnostics, patient monitoring, and digital therapeutics. If you have a very keen digital health or med tech eye, you probably noticed that some of these in this last bucket probably aren't traditional biopharma. So I'll explain some of those a bit later. I should also say that their this value chain is absolutely, I think, a bit more connected than these three different buckets. So again, consider this a bit illustrative. But as a jump off point, maybe we'll talk a little bit more about digital therapeutics, especially as it relates to what we see in Germany. The other value chain is a little bit the digital health value chain. So in the previous slide, we saw the biopharmaceutical value chain and what that looks like. For G4A, and the space that we focus in is really digital health, and we see artificial intelligence and machine learning really driving that value chain also. That value chain is comprised of digital therapeutics, diagnostics, patient monitoring, of course, healthcare provider engagement, drug development, and business decision support, some of which also apply to the previous slide in the biopharmaceutical value chain that you saw. Um, I think what's an important takeaway on this slide is also the fact I think that digital therapeutics occupy a very special space philosophically for biopharmaceutical companies in the sense that we're talking about therapeutics. I think also from a commercial and business aspect in the sense that now the majority of digital therapeutics are considered prescriptions or are prescription digital therapeutics. And I think this is a trend that is really only going to continue. And it's a space that companies like ours have to pay attention to and be involved in. And we have seen, and probably most of you have seen, that, I mean, if something isn't powered by AI or machine learning today, then it almost doesn't exist. Germany. So Germany, everything on the slide is about Germany except for the lower left quadrant. Um, but I put this lower left quadrant in scope a little bit to talk about some of the venture financing and money that we see in the digital health marketplace. But Germany is really, for lack of better words, and especially since Jens Spahn took over as health minister, has taken a major step forward uh, for digital health and digitalization. What we've really seen are a number of factors, and these factors, I think, aren't solely respective to Germany, but could be applied to many other countries. But what really stands out around Germany is the government support around the DiGA, or the digital therapeutic reimbursement mechanism that Germany has created. Germany is also a really interesting testing ground as it relates to artificial intelligence. So not only this regulatory reimbursement mechanism, but the fact that Germany has or is known for having global thought leaders on the topic of artificial intelligence. I think over the last year, people have become more comfortable with using mobile applications in the country as well. And of course, here in Berlin, we have a bit of a startup hub for Europe, and that trend is continuing. What I will say about this lower left quadrant, I mean, I probably could have put in the 2020 numbers and where we are in 2021. The fact of the matter is that really the 67 billion for in 2025, we're probably gonna, based on this year alone, we're probably gonna blow right past that. Just to put that in scope, Germany, I think for 2020 was somewhere circa 250 million euro in digital health funding. So, I mean, I think I don't want to say that could be broken down on a per capita basis, but if one were to do a country to country comparison on digital health funding, something like that could be interesting. Where we do see a lot of that funding going are in those NCD areas that I mentioned earlier, so heart failure, diabetes, and hypertension. This is a slide that's borrowed a little bit from our friends at Roland Berger. And I thought this slide, I saw this slide sometime last year and thought it was hugely interesting because all of a sudden Germany was at least on par with the United States. And this gets a little bit back to that per capita digital healthcare spend. I think 2019 digital health spend in the US was somewhere close to, depending on how you count it, somewhere around actually that 7 billion. And so with Germany being less than a billion, I think that would be more of an apples to apples comparison in terms of value. But outside of that, what we really think about are the different frameworks. So the US FDA, of course, a lot of people look to. Germany and the reimbursement fast track for digital therapeutics. We get a number of questions, calls, emails about that quite consistently. I think in the fast follower category, you will see a number of countries from the European Union. And then the follower category, I think you'll see those as well. Throughout here, I mean, I think anytime you see digital therapeutics, for me, the natural trigger is that, okay, there's a really strong chance that this is not even strong, but a 99% chance that it's AI driven or using some form of machine learning, whether it's a novel kind of an algorithm or something out of a box that's being used. And so kind of with, I think in terms of representation, Europe, maybe can talk a bit about Europe. So in terms of some of the data structures and the pathways that we're seeing, of course, we're all familiar now with GDPR, the Schrems II Act and ruling from last year. I'll talk a little bit about the European Health Data Space, Gaia-X, and most importantly, I think this EU Commission around AI regulation and this initial legal framework. Key takeaways, GDPR, everyone knows by now, it's about personal data and protecting that data for health. It only applies if consent is given. For some companies, especially US-based companies or companies outside of Europe, digital health companies that are looking to scale, GDPR is really important to know about. Many, I think, entrepreneurs that are starting businesses are still becoming familiar with GDPR and its impact to their business, especially any potential administrative burden that they have to think about. For Schrems, I think this is also important. And for me, this is a hugely important topic, especially as it relates to the early digital health ecosystem and the scalability of that system. Essentially because what this means is unless you have a subsidiary or a place to store your data in Europe, you have to almost build a separate distinct business or have kind of a really physical footprint in Europe to do business. And to me, that's a bit of a challenge and a bit of a market access and entry barrier. If we think about where things are going, so the European health data spaces, Primarily supported on three main pillars for strong data management, high data quality, and strong infrastructure and interoperability. To me, I think the European health data space is still a bit theoretical because even if we look at just one of these pillars around high data quality, this to me is one of those topics that's really difficult to address because, I mean, almost no one has a complete patient record, right? So how do you really validate the quality of that data? But this is, I think, its goal and one of the challenges that it has to address. The real benefit is the fact that if that data quality aspect can be addressed, then you do have data that can be scaled and really begin to support public good and create new relationships for business. Gaia X, which many of the Gaia X projects are actually based in Germany and Berlin. This is essentially the networked European data infrastructure. So an open source digital ecosystem where everyone kind of agrees to certain principles. Of course, it promises secure data exchange, interconnection, decentralized data servers. And then we have the AI regulation, which is where I really wanted to focus. So the AI regulation is really built on two principles. One is supporting the benefits for artificial intelligence. The other half of that is minimizing the risk. So the benefit profile is really directed for citizens, business, and public interest. The risk profile is built on protecting fundamental rights. And I think the way I read some of the regulation is really about human rights. The key regulatory concept is around existing frameworks for internal market legislation. What's new or novel is really this layered risk-based approach that they're taking. And then I mentioned, I think around Schrems 2, how, maybe there wasn't a level playing field, at least through this AI regulation. The language around it suggests that there could be a level playing field for EU and third countries to participate. I think one of the key takeaways for this is this layered risk-based approach. Essentially, what's in that approach, there's a scale from unacceptable risk to minimal or no risk. Healthcare is mostly in between. Unacceptable risk includes everything, things like social scoring. There's an example, I think, about subliminal manipulation. So, for example, if a truck driver has some sort of a subliminal mind stimulant to help keep them awake, those kinds of technologies are automatically excluded and unacceptable. What's also important, I think, for companies is that the burden will be on them to determine their AI risk level and where they kind of fall along that scale. And that's essentially what kicks off the CE mark process in the European Union. So I think what's important on this slide is, again, I like value chains for whatever reason, but there are key takeaways is that throughout the value chain, there are a number of impact points and considerations. I think some of the considerations for artificial intelligence are hugely around machine readable data sets. I absolutely have to mention that these approaches have to begin to really talk about removing artificial intelligence and machine learning bias. I can highly recommend everyone check out Coded Bias on Netflix if you haven't seen it yet. That will give you a great crash course. And then being able to share data in a safe way, I think, across different geographies is pretty key. Essentially, there has to be a balance between free market principles to enable digital, as well as to support appropriate frameworks for artificial intelligence and machine learning. So what does that all mean for Bayer and G4A? So at G4A, our vision is health for all through digital health, and we do that by looking at scalable digital health solutions to create impact, empower lives, and change the experience of health. We essentially exist as a bridge between the digital health ecosystem, people like you, and Bayer. And where we focus is on our early stage investments, and we have an accelerator model. We also have a co-creation, kind of a partnership model as well. We do that, and we're actually part of a group. I've talked a lot about value chain. I think actually my slide after this is another value chain, but what you won't see on this slide is anything about drugs. So we are actually part of I think a unique approach in the biopharmaceutical space, because we're focused on integrated care. And it says Bayer Integrated Care, but integrated care is not a Bayer label or trademark. Integrated care is really about human behavioral health, human-centered design solutions for health. And for us, this does not involve pills or pill supporting business. So we're looking at coordinated healthcare approaches. So we're looking at scale for people to actually prevent or manage disease. We're looking to reduce inefficiencies in healthcare. And we can kind of see that expressed through a number of ways. I already mentioned prevention, disease management, care management, and there are other kind of digital solutions that support that. So for us, again, another value chain. This is kind of where we play on this right-hand side, so for us as a traditional biopharmaceutical company, we're much more forward-looking and not so much looking at what we've seen from the clinical R&D space, but really, okay, what kind of digital health solutions are people actually connecting to, and what are they connecting to a scale that can actually improve their health and healthcare? So we essentially look for, scout, and partner with companies through these two different partner models. One is our growth track, so for Series A kind of companies. The other is our advanced track. We had a company last year, I think all the way up to Series E, that was part of that advanced track. We normally scout source companies from across the globe. As a matter of fact, if you go to our website now, g4a.health, you click on partnerships, you'll see our 2021 challenges and challenge areas. Last year, for example, we did scout in women's health, pharmacovigilance, cardiovascular, patient identification, which really means, in this case, oncology, and quality of life, which is also a bit connected to cardiometabolic disease. And all of our companies that we partnered with in 2020 were essentially powered by AI. In the early space, those examples would be Ellie and Caria. Ellie is essentially an audio companion for chronic disease management, and Caria is one of the few, if not only, digital health platforms for menopause. In our advanced track, there's MyOnCare, Decipher Biosciences, and Switch. Switch is maybe one of my favorites. It's one of the most intuitive AI-powered engines built on geolocation that can help you figure out your step count, help you stay healthy, help you decide what to eat when you go into a restaurant, etc. So these are just some of the functional ways I think that we experience and work with AI. And I think there are a number of considerations from the policy space that early digital health and medtech companies should essentially be aware of. And with that, I will stop sharing. And I believe the conference people said that you can send questions, and I'll be happy to answer any of those.
Hello and good morning once again from Berlin. This is Gabriel Fleming speaking for Germany Trade and Invest. I'm a senior manager healthcare at Germany's Agency for the Support of Foreign Trade and Inward Investment. I assume you can see my presentation. Thank you very much to the team of Jerry and Puria. It's great to be here. Just double checking if I get any messages. Seems to be working fine. Succeed in Germany's healthcare market is the topic of my presentation. I'm going to provide you some snapshots on medical technology industry sector in Germany, as well as digital health and biopharmaceutical segments. Germany Trade and Invest, as I said, is the economic development agency of the Federal Republic of Germany. What we do is, on the one hand, in the invest part, we support international companies on their way to becoming established in Germany. And in the trade part, we support German companies exporting into international markets. For those international companies interested in entering the German market and becoming established here, setting up business in Germany, this is the services that we provide free of charge. We are a government agency to cover market analyses, market entry analyses. We provide extensive legal information. We have an in-house legal help desk to discuss tax issues, labor law, etc., how to set up a legal entity in Germany. Then, of course, we provide funding and financing information, what kind of incentives are available for companies interested in setting up sales representative offices or manufacturing sites with R&D facilities. We can navigate the funding instruments that the German government has put in place to support exactly these purposes and activities. Then last but not least, of course, we'll support your partnering activities, find partners for innovation projects, R&D purposes with German hospitals, for example, manufacturers, research institutes, and then, of course, help you decide where the best site may be for your business presence in Germany. Start out with high-level perspective on the German healthcare market. It's the largest healthcare market in Europe, since we have the largest population here, some 80 million people. We are spending 400 billion euros on health issues every year currently. That's just about 11.7, some 12% of the gross domestic product, which puts us on the highest spot and in the first place across Europe, or one of the highest places in the ranking. All of the population have health insurance. The vast majority, some 73 million, have public health insurance, and the rest have private health insurance. There are some 2,000 hospitals in Germany with 500,000 hospital beds. This, again, is a top figure across Europe. Close to 400,000 physicians, 20,000 pharmacies. And actually, it's the sector with the highest employment effect. There's 7.5 million people employed in the healthcare sector. The current market drivers, on a high level, once again, what's driving the health market, health policy is, for one part, the aging society. People tend to have longer lives and more healthy lives, which are supported by technology, new products, and care. Therefore, care dependency can be supported by those medical products, tools, and services. Chronic diseases are widespread, and these three social trends, or market drivers, if you will, all amount in the necessity to enable people take care of health for themselves increasingly, moving care a bit to the private home of those people and patients, with digital services increasing monitoring from home, possibly digital telemedicine tools to get in touch with the doctor without having to leave the home, etc. All this to enable people remain at home and live a decent life at home instead of getting into a hospital or elderly home. From the technology side, there's new substances and materials which enable medical devices get smaller and more effective, more active. Pacemaker technology, surgery devices in minimal invasive surgery, for example, active devices for ablation inside of the heart using catheter technology. There's new production methods, and of course, digitalization, interconnectivity is pushing the market. As of this era of the ongoing corona pandemic, the German government has put a major economic stimulus in place last summer, actually worth 130 billion euros to cope with the repercussions of the pandemic. 10 billion of that package went into the German healthcare infrastructure, primarily into hospitals, but also into industry to support manufacturers in personal protective equipment, and also vaccines development and manufacturing, which obviously has been quite successful. Specifically for hospitals, these are to be enabled to reach a new national countrywide standard of digital infrastructure to increase digital communication between hospital departments, but also between hospital and ambulatory doctors. There's the need to compensate for revenue losses, as so many standard procedures and surgery procedures have been cancelled due to the corona prioritization. There's also remuneration of additional costs for PPE, for example, and staff are actually enjoying bonus payments to make sure that the motivation is honored, and hospital staff are receiving extra bonus payments through this hospital sector stimulus. Right, Germany's medtech sector. I have a nice animated video prepared for you.
Medical products made in Germany are used worldwide. The current corona crisis means that innovative and effective medical products are needed more urgently than ever. German medical technology companies have proven that the industry is able to react extremely quickly to extraordinary situations and meet global requirements at short notice. Today, Germany is the most important manufacturer and developer of medical technology in Europe, and the third largest producer worldwide. 1,375 medical technology manufacturers generated a turnover of 33.4 billion euros in 2019, two-thirds of which was made in exports. German medical technology companies invest a remarkable 9% of their turnover and deploy 15% of their personnel in research and development. The federal government is strengthening this innovative power through targeted stimulus. A rapid recovery is what we all want when we are sick. Innovative German medical technology helps us to do this. The corona pandemic has shown just how system-relevant medical technology is. We in the German federal government have been supporting companies active in medical technology research for many years. This allows the best research approaches to quickly reach patients. We are also making the most of the opportunities made possible by digitalization. And with the tax research allowance, we are safeguarding Germany's reputation as an innovative medical technology location and innovative country. German companies cover the entire value chain. Electrodiagnostic equipment for prevention and diagnostics belong to the particularly strong product groups. This is how the important foundations of modern endoscopy were laid in Germany. For therapy, products are developed and offered that use the latest technological procedures and materials. Implants are individually customized for each patient.
The KLS Martin Group covers a large part of the materials needed in an operating room. We're increasingly focusing on digital solutions, patient-specific solutions. That means solutions that are produced for a single patient. We're very active in the field of research and development. In recent years, we've spent an average of around 14% of our turnover on R&D.
State-of-the-art 3D printing processes are already used in series production.
At Diener Implants, our focus is on the additive series production of implants made from metal and high-quality medical plastics, primarily for orthopedics and particularly for spinal surgery. Taking the advantages of 3D printing into account during the development and design process and incorporating them into product design allows us to produce better products, often at lower prices.
Germany's Mittelstand of small and medium-sized companies, a globally recognized innovation driver, also shapes the medical technology industry.
We're here at Koenigsee Implants. We're a medium-sized company located in the middle of the Thuringian forest that covers the entire value chain from raw material to finished product. We manufacture screws and plates for osteosynthesis, meaning to support bone healing. Our products are simply faster and more effective to handle in the operating room. The goal is to have a truly green implant, that is to say, something that's really produced in a carbon-neutral way.
Another important success factor, networking within the industry and the cooperation between companies, universities, doctors, and health institutions.
The Medical Mountains GmbH.
The Medical Mountains cluster in southern Baden-Württemberg is home to the largest concentration of medical technology companies in Europe. And we, the Medical Mountains GmbH, support and allow all of the medical technology players to network amongst themselves, far and beyond the cluster. Strong industry associations represent the interests of all actors at home and abroad. The Health Made in Germany Export Initiative provides comprehensive market information and professional support services in the search for German partners. Our online database gives direct access to more than 3,500 German manufacturers and their individual company profiles. Germany is your partner for innovative healthcare products and services. Contact Health Made in Germany. We are here to support you.
All right. And here we go to continue taking a look at the medical technology. All right.
Right now, the medical profession is in crisis.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to
Today,
stop.
Thousands of junior doctors are marching on.
All right, here we go. Thanks for hanging in. and bearing with me. Actually, I might be talking a little bit slower today than usual. I just got my AstraZeneca shot 2 days ago. Still have some repercussions here, but I'm doing pretty okay. So here's the dashboard I prepared for you to understand the German medtech sector per se. We've seen some facts and key figures in the film. The cluster landscape was mentioned. Here's some key figures. It's the largest market in Europe at 36 billion euro spending on medical technology within Germany. Actually, the latest figure is going to come out, and we are estimating 2020 to have reached 40 billion already. There's some 1,300 plus manufacturers in medical technology active in Germany. 2/3 of that production is actually being exported. It's more correct to say that 2/3 of the revenue of those manufacturers is made abroad. Over 50% of the exports go into the European countries, and then, of course, followed by North America, and then Asia on the third place. Besides being the largest market of medical technology, it's also highly innovative, and in fact, we're leading patent applications in medical technology at the European Patent Office. 2018 is the latest figure I have, some 1,300 patent applications within medical technology, which actually puts it at the top three, into the top 3 bracket in the ranking of all patenting activity across all industries. Okay, despite having such a successful production base in Germany, there's also significant imports worth 17 billion euros actually in 2019. And this includes European countries, but very much so also North America and Asia. Keep in mind that the market is governed by European medical device regulation. Specifically, it's the CE certificate. All medical products need to bear a CE certification in order to be marketed in Germany. And specifically, it's the medical device regulation MDR, which is regulating that market. Market segments. Interestingly, the largest market segment is consumables, with a market share about 21%. So this is it's dominated by a low-tech segment, if you will. However, then those evergreens, non-brainers, if you will, high price, high technology sectors are following. Diagnostic imaging, 16%. Supporting devices. This includes active implants, endoscopy, etc. It's 14%, followed also by orthopedics, prosthetics. Interestingly, dental products. The dental sector is quite strong as well, 9% of the medical technology market, kind of like a hidden champion market segment, often ignored, but very dynamic and large growth opportunities. The German healthcare infrastructure actually has significant hardware installations. There's 12,000 large medical apparatus being used by hospitals, 6,000 dialyzers, 1,500 MRI, and about 1,000 coronary angiographs. And this refers once again to that cluster landscape that was also mentioned in the video. This is might be called the backbone of the medtech industry. Here is the blue circles show the manufacturing clusters. This is where the highest number of manufacturers is concentrated. So it makes about 5 hotspots, concentration areas in Germany, Berlin area, then around Hamburg in the north, around Düsseldorf in the west, Tuttlingen, Freiburg in the southwest, with Tübingen also, and then Nuremberg, München in the southeast. The white bubbles here refer to the system of innovation clusters that has been put in place by the federal and state governments. These are actually managed networks with specifically set up management teams to coordinate innovation within medical industry and to connect industry with academia, research, and the clinical setting. So, for example, in Berlin, it's Berlin Health Capital. In the north, it's Life Science Nord. And in Nuremberg, for example, Forum MedTech Pharma or European Medical Valley. So you have structured innovation cluster networks with their own management teams. They run educational programs. They also provide consultant services as per market access, product development, etc., etc. And of course, it will be my pleasure to make introductions to you to any of these. If you're interested, just let me know. Send me an email, free of charge. Right. As per market access into medical technology sector in Germany, I also already referred to the CE system. Everybody is well aware, actually, that MDR has replaced now, has already replaced MDD. It's by end of this month, you will not be able to certify under the old MDD anymore. This, however, does not mean that they will all disappear, as CE certificates can be valid up to 4 years. We'll actually see old CE marks, products certified under MDD around until 2025. And only then the market will only see MDR certified medical products. Notified bodies, after some years of excited transition and preparation, notified bodies seem to be ready. The large ones, certainly, BSI, TÜV Süd, DEKRA, and others, have been certified themselves to provide CE certification under MDR. What else is new? The UDEMET database, which is to be introduced via MDR regulation. This has been postponed, actually, to take place in 1 or 2 years, and giving the industry a little bit more time to prepare, providing extensive information on every single product to be accessed publicly via the UDEMET database. Market access and the reimbursement issue. It's the second side of the medal of market access, if you will. If CE certification is the first side, the other side is reimbursement. Germany actually is quite an easy market to access from the reimbursement side. Actually, the inpatient sector, the basic rule is you will get reimbursed unless the product has been individually put on a negative list. So the basic rule is every product can be reimbursed under existing DRG codes, and which makes it relatively easy to get into the German hospital sector. The situation gets more involved, of course, if your technology requires increased reimbursement, right? If the state-of-the-art budgets do not suffice to have a sustainable business case for an innovative device, for example, you will need to go for extra reimbursement tracks, which can be quite involved processes taking 1 or 2 years. The outpatient sector is the quite opposite of the inpatient sector in Germany. Here you may only be reimbursed once your device has been put on a positive list, which is governed by the National Federation of Health Insurance Companies. Fortunately, there's only a limited health technology assessment compared to other countries, as in Germany, the focus is put on clinical evidence and less on the economic side. So, for example, very much unlike the NHS QALY approach, there's no thresholds in Germany which would maximize or limit the expense on innovative devices, for example. And you may also enter in individual contracts with health insurance companies. Right, clinical trials, just very briefly, under MDR, there's a requirement to run individual clinical trials now, specifically for 2B and 3. You may also have to run clinical trials in Germany under the reimbursement perspective. As I said, when it's about increasing DRG budgets, you may have to run additional clinical trials. However, fortunately, a coverage by evidence program has been put in place so that you may be reimbursed during ongoing clinical trials in Germany. Specifically, high-risk products, class 3 products, must always provide RCT clinical trial data. But once again, HTA dossiers are quite limited in comparison to other countries. So therefore, this should be manageable. And of course, we'd be happy to provide further information. Actually, the German government has put a funding and subsidy program into place to enable companies to cope with MDR and to run clinical trials. Specifically, it's about reimbursing the costs of clinical trials. If you if you're putting a regulatory officer into place, you may receive funds for the training courses, even for the salary for a limited time frame. And specifically, the direct costs of running clinical trials, this can be reimbursed under this system. I think it's really kind of the holy grail for market access support. Right, digital healthcare. This is a part which is being deregulated in Germany. There's the Digitales Versorgungsgesetz, which has been put in effect last year. For example, and most interestingly, probably allowing for doctors to prescribe digital healthcare apps to let patients use medical apps on their smartphones, on their computers, to help monitor their health conditions, etc., help them manage their disease management, communication with doctors, etc. So this has been put in place by fall last year. The basic assumption in the law package was that patients are entitled to receive digital care now, and that doctors can prescribe digital health apps. There's also a liberation in the teleconsultations reimbursement area, so that literally these days patients can from home communicate directly with the doctor in the doctor's office via video conference, etc., etc. This is new, and this is to be reimbursed now by the health insurance system. Right, by definition, these digital health apps in German, the abbreviation is DiGA, the acronym, Digitale Gesundheitsanwendung. By definition, these are to be considered as medical products class 1 or 2A, meaning low-risk products under MDR. They are to be built on digital technologies intended to be used around by the patient, and possibly including the doctor in communicative procedures and activities. Product functionalities, specifically, as I said, monitoring, treatment, pain management, etc., etc. Right, so this was the news regarding medical technology. One more track or one more slide regarding market access for those digital health apps. There's been a fast track into the DiGA directory been put in place. The authority that governs this reimbursement track for those health apps is the BfArM. It's the Federal Institute for Medications and Medical Products. And what the bottom line here of that fast track is that once your product, that health app, is certified, it can be applied to be integrated in the DiGA directory of the BfArM. And the BfArM will either directly decide on the provided information and the application, either grant the listing in the directory directly, or it will go into a preliminary listing, and which means into a testing phase up commonly it's 12 months, during which the product is already reimbursed. The price is to be negotiated by the manufacturer and the health insurance companies. And then after this testing phase, it is once again decided if the positive care effects can be proven. And if that is affirmative, then that device or that digital health app will be listed in the directory actually. Further questions can be sent in via email. I'd be happy to discuss further. Right, we're now looking at the pharmaceutical industry dashboard. I have a nice animation prepared for you once again. Just hang on a sec. Here we go.
Biotechnology is changing the world. It is opening up new perspectives and opportunities in life sciences and healthcare. Germany is one of the world's leading medical biotechnology locations. 400 highly innovative companies serve all segments of the sector. They were successful with the approval of 38 new biopharmaceutical drugs in 2018. In the same year, 635 biopharmaceuticals were in clinical development.
Made in Germany is weltweit.
The Made in Germany label is globally renowned for its high-quality standards. Germany ranks second internationally in terms of biopharmaceutical production diversity.
Germany is also the European leader when it comes to fermenter capacity. The German federal government provides the stable and innovation-friendly conditions for this success.
Deutschland ist weltweit einer der
Germany is one of the world's leading medical biotechnology locations. The sector is highly innovative, efficient, and competitive. Biotechnology, the bioeconomy, and biologization of the economy are core elements for the further development of Germany as a high-tech location.
The particular strength of German companies is exemplified by the fact that they serve the complete medical biotechnology spectrum. They offer products, services, and solutions for precise diagnostics, efficient platform technology, and sustainable therapy development.
Wir bei Morphosis haben uns darauf konzentriert.
At Morphosis, we have focused on always developing first-mover products. This means antibody-based drug candidates that genuinely help the patient in the long term, as well as allowing strong market positioning in global competition.
Wettbewerb ermöglichen.
Outstanding offers in contract research and contract manufacturing are another strong pillar of German medical biotechnology.
Die Charité Research Organization ist ein
Charité Research Organization is a clinical contract research organization for early-stage trials. Top-class medical experts, state-of-the-art diagnostic procedures, and excellent study recruitment services are all provided under one roof at the Charité, Germany's biggest university hospital. This combination makes the Charité Research Organization unparalleled worldwide.
174 companies are involved in contract research. 100 companies offer contract manufacturing services. German biotechnology companies are successful because they are integrated within a unique innovation landscape. Strengths are bundled and networked in 32 bioregions. Each biocluster facilitates close collaboration between universities, R&D institutes, and companies. Strong industry associations provide additional platforms for exchange and represent the industry nationally and internationally. Health Made in Germany, the export initiative for the German healthcare industry, works closely with all industry representatives. For international companies and organizations, we bundle expert market intelligence, provide introductory services, and networking platforms, in Germany and abroad. Our online company directory lists more than 3,500 German healthcare company profiles, covering all industry segments for quick and easy industry access. Germany is the place to be for innovative solutions and research services in the biotech area. Contact Health Made in Germany. We are here to help you.
All right. Biotechnology, biopharma. Let's see. I'm going to have to stop that one. Okay. Biopharma obviously has become a significant part of the pharmaceutical industry sector per se. So therefore, I'm going to give you a dashboard just to put that biopharmaceutical information into relation, right? And of course, I'll be giving you some biopharma figures as well. The pharmaceutical industry per se in Germany is the largest European market, once again, the largest country, therefore the largest market. 46 billion euro turnover, 5% growth, 500 pharmaceutical companies, manufacturers, but also product development, developers, vaccines even. We've seen in the COVID pandemic, we've seen that the industry actually is successful in the vaccination area as well, specifically in the biotech field, actually. There's 120,000 employees. Manufacturing production is significant and high export. Also trading through Germany. Significant investment into innovation. The industry is quite research intensive with 12.5% of revenue invested in innovation. Medical biotechnology, as I said, vaccines could be appropriate success stories currently to describe innovativeness of the German industry. However, the basic numbers are that the biopharmaceutical revenue has gone up 13% in 2019. So there's significant, it's large growth. There's a 12 billion euro spending on biopharmaceuticals in Germany. There's actually 15 new biopharmaceutical therapeutics being approved in 2019, which actually makes it about half, 45% of all new therapeutics approved in 2019 were medical biotech, from medical biotech origins. Currently, it's BioNTech in the media, CureVac and IDT Biologica, which in part have been funded by the German government in the effort to alleviate the strain of the epidemic and to actually enable local development and production of those COVID vaccines. The over-the-counter market is significant in Germany. People are willing to pay for their own health. Pharmacies, most significant marketplace. Mail order through internet still on a very low level, however, probably growing. And here's a closer look at specifically what is being demanded in the OTC sector. So it's the generic ailments like cough medicines, cold remedies, pain relief, which is really what people are purchasing on their own and out of pocket, and among the healthy attitude that we see here in Germany, people are willing to spend on health. And obviously here's the top 10, which is in high demand. So thank you so much for your attention. You're very welcome to reach out to me through the partnering system of the Giant event. And of course, my email address, I'd be happy to reply. It's gabriel.fleming@gtai.com. Thank you so much for your attention and take care. Have a good show. Bye-bye. If there's any Q&A, of course, you're invited.
Sergio Reizoz. I'm Business Development Director at Medictor. Let me say Medictor is a startup from Barcelona. We're working in artificial intelligence applied to healthcare. And in the next few minutes, I would like to share with you why Medictor is the intelligent access to healthcare. So let me start by saying that the world has changed. The pandemic, as unfortunate as it has been, and still is in many places in the world, has saved years in the adoption of technologies. Not necessarily new, but clearly needed, both now and in the new normal. We see how artificial intelligence startups keep disrupting healthcare with significant increases on funding during the past few quarters. More specifically, telehealth startups have grown even more significantly. And the reason is clear: healthcare needs to be reinvented. In that sense, Medictor, being an artificial intelligence-based solution, adding value to telemedicine workflows, is clearly at the right place at the right time. Looking back to the origin of Medictor, back in the day, our founders realized that there is a number of challenges within healthcare globally. Those are still happening today. We may agree to the fact that there is not a universal access to healthcare. There is more and more people aiming to take ownership of their conditions, but at the same time, these people do not find the right guide. They end up Googling for symptoms and too often become alarmed and misled. The demand for healthcare keeps growing. Luckily, the services and the technology offered also grows, but that has a limit. And problem is that the systems become more and more inefficient. And not having, for instance, a proper coverage of key processes such as patient triage only makes things worse. Because all of that, we need to find ways to respond to those urgencies and do it today. And Medictor can help, an intelligent gatekeeper to the healthcare process, the most accurate artificial intelligence-based medical assistant for triage and pre-diagnosis. The only one, by the way, that it's clinically validated. That means that the information provided is valid and reliable. But how? What about the technology behind the screens? Medictor holds a massive medical database, which is updated daily and made out of diseases, symptoms, questions, and all relations amongst all of those elements. Machine learning techniques come into play, improving the system performance with every interaction. The system develops intuition and facilitates a more efficient process and the best possible user experience. Users benefit, for instance, from the NLP capabilities that Medictor has, and the system always works to complete the evaluation with a minimal number of questions. Medictor is today a global solution with 13 languages available. But maybe you're thinking that this sounds too complex. It has to be hard to implement, hard to integrate. Not for me. Let me tell you otherwise. Medictor is a white label business-to-business software as a service solution. But above all, it's extremely flexible. Being white label, Medictor is ready to be embedded on any of our customers' portals and apps. We are completely platform agnostic, working on web, mobile, via text messaging, or through voice assistants. Not only that, Medictor is completely plug and play. We are an API-centric solution, and our customers benefit, for instance, from the existing SDKs, which they simply use to integrate our solution within their portals. More than that, we work on cloud, which allows us to secure capacity and scalability. And more importantly, we can deliver in a fast, efficient, and predetermined manner. And you may be thinking as well, can I really trust the outcome provided by Medictor? The answer is yes. Let me say that Medictor does not intend to replace physicians. Much more the contrary. Our intent is to support them in a reliable manner. To that end, we work intensively in the clinical validation of the solution. We are recurrently working on clinical trials, as we believe it is the only way to prove and improve our accuracy. We work with real patients, for example, patients going through emergency rooms, and with independent clinicians working on relevant and independent healthcare organizations. Them all are the ones putting Medictor to the test. To date, we are proud to share our high clinical reliability. And yet again, it is not a matter of scoring high on a trial. It is a question of continuously checking, validating, and improving the solution. We are proud also to have customers in very different domains speaking to the efficiency and the benefits that they get thanks to our technology. Let me add here the fact that we have never lost a client. With a flexible value proposition, we solve specific use cases in different sectors and domains. Medictor holds a common baseline, that would be the triage tool, but different segments have different needs. One size does not fit all, and we at Medictor apply different products to solve different needs. In that sense, for insurance company, which is our largest segment to date, the triage tool enables efficiencies, and directing the patient to the right place at the right time is key. That combines with a lead management solution, for instance, that enables Medictor as an added value service to connect users to digital services, having the chance to get those users/clients to the digital services. For hospitals, on the other hand, whilst triage tool used by patients may apply as well, we also consider a Medictor used by professionals, unveiling its potential as a tool to support emergency room processes. Just imagine how powerful it can be, combining in emergency room the triage result, something that exists today, with a pre-diagnosis, something that it's not yet there today. For non-urgent conditions, the ones typically involving longer wait times in ER, where protocols can be applied, Medictor can be a game changer and activate parallel processes where patients can be treated faster and discharged faster as well. Moving forward, for pharma, having the chance to pre-diagnose specific conditions has a huge potential when linking that pre-diagnosis to potential treatment. This implies approaching the triage in a different way. It's not a matter of reducing the number of questions on the evaluation, as we normally do. It becomes a question of looking at the evaluation in a vertical way, with the target of securing the pre-diagnosis of a given condition in mind. Lastly, and for telemedicine platforms, it is again an efficiency-oriented solution, an efficiency-oriented Medictor. The data produced by the triage tool saves physicians time and adds value to the process. And as I mentioned before, we have a significant footprint today. As I said, Medictor is a global solution with business in 26 countries and with over 5 million evaluations in our database today. Medictor is a solid reality. We are present on all of our key segments with a higher share on the insurance industry, where we are leaders in Europe. And our great global partners are right behind us, supporting and validating our strategy. Medictor has been in the business for almost 10 years now. We will indeed turn 10 in 2021. We count on a solid multidisciplinary team led by experienced technical, clinical, and business leaders. And we are supported by well-seasoned advisors and investors. So we are ready to improve access to healthcare worldwide, and we are ready to work with you. Welcome to Medictor. Hello, hello again, everyone. Thanks for being there. We have some questions here. I can quickly try to respond to some of them. First one relates to what does Medictor do to validate and improve its clinical accuracy? In that sense, and as explained on the presentation, we have spent a lot of time and a lot of effort on clinical trials. Those are the ones that provide us with that truly clinical accuracy that we can measure. But also to be added here that we not only through clinical trials, but with or through regular work with specific departments, the specific facilities and hospitals. What we do as well is that we work with those specialists so as to continuously validate the contents that we have within Medictor related to conditions, related to diseases, related to symptoms, and also related to the questions that the system needs to raise. All in all, that's irregular work that the clinical teams undertake at Medictor to ensure that that accuracy. That would be it. There is something else related to these segments, I believe. You seem to work with very different customer segments. Is it the same Medictor for everyone? That's a very good question. The thing here is that over time, although Medictor is centered, let's say, around the artificial intelligence engine that provides the triaging solution, we might say, the reality is that along with that engine, there is a lot of flexibility that enables Medictor to work, as we explained before, in very different segments and in very different setups. Correspondingly, what we have is the same base that would be that artificial intelligence engine that provides a triaging system, that powers a triaging system, but at the same time, there are different verticals that we might cover. And in that sense, different products may apply, being like lead management to attract traffic and eventually convert visitors into users, we might say. It could be the triage system as such, that it's the one providing the efficiency through the healthcare process, or it could be for instance, as well, the more ad hoc type of development that we do for pharma companies when it comes down also to pre-diagnosing prevalent diseases, for instance. That would be the idea. So it's true that it's not one size fits all, and that at the end of the day, there are customizations that we might do and specific products that we can deliver using the same base of Medictor to cover different needs. Another one is asking about the user experience, if it's optimized. That is the case. I mean, as I was saying, for the clinical trials and all the clinical efforts we undertake, also when it comes down to the UX, there is a lot that we are doing and a lot that we invest in, so as to make sure that every user has the smoothest experience. And what is more relevant to the purpose and to the mission, let's say, of a triage tool, it's the fact that we need the users to complete the evaluations, correct? I mean, we are as successful as the number of evaluations completed within our system. As we speak, we are above the 80% of completion, which we understand it's really good, like in average in the market. And in that sense, we invest a lot, right? I mean, we have like the natural language processing capabilities. We have a minimized number of questions combined with that high accuracy, high clinical accuracy that we are providing. We enable, for instance, the chance for the users to report not only one symptom at a time and then 3 questions and then another one. It's everything since the beginning. So you have 3 symptoms, you can put them up front, and the system will guide you combining all of that information, right? Those are just indications, I'd say, or elements, so to speak, that truly speak about how the user experience works and how much effort, let's say, we put in making sure that experience, as I said before, is as smooth as possible. Maybe one final question. This one relates to the business model. Is Medictor an expensive solution? I would say that definitely not. And the reason for that is because, again, as explained during the presentation, there is a software as a service model that it's based mostly, in our case, with the evaluations, meaning that normally the payment or the fees are related to the evaluation, and that allows us to start really slow, right? I mean, we can start from a very minimum set of evaluations, and that would be minimum fees per month, and that can obviously escalate to bigger projects like the ones we have, where we have more custom-made offerings, we might say. But in the end, we might say that it's extremely affordable to work with Medictor. And Puri, I don't think we have time for more questions.
Sadly, yes, we are short on time.
Okay. Thanks, everyone, then. Enjoy the show.
Guten Morgen, Andre. Nice to see you again. And it's always a pleasure to talk about Prosoma and your adventures in the digital therapeutics. Just to set some context for the audience here today in Berlin, can you provide some background on yourself and Prosoma, something about your journey to today?
Yes. Good morning, Tony. Guten Morgen, everyone. It's great that you that you're having me here. So my background is I'm a medical doctor, and as a typical doctor, after a couple of years of work, I started my own software house, and then I created a couple of technology companies, both in Europe and in the USA. And after several years on working away from medical sector, I met with my friend and right now co-founder Marek, who is a psychotherapist. And then, as a typical psychotherapist, he started the biggest Polish LED technology company. And we decided to combine our forces and do something that combines technology, psychotherapy, and medicine. And when we looked at the sectors that we want to work, the two very clear opportunities for us arised. First one was the fact that this new thing called digital therapeutics came into the market. Digital therapeutic meaning prescription application. The moonshot a couple of years ago was that you will eventually going to be prescribed and reimbursed by the system. So we fell in love in the business model that neither patient or doctor pays for the application. And the second, we've chosen to work with oncology. And if you look at oncology as a worldwide healthcare ecosystem, we spend trillions of dollars on drugs developments and oncology treatments, while we do very little to support psychological and behavioral support needed for cancer patients. And we know beyond doubts that the proper psychological and behavioral support for cancer patients correlates not only with quality of life, but also with effects of general treatment. So we've decided to use the fact of this new thing, digital therapeutics, to provide all behavioral and psychological support needed for cancer patients. And we started working on this several years ago. Right now, we're entering with our product German, UK, and US markets. And our ambition is to become #1 digital therapeutics company for oncology.
Thank you, Andre. And you're a therapy. You're classified as a therapy, and you obviously affect the patient's mental state and condition during a very difficult process. How are you classified as a therapy, and what outcomes are you achieving?
So you know that we have different definitions of digital therapeutics. One, we have Digital Therapeutics Alliance definitions, then we have different regulation definitions. So we're going to have different one from FDA, NHS, and BfArM and DIGA regulations in Germany. But what we can agree on is that we support our claims, which are endpoints in randomized controlled trials that we do. So we have scientific proof of what we actually change in patients' life and how we are therapeutical. So our main endpoints are patients' quality of life, and our second main endpoints are depression, anxiety, and stress caused by the disease. And we know, based on science, that working on those things correlates strongly with both complications and effects of general treatment, while being very effective at patient-related outcomes, which is very important measures in the present-day medicine.
Yeah, I see. And you just mentioned earlier, which is fascinating, that you're entering 3 markets simultaneously: Germany, UK, and the USA, which is obviously ambitious and a good thing to do. But one thing which I always find interesting is efficacy is obviously critical and is the foundation, but economic benefit to healthcare system is also paramount. So you have 3 very different environments. How do you sort of enter these markets beyond the clinical side? How do you enter these markets to demonstrate economic benefit? What's your approach there to advise for other DTX companies?
Well, first of all, we're still learning. And I think the whole world is learning how to do it properly. And when I've spoken a couple of days ago with Ed Cox, former Ditera, right now he's with Eversana, they probably work with the most digital therapeutic companies in the world. And he underlined the statement that only those succeed who are obsessed about their commercial and business model. And I think that right now, entering different markets, we need to have 3 different obsessions. That's why we have divided we have 3 founders, and each of us covers different region of the world, and each of us gets obsessed by how to actually create viable business model in every country. So the second thing that you've mentioned, and is also what Ed is repeating, is that digital therapeutics need to be treated more as medical devices for now than drugs. Why it is important? Because when you create a drug and you have a molecule, then the healthcare system is going to reimburse it, and the doctors are going to prescribe it, and the market introduction is quite different. Is mainly based on the clinical efficacy. While when we look at the medical devices, it's important to show, of course, clinical efficacy needs to be strong, but also it's crucial to show the economic benefits for the healthcare system. So, for example, what we're also measuring aside from clinical effects is how do we reduce complications that are costly for the healthcare system. So we know that depression and anxiety complications, meaning major depressive disorder and general anxiety disorder, that are secondary to the primary disease, which is cancer, are causing big financial losses for the healthcare system, because every complication like this in the US is anywhere from 10 to 20K, for the healthcare system. We also know that patients who don't receive behavioral support, meaning diet, exercise, sleep, and psychological support, which is crucial at the early stages of coping with the disease, are significantly more likely to have increased time of hospitalization and general cost of treatment. So we are working on both our clinical trials, but also working on providing the economic benefit for the system.
No, so it's great, and it's good to hear the name of Ed Cox. He's certainly a pioneer within the DTX with his work in Alzheimer's, etc., and now with Eversana. So as part of this, part of the reimbursement, remuneration, commercialization, there's many pathways. It could be prescription, it could be working direct to consumer, it could be with payers, other payers, insurers, and it could also be working with pharmaceutical companies, you know, as something that can complement the actual treatment. Do you see companies like yourself working with pharma companies, and firstly, what's the benefit of them working with you, and secondly, how do you manage that complex relationship?
Okay, so there are a couple, again, great question, couple important topics here. So we see two major approaches to business models for the DXs. First one we would call direct to consumer approach. Second would be the whole group of direct to consumer approaches versus the whole group of business to business and business to payer approach. So while I think that the world realizes that OTC DTXs, for example, for weight loss or hair conditions, skin conditions, as well as mental health care, digital therapeutics have rather bigger success worldwide, commercial success worldwide, being marketed directly to consumer and created, basically modifying their business models to cover the whole vertical and provide the whole services for the verticals. We strongly believe that oncology is a space that you actually become a part of guidelines, part of the unified patient treatment path in the certain country, and get reimbursed by the healthcare system, and or get in the pharma partnerships. And you know that we've been approached by big pharmas, and we're having these conversations. Essentially every big pharma that we know have right now a digital strategy that you can summarize as being more personalized for the treatment, providing more personalized treatments for patients, right? So we have more drugs that are designed for a smaller group of patients, and they're approaching they want to be approaching the whole patient journey and providing more holistic care. And they all put very strategic emphasis on this. But to do this, they need to have a way to communicate, the way to create an interface where they can be in touch with the patients. And this is where potentially digital is very interesting for them. And here comes here comes the importance of creating the good apps, creating apps that have user engagement, creating apps that can actually make patients feel better, believe that it's good for them, and use it regularly. Because all of the applications I know so far that were just application to report a symptom, like patient didn't have, like they knew it's important, but this application didn't have enough engagement to report side effects related to treatments and or stick long time to the applications. So we are strong believer that we can provide the personalized support for every cancer patient. Every cancer patient we can build. We're investing a lot in our research to build engagement, build relationships with the application, and creating engaging products that in the end can become a patient interface, being not only self-care applications, DTXs, but potentially partnering with pharma and providing more holistic care and personalized care for the patient.
Yeah, and oncology is such a wide-ranging issue, and the medications can have so many different side effects. So tracking that progression on a personalized level must be so valuable in terms of that level. Now, you mentioned engagement, and certainly engagement to me is there's no point having efficacy without engagement. So how do you achieve engagement through all the stakeholders, from the physician, the specialist, the consultant, the patient? How do you achieve a high level of engagement, and how do you measure it, and how do you improve it continuously?
Okay, so another important thing here that you've mentioned in this question is that many times digital therapeutics have multiple actors in the product. So, for example, in Germany, and as we're at the German conference, a digital therapeutic like ours that is supporting that's part of this is supporting psychological care for cancer patients can be prescribed either by doctors or can be prescribed by psychotherapists. So what we are actually doing is we're working with our consultants, and we're doing our research on the market, how to become the part of the patient's journey, which Germany is, by the way, that's probably the best place to do it, because everything is very standardized and algorithmized. Long story short, we're targeting patients that are admitted to outpatient consultancy, outpatient part of the cancer centers, where the application can be prescribed to the patient. We probably every physician when I was working as a doctor in Poland, I thought that it is Polish thing that doctors never have time. And then when I met every single doctor from around the world, whether it was Germany, UK, and USA, like no doctors have time ever. I don't know how we do it as the world, but this is what it is. And believe me, you would like to have more time for your patients. And sometimes it aches not to have enough time to devote to patient. And when we create products that are clinically validated, and this is number 1, 2, and 3, I guess, for healthcare professional, where we are clinically validated to support patients along the way with the crucial support of psychological and behavioral needs. We create environment where it is approved by BfArM or FDA, NHS, and they can prescribe something that can help patients when they cannot really provide this support. And the second group, the psychotherapists, sometimes people ask us, or psycho-oncologists, are we competing with psycho-oncological support? Actually, all of our applications are like, we started our journey working with psycho-oncologists, and this is the huge initiatives of the global psycho-oncologists that to create this kind of application, because there is not, like, we're not even close to being able to provide this support globally. Like, there are so such few specialists that can approach this, so much suffering. So, and actually, we're one of the first innovations in this sector for a couple of decades here. So, so we have a lot of support from this group. But let's come back to the most important group, which are patients, and we are hyper patient centric. So we started from the patient. We started with huge product discovery. For us, the big product discovery process begins with tens of patients, consultants, psychotherapists working with the cancer patients, analyzing user journeys, working on creating different groups of patients. For example, we really know that you're going to need to have different application for women and for men. And I think we're the only one on the market that figure out that women are so much smarter than we are. And we design the application that it will be different for them. So we focus a lot on creating engaging content. Everything we have in the application is either animations, video, audio. We have the whole therapy is guided by the avatar, which is building relationship with the patients. And our early tests show that we are actually building emotional bonding with the app, which is something that was a hypothesis a couple of months ago. Right now, we know it's working. We're working a lot with algorithms that are personalizing therapy for the patient based on her decisions and based on the way she's using the applications. We're following a lot of science around habits building and introducing new habits into life. So yeah, I was responsible for a lot of parts of this product, so I could probably talk about this for too long. But long story short, we spend a lot of time and resources. Right now, probably around 50 people are working just around the product, just to make sure that it's designed well for patients.
No, and I think you very eloquently explain all the different moving parts, and there are many moving parts for early stage companies in DTX, many more than a pure maybe life sciences or a pure digital product. And can you say a little bit about during the scale-up journey to now and also for the future? Because I've been analyzing, sort of working with startups in DTX, the many components and the friction points that exist. Can you describe sort of the areas that are the most difficult, that more help could be given to support it, like the regulatory compliance, the quality management systems, the clinical trial part, the talent that you require, so many different types of skills you require. So what are the areas that you think are the more complex areas to scaling up in a company such as yours?
I would take support in all of this that you've mentioned. Like we always think that, there are so many new things in the world, not only for us, but for every digital therapeutic company. And things are like regulations and the landscape globally is changing so fast that we're constantly looking for support. So let me start by saying that most of the problems that the companies like ours or any other digital therapeutic company is facing is also the reason why it's a huge opportunity. So I don't know how often there is a regulation that opens completely new group of products that will be reimbursed by healthcare system. And here you have the big opening for application and software. And I've worked I started working with software for a very simple reason. Like creating every single copy of application is virtually for free, right? So you have a huge market opening for with potentially incredibly lucrative business model, while it was a lengthy journey for these products for this regulation to come up. And if we started 5 years ago, we wouldn't probably be alive by now. And if we started 10 years ago, we'd probably also burn out of cash. And as Ed Cox mentioned, I'm quoting him because I think it's not only friend, but also he has great insight in this. When you look at 10 big DTX companies 3 years ago, right now you'll have 2 or 3 on the market that are doing well, and the rest of them is, either went belly up or is not. They're not operating on the levels that they did. And because a couple of years ago, we didn't have, like, everyone was waiting for is happening right here, right now, meaning there are actually applications that are prescribed by doctors and therapists in Germany. There are applications that are being prescribed by doctors in the USA and in the UK. And this is happening right here, right now. We've been talking, the world was talking about digital therapeutic for so many years, and we are right now in the moment when it is actually happening. So while the opportunity here is here, there is a need to trailblaze. So we have, let me see where we use a lot of consulting companies at every, like, at every market. I don't see ourselves doing the whole strategy, the hard market entry. And there are companies like Eversana in the USA. We have Mars company. We have Mars in Germany. We're talking with a potential great partner for the UK, and we think that we need a strong consultants for designing our market entry strategy. Also, regulational support, right? We're working with Marty from Eversana, and we're working with different partners in Germany and also in the UK. Then we have regulations, we have commercial model, market entry, of course, partnerships. And this is also another crucial one. So for us, when we're in oncology, we believe we need to be working with pharma, and we're looking constantly a way to creating opportunities to work with pharma, to start trials with pharma, to try to combine forces. Obviously, we are super tiny combined to giants, and the support of people who have background in this kind of cooperation is invaluable for us. So long story short, probably what comes here to my mind is that every market we come in is so specific and is so different that we're looking for partners locally. And to be honest, we find it to be very effective. Each market we've really did a lot of research of who we want to be working with, and this is big part of our business is partnering with the right consultants.
Yeah, and that's something I found in my journey in digital therapeutics, is how collaborative and helpful the ecosystem is with the Digital Therapeutics Alliance. Christian Dirks in Germany has done such great work in conceiving of Digger. We're speaking to Chris Horsden at Happify, and McKinsey have been helpful. So it's a very collaborative place, and I think it's still in its infancy, but it has been some good progress. But I think a lot is still to come. And as you say earlier, Andre, we're always continuously learning. Zooming forward now, and
you can spend any amount of money on consultants that you want, right? So while you need it, you really need to be smart here. There is no limit, and they'll be gladly taking your money if they can. So that's
exactly. But I also find that there's a lot of people that are just collaborating and helping generally, and freely giving their time to help the development of the system.
Yourself.
Yeah, exactly. So we want to sort of help it move along. Now, moving forward, you're in 3 markets. What's the key message? What are you looking for right now over the next 3 years? In terms of the audience here today, what do you want to say about Prosoma, and what can we expect to see over the next 3 years with Prosoma and digital therapeutics in oncology?
So, at our current trajectory, momentum, and the things that are happening for us right now, we have a strong. I think that we have a shot at becoming the dominant force in digital therapeutics for our sector, for oncology. So we love cooperating with others. We are looking for partners, both. For example, we in Germany we have already partnered with Asklepios Clinic, and we're doing together with them. We're doing our scientific research, and we're hopefully going to come together with them to the market. We're still open to other clinical centers. We're looking for. We're building our ad board for with key opinion leaders within oncology. We're always open. Our boards are always open for people who want to advise us and have great knowledge. So in the oncology area, we're looking for CCC centers collaboration in Germany. We will be, if I can point who else we are looking for, as a scale up, you'll be always looking for or a startup, you'll be always looking for investors. So we're gonna be having our next round in probably Q1, Q2 next year. So we're still fingers crossed. We already have some commitments for this round, but we're still open for investors and we're continue talking with investors who would be interested in supporting our journey and working together with us. Yes, and of course, pharma, and I mentioned working with pharma. Every pharma that is involved in oncology, I know that after talking to a couple of big pharmas, we know that I'm pretty sure that our needs can be aligned, because we know that every pharma has this digital strategy for personalization for patient, and I think we have the answer of actually what they need. And so if anyone is interested, we're here. Please reach out to us. We're happy to talk.
No, thank you, and I'm pleased you mentioned Asklepios. It's a huge success. Obviously, we're talking in Berlin, so that's a very major success there, and I'm very keen to see how that progresses. I know you can't declare it yet, but you're making good progress also within the UK. But no, we're very excited, Andrei, to watch the progress of Prosoma over the next few years, and we'll definitely be keeping tabs and talking again. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Tony. It's always a pleasure speaking to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Have a great day.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Aline Noizet, and I'm a Digital Health Connector. I'm very happy to be here with you this morning to discuss how we can unlock the value of digital health. I'm here today with Somesh Chandra, Chief Health Officer for the European markets at AXA Group. Welcome, Somesh. And with Christian Pasquale, co-founder and CEO of Medictor. Welcome, Christian.
Thank you.
So first of all, Somesh will share a presentation about the platform, the healthcare platform they've been developing together with Microsoft and AXA. And Christian will join us later to discuss how Medictor collaborated on that platform. Somesh, all yours.
Thank you, Elena. So today I'm going to talk about how we are going to unlock value from digital health. And I will cover this topic in three parts. The first part, I will talk about the current health context. In the second part, we will talk about the rise of the digital health ecosystems. And finally, talk a little bit about AXA's approach in working with partners like Medictor. So first, let's talk about the health expenditure and how it has outpaced economic growth, which is raising sustainability concerns. So if you look at the medical inflation in the past 5 years, from 2014 to 2019, it has grown by 8%. During the same time, the global GDP has grown by 1 to 2%, which is raising a concern for sustainability. Now, on the right side, when we look at the healthcare expenditure sources, 71% of the healthcare expenditure today is funded by public sources, whereas 29% is being funded by private sources. And if we just look at the out-of-pocket expenses, 20% of the private source expenditure is from out-of-pocket expenses. Now, this is a cause of serious concern because, especially in times like this during the pandemic, the affordability of healthcare is significantly going to get hampered because the out-of-pocket expense is expected to grow higher and higher for getting faster access to care. Now, if we just look at the silver lining of this and see how the digital health services have grown, the digital health services are expected to grow by 21.8% CAGR from 2020 to 2030. And the adoption of digital health services are only supposed to accelerate the COVID-19, the outcome of the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, 46% of the consumers have started using digital health services in 2020 compared to 11% in 2019, which is great news for all of us. Now, not only will digital health services help us to reduce the cost of care, but also it will help us improve three things. One, providing personalized and tailored healthcare solutions. It will also help us to improve the access and quality of care. And finally, of course, as I said, it's going to reduce the healthcare expenditure. However, there's an important point to keep in mind that based on the survey that was done by different agencies, 91% of the consumers have said that they would be willing to use digital health services provided the cost is covered either by the employer or by the insurance provider. So we still have questions about consumers willing to pay for digital health services. Now, if we go to the third part around, as I mentioned, AXA's ambition, and AXA really has the ambition to be at the heart of the healthcare ecosystem to meet the needs of the consumers in the new normal world. Now, if we look at AXA, we are present across the globe, specifically in Europe, where we have our largest businesses. We have a lot of health services today, be it teleconsultation, providing reimbursement for our medical bills, orientation to network, well-being solution. All of these solutions are currently available to our customers at AXA. However, one of the problems of these digital services are that they are generally fragmented and they are in silos, which creates a lot of complexity for the consumers or for the users of these services. What we have really started to do now is, in collaboration with Microsoft, we are creating the digital health platform, which is meant to be an ecosystem that connects different pieces together. It has three key features in the platform. The first one is around orchestration. What we really want to do is that we want to make sure that all our consumers come into the platform, and that's the single place where all their health needs would be addressed. So it's not, the complexity is not on the consumer side, but actually one single place for them to go and take care of all their health needs. The second part, which is also very important, is the interconnection of these services. So when we think about a health insurance customer who's been reimbursed for all the medical bills, is also using teleconsultation and well-being and prevention solutions, the interconnection today is not very clear. And this is a big problem with the industry in general, that different services operate in silos. And what we want to do from the second layer, which is the services layer, is connect all these different solutions together. And this is where our partnership with Medictor comes to play, because currently our self-assessment tool is provided by Medictor, and that allows us to be able to start a smooth journey with the customers, but also as we move along from self-assessment to telemedicine to drug delivery, the information flows seamlessly across different services. And finally, the third part is around having an intelligent, personalized layer using AI technologies that allows these solutions to be personalized to the customer's context. And these three are the core components of the digital health platform that we are trying to create. Now, if I give you a concrete example of what we are doing, in Italy and also in Germany, where we have gone live very recently, if we take a customer called Sarah, who is having a day-to-day problem, let's say as a stomach pain. Now today, in most cases, most customers would go into Google and type their conditions and try to find a solution. Now that, in many cases, will never give a personalized outcome, which then starts to create more confusion for the customers. So our intent is that Sarah comes to our health portal, which is the one place where she can go for all her health needs. And once that is done, she is presented with a self-assessment tool, which is the Medictor tool. Now, Sarah, through this tool, gets a better understanding of her condition so that she can take the right decision for her going forward. And the next step for that is that she would be able to go and search for a healthcare facility to be able to identify if she needs to go to a doctor. Now, that's an option that Sarah has. But the real benefit of this whole integrated platform is that then Sarah can actually log in either as an insurance customer or a services customer to then decide the various options that she's got. Based on the symptom checker assessment, she could then decide to have a teleconsultation with a doctor real time, and all the information from the Medictor symptom checker flows seamlessly to the teleconsultation doctor. Or Sarah might want to visit a particular doctor, and she can book an appointment through our concierge service and visit the doctor, which will be available through the portal itself. There's also an option for getting home services and all various other services, which is getting added to the platform as we move along. And that then creates a seamless journey for Sarah, when she's not only going to one place, but also she's able to decide what is best for her based on the assessment that was done through the Medictor tool, providing her a clear direction of her health condition. Now, let's look at a demo of what has gone live, which then gives a clear indication of how we want to create an integrated journey for our customers using the digital health platform and our collaboration with Medictor.
Thank you so much for that great presentation. I think it was really great to see the product of that collaboration between AXA and Microsoft, and how companies like Medictor can actually fit in and bring value, right? So I would like I would like to start the conversation now by asking you, Somesh, like, what are the challenges that your clients are facing?
Yeah, that's a good question, Aline. So I think there are 4 key customer pain points that we see from our experience. And it does vary a little bit based on the market context, but the core problems are very similar. The first one is on affordability. As I said, the medical inflation and the GDP growth are currently not in sync, which is causing an affordability issue, which is only expected to go up. Just to give you a sense, 28% of the lowest income group of people are giving up care, which is quite concerning. The second one, as I mentioned, was around the isolated health services. Currently, we have quite a few digital solutions, but they really need to come together. Based on the study from Deloitte, there are 500,000 medical technologies available out there. But what we need to do is integrate them together and make the best use of it. And the third one, which is basically the lack of efficiency and quality, we still operate in a very fee-for-service environment. And what we really need to start thinking about is about outcome and the quality, which is quite subjective and sometimes not measured. Finally, when we think about the current situation of the pandemic, there are long-term impacts where people are either delaying care or avoiding care. But the bigger concerns that we have are around mental health and how that can have long-lasting effects that we are seeing. So overall, I think there are these conditions that we believe are big concerns for the consumers today.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Somesh. Christian, so Somesh just showed us like how they're integrating Medictor into their platform. So can you tell us more about how can you from Medictor help access customers like Sarah, for instance, or even AXA itself, the insurance companies?
Well, thank you, Aline. No, I think that Somesh explained it very well. I mean, we substitute Dr. Google. 7 out of 10 people Google their symptoms before taking any decision of what to do when their first symptoms are raised. And that's not reliable. So what we provide, it's a reliable and a scalable solution to guide patients to the right level of care. So it's an AI triage that you can rely to guide you to the best next service available into the AXA portfolio of services in this case. But we can do this integration to any client wishing to guide their patients to the right level of care.
Okay, fantastic. So Christian, you were talking now about scalability. Somesh, how can digital solution scale globally when you take into consideration that each market are like specific regulation, right, for each country?
Yeah, so I think, the customer needs are quite similar across the world. A back pain is pretty similar in any part of the world. However, there is a certain cultural, regulatory, and social context to every country. Now, what we really try to do is work in a global model, as we call it, which means our technology and tools are global, but our solutions and services are implemented locally, keeping in mind the local needs and regulations. So if I give you an example with the Medictor solution that we have implemented, AXA is using Medictor in Italy and Germany, and potentially in other European countries as well, as we're working together with them now. And we intend of creating awareness and better education on health conditions through the Medictor tool. However, the local implementation of Medictor, including the languages, and are very specific to the markets that we're operating in.
Fantastic. And Christian, what about Medictor? I believe you're in different countries. How was the scalability, and is it available in different languages at the moment?
Yes, we solve an unsolved problem in the world. So we have demand from our services in many countries. In fact, we had really increased the number of countries that we work since the last year because of the pandemic and the demand of telemedicine services. And now we are present in 26 countries, which is quite a lot. And we serve our services in 13 languages, which can cover most of the population of the world.
Fantastic. And can you tell us a bit more about the value proposition of Medictor and what makes it unique?
Well, as I said before, we guide patients to the right level of care. And that provides a lot of value, not only for the patient, that it has the anxiety of the symptoms that want to have a guidance, but also to the health system, to the insurance company that want to provide an efficient next step to this patient. And I think that the uniqueness on Medictor relies basically in the clinical validation. We are the only clinically validated symptom checker in the world that has provided clinical trials with real patients, not with vignettes. And that's something to build this trust. There's a lot of work invested. And I would also highlight our natural language processing engine, which is huge, has 35,000 synonyms of symptoms in 13 languages, and can manage with typos, and so allows the patient to communicate in a natural way, to start this conversation with a lot of symptoms in the first sentence, just like it would do with their physician.
And that's a very important point. So Somesh, I'm curious to know a bit more about the collaboration between Microsoft and AXA that was announced a few weeks ago. Can you tell us how it is fitting into AXA strategic plans?
Sure. So, the announcement of building that we are building a digital health care platform, enabling virtual healthcare that is open to all, along with Microsoft, is going to be quite a game changer. So if we think about DHP, as we call it, the digital health platform, it's an important part of our strategy and ambition to move from peer to partner. And what we are really doing is taking a very business-driven and a pragmatic approach. So it's not creating a platform just for the sake of creating a platform, but actually we are creating a business-driven and a very customer-centric platform. The links are to the digital health services offered by AXA to support our customers at every stage of their e-health experience, providing a seamless digital with human touch experience. So that's the core, that we want it to be seamless, personalized, digital, but still with a human touch. We have started successful pilots in Germany and in Italy in 2020 already. It is live in these two countries now, and we are currently working with other European countries like Spain, Belgium, UK, and Switzerland. What does it really mean concretely? For example, in Italy, we are trying to help customers with their day-to-day needs, also, which means providing relevant services like the symptom checker from Medictor, like teleconsultation, home care, concierge services, and so on, which you saw earlier. So overall, the intent is to provide an integrated end-to-end solution using this platform, which is going to be open, that collaborates with partners like, for example, Medictor, and so that we can provide one-stop shop solution for all our health needs.
And Christian, can you tell us more about the role of Medictor in that DHP platform?
Well, first of all, we are excited to be part of this great project. I think that it's great that AXA has really made this bet in digital health, and I think it's great for AXA members to have all these services available. So our role is simple. I mean, we are devoted to be the best symptom checking tool in the world. That's our mission. So we just want to provide the best services in this specific niche of the value proposition. So we try to be easy to integrate, and we work closely with our clients to fine-tune to their needs or to their specific concerns. So this is our role, just to provide with the best symptom checking part of the value proposition.
Okay, fantastic. Well, I think that now I would like to open the floor for questions from the audience to ask to Somesh and Christian. Perfect. So before we go to the questions, I will start with one additional question for Christian.
Germany had slightly differences that we have been able to fine-tune to better align with their objectives. So the demo that you have seen, that's a chatbot interface in Germany, we are using a full screen interaction. So this is one example of the ways that we can adapt and align the implementation to each of our clients. And in this case, there's a lot of similarities, of course. We are talking about an integration that has the same basis, but we have the ability to fine-tune and align with the objective.
Perfect, fantastic. So now I have one question for Somesh. One of the pillars you mentioned in your presentation is prevention. How important is prevention for insurance, like AXA company?
Yeah, sure, thanks. So I think the AXA's ambition to be a partner of our customers throughout their health journey is quite clear, which includes keeping customers healthy, helping them with their day-to-day needs, and supporting them when they are seriously ill or even with a day-to-day medical condition. From our perspective, healthy customers create a win-win situation for the insurer, of course, by reducing the claims, but also for the customers to live a healthy life, but also for the society. And we have all seen how much of pressure on the medical systems come up in general when in pandemics like this. So, from what we have seen, 40% of our customers, their overall health depends on their lifestyle and behaviors. And that's why prevention is really important, and it helps our customers to live a healthy life on a day-to-day level, which is also an important pillar of the DHP that we're talking about. So things like better education through the Medicare symptom checker solution that we have, things like guiding them to the right place at the right time, all of these are very important in our overall journey that we are looking at.
Perfect. Now we have a question for Christian. What does Medictor do to validate and improve its clinical accuracy?
Well, we have a deep concern in being a clinically validated tool and to prove our accuracy with clinical trials. So we have a full team led by Oscar. He's a physician, the co-founder of the company, and he's leading all the clinical team that not only looks for better improvement of the machine on everyday's work, as everyday work, to keep on improving, but also to do external validation. And that not only is a proof of the accuracy that we keep on doing. We have performed already 6 clinical trials. We have 2 more ongoing right now. We try to do clinical trials to prove different aspects to better enrich the functionalities in these different specialties of medicine. And that help us working with physicians to better improve the machine. And this is one of our main pillars, to being clinically validated and to keep on improving the machine every day.
Okay. Now we have a question for Somesh. So we talked about implementation before. Now it's more for you, Somesh. So what are the next challenges and future plans for the Digital Health platform implementation?
Well, that's a good question. I think certainly the future looks very exciting, but also we cannot deny that it's challenging. And I think one of the most important challenges that we are watching out very carefully is the right balance in the global model, as we say. How can we be global, but still very much be local? Of course, a medical condition is a medical condition across the globe. So a back pain remains a back pain anywhere in the world, but the social and cultural context is very different. And I think for us to make sure that we are not only, of course, compliant to the local regulations, but also understand the customer needs in a way that is very local is very important. So that's one of the top challenges I would say that we have to keep in mind. We are working very actively on that, but we have to be very mindful that health is a very personal and emotional topic, and it needs to be taken care of. Exactly. In terms of our plans in general, so in European markets, as I said, we started pilots in Germany and Italy in 2020, and we're already live today. In 2021, we want to scale up these pilots and reach scale, which is very important in both in Italy and Germany. But at the same time, what we want to do is in other European countries like UK, Belgium, Spain, and Switzerland, we want to start doing these pilots. And this pilot allows us to better connect with our customers, understand their needs. And next year, we want to ramp up with these countries as well. So we're taking a very pragmatic, customer-centric approach, pilots to understand customer needs, adapt to the local conditions using a global platform, and then scale up and then onboard new countries. So that's the rhythm that we'll follow, not only within Europe, but across the board, within AXA, and of course, bring in new partners as we move along.
Well, that's fantastic news. So the next question for both of you. So COVID accelerated the use of digital health tools, like we've seen that now, both from the healthcare professionals and the patients. And the question is, like, first, like for Medictor, how have you seen the change of adoption in the Medictor app? And then, Somesh, in your case, like feedback you received from users of the platform. Who wants to start?
Please, Somesh.
Sure. Okay. Happy to. So, one thing is for sure that this pandemic has forced us to think in ways which we wouldn't have thought in the past. So that's for sure. Now, the question is, from our overall experience, what we have seen is that the use of digital tools has increased to almost 45-50% compared to last year. So we were looking at around 11% use of digital tools in 2019. And this year we're talking about 50%, which is great news. But I think at some point of time, we will start to see this stabilize as things become normal. In terms of our use case with Medictor that we have launched right now, I think we are very happy because for us, there were 3 parameters. The first one is how many customers are really active. And we have almost, I would say, 200,000 customers who have been active on the platform since we had launched it. And what is more encouraging is that we have almost, I would say, 2,600 active users per day. So it's not just that we have volumes in spike, but we have a consistent volume that we're getting in. Also, one of our core parameters is to see, because the BHP's value proposition is to be integrated. So if somebody has taken a symptom checker assessment from Medictor, how can we pass this on to a doctor visit or to a teleconsultation is core for us. And what we are seeing is around 70% of our customers are doing that, which is a great testimony that people really value integration, because we are not by default sharing any information unless the customer explicitly agrees to it. And 70% is a great number to be with. The overall satisfaction is 4.3 on 5. And you can imagine that in a digital world with so many digital tools, that's a great place to start. So we're very happy. And we are assuming that, with all our new services that we're bringing in, consumers will be able to really meet their needs of what they have on the day-to-day basis.
Fantastic. Christian?
I think, of course, we have seen huge rise of use of any telemedicine tool. And now we are reaching a new scale after COVID. We had some levels before COVID, a huge peak, and now we are reaching a new scale, which is much higher than before, 30 times, I don't know, a lot. But I like very much what Somesh talked about, the integration, because I think it's a key element. I mean, Medictor by itself, it's good, it's nice, but it makes sense really when it's fully integrated into the healthcare delivery. And I love what you are building up, because it's like this. It's fully integrated and provides a full digital experience for the patient. And I think that's the way to how digital health should be placed in the world. So, yeah, I think that's remarkable.
Exactly. Well, we've come to the end of the session. Unfortunately, that was really very, very interesting. Last word from both of you. Christian, where can people find information about Medictor? How can they get in touch if they want to collaborate with you?
Well, you can access medictor.com and you can find contact forms there, or just email us at info@medictor.com.
Okay. So, same for you if people want more information about the platform?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think this is, as I said, this is one of the core strategic initiatives of AXA. So a lot of this information is available on axa.com. And also we will be providing regular updates of how we are progressing, not only on the specific use cases, but on the overall strategy as well. So watch out for all the news at axa.com and our press releases.
Perfect. Well, thank you both so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, Christian, for that time. Thank you, Giant, for hosting that session, and wishing you all a great rest of the day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, hello everybody, and welcome to Motesk at the Giant Health Event 2021. My name is Dietmar Hagen-Horn, and I'm the CSO of Motesk, and I'm here with Professor Dr. Kai Oberländer, the CEO of Motesk. And actually, we are at the M-Lab in Cologne, which is the product development and research facility of Motesk. To give you a little glimpse of what Motesk does and where we come from, short introduction. So Motesk was founded in 2015 by Professor Oberländer and team. We're located in New York City and in Cologne, and we develop cloud-based biomechanics and AI solutions for the world of sports and for healthcare. And we support big brands such as Ottobock or Essex with their customers' digital experience. So first questions for Professor Oberländer. Kai, how did you actually get into the field of biomechanics?
Oh, Dietmar, I have to start in the early 2000s, where I studied mathematics and sports science. And in the combination of these two subjects, I found my passion, which leads me to biomechanics. I was fascinated about the fact that joints allowed the segments attached to it to move on circular paths. However, human locomotion by itself is more nature of linear movement. So I started reading books from Neil Alexander about animal locomotion, and that brought me to biomechanics.
Great. And what brought you the idea to move from the academic field to the world of business, such as developing IT solutions that help people buy great stuff or have a good healthcare treatment?
In the late 2000s, I moved to Cologne to start my PhD about the knee health status after ACL reconstruction. I worked together with internationally well-known surgeons, which influenced me positively in the ways that I see human locomotion more in a way from a human perspective than from a mathematical perspective. However, in this orthopedic environment, it's hard to predict the outcome of a surgery. It's hard to make objective judgments if you can go back to sports. If you need an orthosis, for example, which protects you a bit longer in the recovery process. And we try to develop technologies which makes the judgment if you can go back to sports easier. It was not available in these days. We're sitting here in a lab with a lot of high expensive equipment, but you cannot bring that to the clinicians. So the idea was to help the clinicians, to help the people in the real world using biomechanics methods in their environment. And that was the beginning of Motesk.
What we will learn is that Motesk has already recorded loads of motion data, big data that is now in the Motesk cloud, and that helps make judgments in healthcare situations, but also in sports situations. And what we found is that this motion data is the new gold in data mining of big data in the health industry. Because if you compare it to other sources of data, this is first-hand data. So we record it in motion with the patient or the client. And also it is derived from a non-invasional method. So it's very easy to do and it's not painful or complicated for the patient. And also it allows us directly to access certain locomotions that the patient needs for his sports or for his health. And where it's possible to predict certain outcomes in diseases. Is that right?
That's right. We started 2 years ago a multi-center study with 4 big clinical partners here. And the goal was really to make an estimation of the future of your health status in terms of orthopedic diseases. So we captured a lot of data with sensor attached to your body in clinical environments to calculate your locomotion characteristics, finding values which describe exactly how you walk, how you behave. On the other hand, we ask a lot of questions to understand, for example, the osteoarthritis level of your knee joint. Now we have the both sides. We know how a patient walks. We know about the health status of a knee joint, that's to say the osteoarthritis level in our case. And we can match this and find the best values to describe the locomotion characteristics, which predicts the health status. That's the first step. Once we are able to do that, and we are at the moment at a point where we can predict this with about 70% accuracy, so we can measure your motion and predict the health status of your knee by 70% accuracy without X-rays, without MRI, which is amazing. And with that information, we can then start to predict the future. If you walk today like a handicapped person from your locomotion characteristics of arthrosis level 4 in your knee, or 3, let's say 3, but you have no pain, it's most likely that you progress in that direction. So that's what we are doing at the moment, trying to predict the future of your health status. And therefore you need a lot of data, good methods, good mathematics, and good biomechanics understanding.
What we will see a little bit later on is how we actually record this data. For at the moment, we are on the treadmill that's normally used for athletes to do their run analysis. So as this is quite easy to do, as we will learn, with like sensors that we can attach, yeah, or sometimes also by video data, could that also be a perspective for like home analysis of people who live in their normal home environment and see how they progress? Also things where we don't have the big machinery and equipment of a hospital.
I think the first step is that we do the diagnosis by having sophisticated methods available, easy to use. And the second step is the intervention. What are you doing? What are you doing with the results that there is a progression of knee joint degeneration in the future? You have to do intervention. Intervention can be, on the one hand, physical therapy, whether at a club or at home. And at home, you need some feedback systems which helps you to perform the movement in the right way. And therefore, you can also use the technology which we are using for doing the analysis.
I just learned from an athlete, Jan Fitschen, who was here yesterday. He did the run analysis and he's been Euro champion for 10,000 meters some years ago. And he said it's the first time that he gets some advice what training schedule and what exercises would be good to improve this. Is this a first step also into like individual coaching and therapy, both for sports people and patients alike?
I think it's the first step in a way that we do an objective recommendation in the right way. You know, these running analyses are carried out since many years, but most of the time it is a subject rating, that someone is judging how you should run, how you should behave, and making a ranking, a scoring, an easy explanation. What we try to do, which is much more precise, is that we really taking into account your own limits, what you can achieve with your body, matching it to normative data, which is unique and which is really hard to collect. You know, getting 100,000 people in your lab, or it's not so easy. But once you have this, you can cluster it and you can find a similar person like you in the database and can comparing you to a most similar person of you. So having you matched against a similar person in the database. And that can then lead to recommendations which are far beyond subjective ratings. Yeah, okay, put your food like this or that is subjective rating. We put it against a database and make the recommendation based on big data. And this is something which it was not possible years ago because there was no data available. The methods which are used were not sophisticated to do that. The statistic model were not ready. Nowadays, we're talking about AI and machine learning. It's just a statistic approach to get information and make a prediction. Yeah. That is changing nowadays.
So thank you. Now we will take a deeper look into 3 use cases where we can see how we actually create this value out of motion data and apply this to the world of sports, to the world of healthcare, and maybe also to how we find a good sleep at night after our exercise. So now we come to the first use case of the technology that Motesk develops, and it's a medical use case in place already in hundreds of workshops of Ottobock and Ottobock's business partners around the world. Kai, when it comes to the gait analysis in the orthopedic workshop, what is actually the benefit the solution delivers to the patient?
The benefit is that the adjustments which are made to the orthopedic helping devices, like an electrostimulation device, which helps you to lift up the foot, for example, is that this tuning of those devices are much more precise. It helps you to recover a more normal gait characteristics in a shorter time in this environment. A few years ago, the judgment was done by the operator of the system, by the operator of the shop, tuning it, changing settings of these devices, which were based on the experience which he had had or she had had in the past. With the change of generation, the people who can feel it with their hand and make the judgment based on their history, they are no longer available in the shops. Yeah? So the new generation is there, which learned different parts during their study. Yeah? They learned business. They are not used to do it by their hand anymore in a way how it was done in the past. And here the system, our technology solution comes into place. We're helping to provide parameters which makes the judgment if the setting of this orthesis is right out of the box and make it available for the operator of the shop.
So the patient gets support here to get the perfect individual orthesis for his and her walking behavior, and afterwards comes back to more natural walking behavior, right?
That's the goal. An analysis is done without an orthesis to find the deviation between normal walking and handicapped walking. With the orthesis, it should improve. You should walk with the orthesis more like a non-handicapped person. And therefore, you need to adjust the orthesis. You need to adjust the point where the electrostimulation occurs, for example, to bring you into a more natural walking characteristic. That's not an easy job.
You said that we have lots of data, and also there's machine learning and AI helping finding the patterns here. So this is a more standardized and scientific approach to solving this problem?
It's a more standardized and sophisticated approach, yes. Machine learning comes into place to make the product more robust, for example, because the walking characteristics which we see at the handicapped patients are sometimes so different from normal walking characteristics that classical algorithms are not being able to quantify, for example, when the foot is on the ground or even lifted up, because it's so disturbed walking characteristics. And here we need machine learning to make the product more robust. Yeah? This is when machine learning and big data comes into place.
So as this solution is now already in the field at Otto Bock, it's called Bionic Pro, we can say this can be easily installed without a big affair in every orthopedic workshop around the world, right?
Comes out of the box, up and running, and you can use it. Yeah, and also the analysis is just after a short tutorial being able to do. That's the most important part, that it's easy to use and easy applicable in the daily routines in these shops.
And as this is joined in the big cloud of Motesk all around the world, this means also this is free of maintenance, so all the updates come through the cloud. So this is like a frictionless service, so to speak.
Yeah, that's important. You know, we like to do proactive support, meaning we like to do the updates, we like to do the help if there is help needed with the technical system, meaning there's a technical problem, for example, which should not occur. But if it's occur, we have a proactive support and can reach out to the clients and can help them even before they know that there is a problem. That's the cloud connectivity, yes.
Actually, this technology could bring big benefits to medical workshops, but also medical centers all around the world and help patients find a more natural walking or running behavior. Now we leave this world of orthopedics a little bit because there's already another application of it. So if you went to an Essex flagship store to find the perfect running shoe, you might have used also Motesk technology. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. That was indeed one of the first customer where the company was born with. We started Motesk after signing the Essex contract a few years ago. It is a project where I'm very proud of because we as a young startup made it into a retail environment, which is really hard work. We applied technology to judge which shoe is the best, which shoe fits the running style the best. So you attach the sensors, you run on a treadmill, you wear a shoe, we judge the shoe if this fits your running style. We predict that another shoe could even do it better. You run the other shoe, you got the confirmation, and you have a good sale, you have a good product recommendation, which is at the moment occurring around the world, post-pandemic again.
That's fantastic. So also here you have collected the data, anonymous data, so everyone is protected in terms of GDPR and data security. But this data can also help athletes and also normal runners to improve their running style, because you can also give recommendations, right, for trainings and exercise?
That was the goal, to have this consolidated database that all devices sending the data are normalized in the cloud, and we can find the pattern behind normal running, behind different kind of shoes. And with that information, what is a normal runner? So we know the age, we know the weight, we know a bit about the legs, if it's X legs or O legs. We know how much a runner runs normally in a week, and then they perform the analysis. So we have a lot of context information together with locomotion characteristics. And with that, big, huge database, 120,000 runners at the moment, I guess. It's a huge database, and we can predict what's normal, what's unnormal, and we can make judgments out of it for the future.
Due to the pandemic situation at the moment in May 2021, we see that many people take up outdoor sports. We talked about running, and Motesk is helping people run more healthier with better equipment and with the right training. But are there also other sports, maybe in the outdoor environment, that your technology could support?
The bicycle sector is a huge sector where we can really bring biomechanics helping people to find the right bike frame size, for example. We can adjust seat positions and handlebar geometries to really get you better on the bike. That's something which we are doing.
So we have seen in the discussion with Kai that there are many applications of using motion data, big data, machine learning, and the right applications to bring value to the patients in the orthopedic workshop, but also to runners and cyclists all around the world. Now we come to the third and last application of using this technology, and this is totally different. What recent studies have unveiled is that many people, especially in the age between 20 and 60 and further on, have problems with finding the right sleep at night, and that 50% of those people, as revealed by studies of Techniker Krankenkasse and the DAK, have shown to have muscular problems that keep them from sleeping, but also can cause chronic diseases. So solving the sleeping challenge could be a big application both of motion data and other data. So there might be a solution for it. Kai, how did you venture into the field of sleeping and finding the perfect mattress for each individual?
Yeah, let me repeat a friend of Motesk. Train hard, rest harder. And we are a company doing analysis of locomotion, doing recommendation based on insights which we gather. On the other hand, you need to rest. Rest or sleep is taking about 1/3 of the day in our daily life. Yeah, we're sleeping 7 to 8 hours a night. And a lot of orthopedic problems occur if you're not sleeping right. Your neural nervous system is not recovering right if you're not sleeping right. So sleeping has a big impact of our health status, of staying healthy. So we deal with sleeping because sleeping is a state of motion. It's the rest of motion is a rest state. And we do the analysis of mattresses in order to find the right mattress for you. How we do that? So we're taking pictures from you. We're fitting a 3D avatar into those pictures, which is a virtual representation of yourself. We know the geometry, we know the masses, we do a physical simulation. We're placing you on different mattresses and calculate a whole night of sleep, how your spine is deforming, how the pressure points are under your shoulder, for example, and can predict and do a recommendation based on biomechanics model what is good for you or not. We ask you some questions. Do you have back pain? We rate the spine geometry during sleep higher. Do you have diabetes? We will rate the pressure points higher under your shoulder, which are calculated with a very sophisticated physical approach.
Yeah, that sounds quite complicated because there's lots of going on, simulations with several mattresses. So think of you would like to try all these mattresses for one night and have them delivered to your home and delivered back again. So this is quite complicated. But what does it actually take if someone uses the app? Is that complicated?
The goal is to have it done pretty easy. Just give us 2 questions, answer 2 questions or 3, take 2 pictures of you and that's all. And then the magic occurs in the cloud, in the software, in the system, in our solution. The complicated part is not on the user side, the complicated part is on our infrastructure side, in the cloud environment. We're doing hard physical simulations, soft physical simulations with constraints. It's really something which you normally use to do a physics simulation of flying to the moon. Yeah, that is ongoing to solve a simple mattress problem. Yeah.
Okay, so we can also see that the mattresses are actually tested here at the MLab in Cologne, and all this work comes into this solution. And for the user, it's just 2 or 3 clicks and sending 2 pictures over, and then something which would take maybe weeks or months testing out mattresses can be done on a physical basis, on a scientific basis, in a simulation that uses machine learning and artificial intelligence in the cloud in maybe 15 to 20 seconds. So this is a big advantage.
I even believe that doing a test sleep at a store, as a physical retail store, is not giving you such a precise recommendation like we can simulate. Because in the store, normally you lie down for 2 or 3 minutes and then the next customer is already waiting, for example, you cannot relax. And the mattress is changing its mechanical properties in the first 30 minutes strongly because it's a viscoelastic material. It changes based on temperature, based on how much you penetrate the mattress with your shoulder, for example. So it's changing its mechanical configuration during the first 30 minutes strongly. Ask yourself how long you do a test sleep or a test lying down in IKEA, for example, or other stores. It's a minute. And then you got a feeling which is not representative for your sleeping. So the simulation takes really the whole night into account, that you're heating up the mattress with your body. Then the mechanics are changing of the mattress. So it's really something which you nowadays can, I would bet on it, not do in a store. And a few years ago, you would not have the time to do it.
Thanks a lot. So we have seen that the application of technology helps already in the medical world at Ottobock, or in the running world at the Essex flagship store, and actually might help you find the perfect mattress soon. So these are three very different applications of this technology that already work outside. So Motesk is already delivering a lot of value to the world out there. To understand what you have on your mind, we are now open, Kai and I, to take questions. So please shoot your questions and we will answer them soon. If you need more information about the technology, you can also write us an email to contact@motesk.com. And please visit our website, www.motesk.com, where we have blog articles, webinars, and where we have more information about the world of Motesk technologies, its clients and application. Thanks a lot. So we are at the MLab live here with Dr. Kai Oberländer. My name is Dietmar Hagenhorn. So we are ready to take questions from all of you. I'm looking at the questions panel, and I see the first question, which is directed to Kai. Kai, we've seen that there's lots of technology here for gait analysis, run analysis. Is it possible to use some of your technology also outside from the laboratory environment, more like in the home environment for diagnosis? Is it robust enough? Does it work?
Yeah, the technology we built up around our motion analysis kits are suitable to home environments, to use inside the lab, outside the lab, at home. So that's important. That's a portable device, and you can use it almost anywhere.
That's great. So the next question goes into the same direction, I would say. I need to read it, sorry. The next question is with the pandemic situation that people cannot move to doctors' places, and it's a no-touch situation. Do you see more applications forthcoming where people actually use online technologies for determining diagnosis, or like your sensor kits in home environments? Is there a wave of new applications coming?
Yeah. You know, at March 2020, everything changed. For example, here in Germany, a few weeks before, it changed other countries. So the behavior of the people more restrictive to touching each other. So they're taking more care at the moment. I believe that this boosts a natural development which was already ongoing. It just speeds up the development in home-assisted care systems or self-diagnosis systems. And like we, others are already working on solutions, bringing the doctors at your living room with smartphone applications or sensor technology which you can rent. So I think this is really the next step of IoT devices, camera-based systems, sensor-based systems, that they are more and more part of your daily living, that you can do it at home, so that you can reach out to an app which gives you recommendations and escalates to a doctor if needed. So I think this is already ongoing and it will continue. But I would not say the pandemic was the main driver for it. It was just speeding up this development.
Okay, so we will see more and more of these applications. Yeah. So overall, we must say that the medical ecosystems probably will change, because also in a crisis, you see that there are no new possibilities. So we see also that people take their health more in their own hands. So the next question is about more about the people's ability to use this technology to prevent becoming ill. Do you see also a trend here that people more and more develop their own responsibility for their health and use systems to improve their health?
Yeah, I believe it already starts a few years ago with the smart trackers, which is counting your steps, giving you indications that you should move a bit more, maybe to lose weight or to have a more healthy cardiovascular system. Then there was also this IoT smart scales, which measures, for example, body composition of fat and muscles. It all goes in the direction that you take care of yourself. And the next step is really to bring devices into the hand of the customers that helps them to do sort of self-diagnosis about body posture, about, for example, we by ourselves did a big study which goes in the direction of knee osteoarthritis, preventing the progression of knee osteoarthritis by intervention programs which are semi-automatic and automatic detected. And then you go home with this diagnosis and has to adjust your walking characteristics, for example. This is a continuous process. This cannot be done in the physiotherapy alone. It also needs to be at home. And we are developing tools which helps you at home to remember what you learned during the physiotherapy. I think this is a big development where the responsibility is more and more in the hands of the patient, of the customer.
Okay.
But the industry and the doctors has to provide those tools.
Okay. So trying to read the next question. So this is more about the title of our session, like why motion data is the new gold. And I think the background of this question could be health insurance. The question is the data that you collect when working with athletes, but also with patients, is it anonymized? And can this data used by, for instance, health insurances to improve their offerings and help their members to improve their own lifestyle? Is there a possibility to use the anonymized data to the welfare of people?
First, I have to state and mention again that we only collect data on a anonymized way. So everything what we do is GDPR compliant, and that's really the basic to do the next step. Yeah. So we have collected a lot of data in the past, which can help us to develop models for predicting health status, for example, to work together with a health insurance company to monitor the progression of rehabilitation, for example, or to predict the future and do early interventions with the customer or the patient in that case. Yes, I think there's a big opportunity, and we in our company vision, we have one of the next steps is to use that data in a more broader way, to work closely together with the other industries to make recommendations which predicts the future and helps the people to stay alive, to stay healthy. They will stay alive. They should stay alive. To stay healthy. Yeah.
Okay. Great. So,
if I understand the question correct, I think
I think it was correct. So, next question is also around the data. It's more, I know, it's more like a technical background. So the person says, I assume this data that you collect from so many people with the sensors or also video is a huge amount of data, like big data. So how is it possible to store this data? And how can you drive value out of this data? So what do you use to make this, I would say, general data into something that is meaningful for both patients or doctors or institutions?
So it's a bit a technical question. So all our devices and our services are, let's say, connected to a centralized database, which is a cloud. The word cloud is very generic, but it is a data storage cloud and a computation cloud. All the devices in field send the data to the centralized database, where we collect all the anonymized information. And from that database, we can move the data to computation clusters, which do, let's say, machine learning approach to extract key informations out of the data, which is then used for recommendations. So it's a recommender system, let's say it like this. So we extracting features and predicting and recommending based on the information of this huge collected database with healthy and handicapped patients inside different scenarios, let's say it like this. And that can then be, this information can then transferred or embedded into other applications which don't need to be cloud connected, for example. Yeah? But they can use the data and the models which we create in the cloud. So it's a machine learning it's a big database, and you need a lot of data to drive machine learning models to be precise. So it's so-called supervised learning, where we use convolutional neural networks, for example, to extract features and make use of it.
Good, thanks. So next question is also around the data and the use of it. So in the title it says that it's not just the data, but also artificial intelligence. Does the artificial intelligence need to be provided by the users, or do you already have like artificial intelligence, machine learning in place to create those models and use it for medical purpose?
The infrastructure is up and running, so we already do this, but we adjust the models to certain use cases. So we have a huge database, for example, and models for predicting the health status of the knee. Yeah? We know your locomotion characteristics. We drive to information about the osteoarthritis level of your knee. This is up and running, so but it's adjustable. You know, the goal of this data is to answer specific customer needs, and we are able to, let's say, customize certain levels of this infrastructure to meet the customer needs.
Okay. Yeah, and another question, is this limited to certain medical use cases, like orthopedic use cases, or could this technology also be used to detect like neurodegenerative dysfunctions that show in the motion pattern?
Yeah. In general, yes, it can be used. So because the database, for example, where we collected data, have orthopedic patients inside, neurological patients inside, patients with amputees, healthy people who run, do normal movements. So we have a variety of information available to answer the questions.
Okay, good. So a last question that I have here. So the last question is, you were talking about the MLab. The person says, I assume it's the place where you're sitting. Is this MLab also open for like corporations or developing products together? Is this also a research facility that could be used in a cooperation?
Yeah, you only see a small area of the lab, which is behind us, but we are sitting here in a, let's say, 200 square meters big environment with a lot of technology insights, which we first use for our own in-house developments, and what we also for the developments which we do with big partners together, like with Otto Bock, for example, or Essex takes place here. And we have also an open door for external parties who want to participate in our developments and also want to, for example, rent this room for doing their own research stuff. So we have collaboration with universities. So this is an open space, let's say, for exchanging ideas and trying out and developing things.
Okay, thank you. So those are the questions that I could see. So if you need more information, you can go to www.motesk.com. We have a blog section also with articles about artificial intelligence, about sports, healthcare, and other things that we touched today. So I will ask, so we have no further questions here on our side. Puriya, do you have any questions, or how shall we proceed?
Yep, we don't have anything coming up. I think we shall proceed.
Pardon? Okay, so we're finished with the questions. So if there's no further things to do, we wish all the participants, we want to say thank you for participating in our session. Please visit us in Cologne at the MLab or on our website, www.motesk.com. And I wish you a great conference. And if you have any questions, you can also touch base with Kai and with me via the giant communication. Yeah, so via the networking system. Thanks a lot, and we wish you a great day. Bye-bye.
Biotechnology is changing the world. It is opening up new perspectives and opportunities in life sciences and healthcare. Germany is one of the world's leading medical biotechnology locations. 400 highly innovative companies serve all segments of the sector. They were successful with the approval of 38 new biopharmaceutical drugs in 2018. In the same year, 635 biopharmaceuticals were in clinical development.
Made in Germany is weltweit.
The Made in Germany label is globally renowned for its high-quality standards. Germany ranks second internationally in terms of biopharmaceutical production diversity.
Germany is also the European leader when it comes to fermenter capacity. The German federal government provides the stable and innovation-friendly conditions for this success.
Deutschland ist weltweit einer der
Germany is one of the world's leading medical biotechnology locations. The sector is highly innovative, efficient, and competitive. Biotechnology, the bioeconomy, and biologization of the economy are core elements for the further development of Germany as a high-tech location.
The particular strength of German companies is exemplified by the fact that they serve the complete medical biotechnology spectrum. They offer products, services, and solutions for precise diagnostics, efficient platform technology, and sustainable therapy development.
Wir bei Morphosis haben uns darauf konzentriert,
At Morphosis, we have focused on always developing first-mover products. This means antibody-based drug candidates that genuinely help the patient in the long term, as well as allowing strong market positioning in global competition.
Wettbewerb ermöglichen.
Outstanding offers in contract research and contract manufacturing are another strong pillar of German medical biotechnology.
Die Charité Research Organization ist ein klinisches
Charité Research Organization is a clinical contract research organization for early-stage trials. Top-class medical experts, state-of-the-art diagnostic procedures, and excellent study recruitment services are all provided under one roof at the Charité, Germany's biggest university hospital. This combination makes the Charité Research Organization unparalleled worldwide.
174 companies are involved in contract research. 100 companies offer contract manufacturing services. German biotechnology companies are successful because they are integrated within a unique innovation landscape. Strengths are bundled and networked in 32 bioregions. Each biocluster facilitates close collaboration between universities, R&D institutes, and companies. Strong industry associations provide additional platforms for exchange and represent the industry nationally and internationally. Health Made in Germany, the export initiative for the German healthcare industry, works closely with all industry representatives. For international companies and organizations, we bundle expert market intelligence, provide introductory services, and networking platforms, in Germany and abroad. Our online company directory lists more than 3,500 German healthcare company profiles, covering all industry segments for quick and easy industry access. Germany is the place to be for innovative solutions and research services in the biotech area. Contact Health Made in Germany. We are here to help you.
Germany is powered by its people. Good people. Smart people. Tough people. Happy people. Talented people. People who are open to the world and enjoy new challenges. People who may be a bit stiff sometimes, but have fun spending money. Living in areas of untapped potential and opportunity, where you can expand and grow your business sustainably. And all with an attractive cost base. Generating new ideas. Offering top connections. supported by government, and backed by scientific research. Work together with the people who earn more than 21,000 patents a year. The people who had this idea brought this to our lives and came up with this as well. People who are #1 in European exports. This is our Germany. It can be your Germany. Create your own Wirtschaftswunder and become part of it. Germany works.
Last year, McKinsey & Company presented an article about 10 digital and analytics domains in life sciences industry. Today, we will talk about what we have learned helping our clients leading digital and analytics transformations in some of these domains. We hope you find these presentations insightful. Let's start with introduction of our presenters. I am Bhavik Shah, Solution Associate Partner in Charlotte office in US. I am leading digital and analytics product building globally for pharma practice in the firm.
Hello everyone, my name is Yash Gautam. I'm a partner from our Brussels office. I lead our work on precise real-time HCP engagement, and as part of that, I have led multiple digital transformations on the commercial side with several clients of ours over the past couple of years.
Hi everyone, Erica Stanzel. I'm an associate partner in the Zurich office. I lead our firm's evidence generation efforts with a particular focus on real-world data and precision medicine.
Hi, this is Jeff Lewis. I'm a senior partner in our New Jersey office, and I lead McKinsey Technology for Life Sciences. And through my work with clients across the industry, I deeply appreciate how technology, the talent, the assets, the data, ways of working form the backbone of any digital aspiration. And I look forward to the discussion today.
Hi, my name is Jason Bello. I'm a partner in Washington, D.C., and I lead our digitally enabled business building practice for the sector.
Some of you may remember this. This is a classic Lean book that was published in early 1990s. Lean completely transformed multiple industries and was seen as a source of competitive advantage for decades for the companies that mastered it. We think digital transformations are going to do exactly that for decades to come. And if that's how you see it too, the choices you make during these transformations would be fundamentally different. Next page, please. So let's talk about what does digital mean for you. If you ask 20 executives, you will get 40 different answers on this question. We think it boils down to 4 opportunities. First, digital and analytics can create radical productivity gains by transforming your core business. It can help you unlock new business streams or revenue streams for your company. Embracing digital and analytics can help modernize tech foundation of your company, or you can choose to upskill your workplace to be digital native company. What we are finding is many companies try to do a bit of everything that we laid out here. We highly recommend doing more of 1 to 2 things, staying really focused, doing 1 to 2 things, and then what's needed for others is the way to go. That's where we see many companies see the success. Next page, please. Is digital important? we think that that question is answered. We surveyed more than 100 executives in life sciences industry, and we find that 97% of them said either they are already doing some kind of a digital transformation or planning one already. So I and us, we clearly see that this is something top of mind for life sciences executive. If we go to the next page, please. So then what important question is, what does it take to be successful? After studying thousands of transformations, McKinsey and company have learned there are 6 success factors that are important to consider. First, this needs to be business-led technology roadmap. That is business backward rather than technology forward initiative. This is critical. Beyond that, you need to focus on building 4 capabilities: talent, agile processes breaking silos, cloud-based tech stack, and appreciation of data as an asset. These are 4 fundamental capabilities that the companies will need to focus on. And then finally, this needs to be scaled to support full domain and not just 1 or 2 use cases to derive full impact potential of the transformation. We have seen that sometimes companies and executives focus on a couple of use cases, pilot them, and then they never take the next step. And that's the main reason that sometimes they see that the full potential is not achieved. Next page, please. So finally, here are the 10 domains discussed in the article that was published last year, sometime around August. We will talk about 4 of those domains today: personalized HCP engagement, integrated evidence generation, technology modernization, and new business building. Without further ado, let's get into more exciting part of this presentation with my colleagues.
Thanks, Bhavik. If we can move on to the next slide. I'm actually very glad to talk about this topic of personalized engagement, which I think, is a topic which I think, most of us would have experienced, given everything that happened in 2020. If you can move on to the next page, I think, 2020 was an exceptional year, right? We saw so much change around us, and, particularly on the way pharmaceutical companies were engaging with HCPs, there was actually a sea change, right? With several people saying that, the amount of change that was witnessed in terms of digital adoption, it was, unprecedented. And essentially, I think what we saw in terms of the changes that, the environment, presented, you see them being categorized in these 3, areas. I think the first piece was around the evolution of the digital healthcare ecosystem. And there, I think what we saw was, telemedicine, which was seen as a luxury pre-COVID, suddenly became business as usual. There was significant change in how HCPs were engaging with their patients, how patients were thinking about if, when, and how they should be engaging with their prescribers. So I think on the ecosystem as such, there was significant change. We also saw that the HCPs' engagement preferences evolved tremendously. And and here I think what we saw was, with the lockdowns being imposed, the lockdowns being relaxed, at different points in time across the world, face-to-face access was constrained somewhere in the range of 20 to 80%, depending on the market that you choose. And not only was this restriction time bound, it was also something which was varying pretty much on a weekly basis, which actually meant that the way you wanted to engage with your HCPs had to be actually very, very dynamic. And even now, as we look across different markets, there are different sets of restrictions that are likely to continue as different markets plan through their path emerging from COVID. I think the third category of change that we saw was around the information consumption behavior, where we saw that people, at least in the initial onset of COVID, they had a very different approach towards how they were seeking information. Emails became very popular, webinars became very popular, and thereafter there was a phase where there was an overload of emails, overload of webinars, and where HCPs, they started seeking much more relevant and personalized content. And as a result of that, if we can go on the next slide, at least the view that is emerging in our experiences almost every pharmaceutical company is doing a lot of stuff on digital, right? I would not say that there are companies which are sitting back and waiting for the old world to come back. But having said that, as we look at the future, personally, what we have seen is that there are 4 key topics that one should keep at the top of their mind. I think the first piece is on how do we systematically figure out how we should interact with our HCPs at the right time with the right topics. And the reason why it's becoming more important is because in several markets, what we are seeing is that the quality and the availability of access is contingent on the channel that you're choosing and the topic that you're likely to bring. I think the second piece, which is becoming very important, is how do we actually create the right experience towards the HCPs based on the engagement that they would be having with us as pharmaceutical company. It's no longer just about the product that we are carrying together with us and talking about the product, but it's much more about what is on top of HCPs' minds and how are we going to actually help them make better clinical decisions that will help them deliver better value to their patients. I think the third piece, which is also becoming very important as we look at the future, is this notion of trying to iterate rapidly and in an iterative manner, figuring out what actually works, right? Because the needs are evolving, access is evolving, the environment is evolving, and hence the idea of us having a perfect solution that is likely to resonate across physicians for a long period of time is probably not likely to hold. And hence, I think the ability to pick the pulse of the market quickly, come up with a refined value proposition, test it out, and scale becomes again something which is very, very important. And then the last piece is around talent, right? Because essentially the way the industry is evolving, the kind of talent that we would need in order to deliver on the next generation engagement model that we aspire to have towards our HCP, it's going to be somewhat overlapping, but also somewhat different from the kind of talent that we today have. So how do we actually think about that? Now, that's, I think, where we see some of the big questions residing. If we can move on to the next slide, at least our view is what it takes to actually get there is anchored on these 5 components. The first piece is on precision engagement. Here, the idea is how can we actually figure out what is the best possible mechanism for us to engage with our HCPs, which is likely to create the most impact, right? And that's, I think, the first piece. The second piece is around doing better remote engagement, right? Remote engagement, whether we may believe or not, whether it's 70%, 60%, 30%, 20%, that I don't think matters as much. But I think where there is still a growing consensus is that remote engagement is likely to stay in some shape and form, whether it's digital, whether it's something else, still to be figured out. But remote engagement is likely to stay. If we look at historically, I think our engagement model was geared towards primacy to face-to-face. Going forward, that may be true for several physicians, but we need also to have a view on what would be our remote engagement, platform that allows us to do this at scale and at high quality. The third piece is around having a clear interface towards the HCPs. And here the notion is, how do we ensure that what we provide to the HCP is consistent, homogeneous experience that allows them to meet the needs that they have rather than trying to approach them in silos as a pharmaceutical company. And then the fourth piece that you see on top is basically around content, right? Which is around how do we actually ensure that we are not bringing content that we are excited to talk about, but rather we are bringing content that actually is going to make a difference in how our HCPs, are going to act and use our product in their day-to-day practice. And at the back of all of this, right, the big change, at least in my mind, is that, there is a significantly prominent technology enablement, right? As we think about, the different platforms that are coming into place, as we think about analytics engines, et cetera, there is going to be a significant technology enablement across each of these. So that, in a nutshell, is at least, our view on how we see personalized engagement evolving. Maybe just to give you a bit of a flavor around what each of these areas entail, if you can move on to the next page. I think precision engagement, in our mind, entails the 4 components that you see on the left. The first piece is on focusing on physicians who are most responsive to an engagement, and by most responsive, what I mean is physicians who actually value an engagement, and more importantly, also engaging with them in a mechanism that they value. So it's not just about they valuing the engagement, but also the mechanism in which they value the engagement. I think there is definitely something to be thought about, sales teams, where the notion is how do we actually optimize the customer-facing roles to ensure we can deliver the impact and meet the aspirations of our HCP, as we talked about before. There is also a notion of how do we move from being in a rep-first world to actually moving to a world where the rep is playing an orchestrator, and we are focusing much more on the HCP. So it's much more an HCP back view rather than a rep forward view. And then I think the last piece is on, rather than having a one-size-fit-all approach, for a product or for multiple products, how do we actually customize our approach based on the product life cycle as well as the kind of competitive dynamics that our products face in the marketplace? If we deep dive into the second topic, right, which is around remote interaction, I think there is a notion of how do we actually use remote channels to go and get access to HCPs who conventionally we would not have covered in a face-to-face visit. So I think there is a strong component of enhancing reach. There is an element of how can we formalize remote selling, because more and more feedback that several of you would have received from your commercial organization says, we want to do remote selling, but are we effective at doing remote selling? And there, I think there is definitely something to be thought about. How do we, enhance the capabilities of our frontline so that they become as good and as seamless as doing remote engagement as they are in doing face-to-face engagement? And then, of course, there are a bunch of things on how do we create the right assets, the right platform that allows the frontline to be as effective in remote engagement as they are used to in the face-to-face setting. If you move on to the next page, right, just to hit on the last couple of points, I think as we talk about clear coordinated HCP interface, here I think the notion is how do we create a single quarterback contact, right? And here the challenge from which we are coming from is being in a situation where multiple people from the same pharmaceutical organization engaging with the HCP, and frankly they're not being great communication of what is the kind of conversation that is actually happening. And as a result of that, the challenge is that the HCP experience towards the pharmaceutical company is something which is very siloed and often broken. And here the notion is how do we actually create some kind of orchestration so that what we do vis-a-vis the HCP as an organization makes a bit more sense and is a bit more tied up. Then I think there is a second piece which is around moving away from purely having an approach of quote unquote selling a product, talking about how do we actually create the right experience. And that I think is something which is very, very important. And then the last piece is around how do we systematically and rapidly measure HCP experience and satisfaction and work on that in order to be in a continuous improvement mode. And then the last piece is around content, right? And here the notion is, how do we actually move from, standardized content to content which is relevant to what the HCP seek. Secondly, I think there is a notion of how do we improve the quality and the format of content in order to ensure that the relevance of the content as well as the memorability of the content is enhanced. And then I think the last piece is around how do we ensure that the right content reaches the HCP at the right time, depending on, so for example, if you have a new product, what HCPs would like to know is going to be very different after the product has been in the market, for some period of time. How do we actually track that and come up with the right content which is fit for purpose? That's a bit from my side. I hope that it gives food for thought as you think about your next set of personalized engagement approaches towards HCPs.
Great. So I'm going to speak to you all about integrated evidence generation. So if we go to the next slide, I think when we think about evidence generation and its importance in pharma, it's really clear that evidence generation has impact across the entire therapeutic value chain. So if we do this well, we're having impact in our R&D portion of the business, making sure that we understand the unmet need of the drugs that we're developing, that we can identify the right biological pathways of interest, that we have trial designs that make sense and are going to produce the type of evidence that's critical for validating both that the drug works and also making sure that it gets to the right patients. Then as we move along that value chain, we see significant impact in market access as well, being able to show evidence that there's economic value of the drug that we're working with. And in some cases, even being able to expand the label without the need for new randomized control trials. This also has importance in medical and commercial. So, once the drug is out there and in the world, if you will, we can improve pharmacovigilance with effective evidence generation and real world data. we can better differentiate our drugs from others out there in the field to make sure that physicians understand when and why to use our drug, and why that's beneficial over maybe other options that they might have. And then of course make sure that we have in some cases effective clinical decision support as well. So really helping physicians inform their decisions, figure out how to leverage the therapy, identify underdiagnosed or undiagnosed patients, etc. So it really does affect our entire value chain. So if we go to the next page. So of course, a big question is, what does good look like when we talk about evidence generation? And here what we're showing is this concept of an industrialized advanced analytics engine that really has its focus in evidence generation. And evidence generation, I should say, is, as you saw from the value chain slide previously, it really is a cross-functional topic. So it's something that matters to almost every part of your business. So you really have to have a way to bring all of those different stakeholders and all of those different components together to make kind of a successful evidence generation output. So this journey starts with the integrated evidence generation plan. So really bringing together that franchise strategy, any precision medicine strategy that you might have, your understanding of the competitive landscape, knowledge of the evidence gaps, so where there are places where you need to do more to generate evidence, or where you would want to understand more in order to make a more compelling case for the drug. That then feeds into what we're referring to here as this advanced evidence generation engine. So this is really the core of what you're using to generate the evidence that you need. From a data perspective, this should be much more expansive than what the kind of conventional way of thinking about evidence generation. So of course you have your randomized controlled trial data. That is a cornerstone of any evidence generation plan. But this should also bring in a number of other different data types. So EMR and claims data, PRO data, literature that can complement, omics related data, registry data, and even someday we might be talking about consumer data or wearables data, other components that can come into really informing how the patient is being treated, how the patient's behaving, and what the subsequent outcomes are. And then as part of that, you also need a number of analytical models that can be used kind of on top of that data. So things that look at disease progression, burden, patient journeys, drug effectiveness. This is only a kind of subset of all the things that you would want to make sure that you were looking at in detail across these different data types. So with that engine, the goal is to then generate what we would call a set of kind of breakthrough insights about that. So we've got a couple of these mapped to the different impact areas, if you will. So from a biological pathway insights perspective, being able to use this data to make novel pathway linkages to identify both the indications that may be more likely to be successful for a particular drug in development, but also the indications that would be more likely to be successful in life cycle management of that drug. So A, giving you the confidence in the indication you've selected for its initial approach, as well as B, giving you the confidence in its lifecycle management indication approach. We would also see here the ability to have a more data-driven understanding of disease biology that can help improve probability of success and confidence in the drug that you're developing. When we think about disease insights, we can use real-world data outcomes to assess head-to-head effectiveness. We can also have granular views on responses of subpopulations and any remaining unmet needs. And then at a customer level, we can optimize treatment protocols, determine adherence, and in particular, better understand switching and why that switching behavior occurs, and how we can be thinking about that in the context of our customers. So again, as I kind of mentioned early on, when we think about the stakeholders that are involved in here, evidence generation, it's not only cross-functional within your organization, so kind of stakeholders from every part of the organization, but it's also very multi-stakeholder from an external perspective too, with patients, payers, regulators, HCPs, kind of everybody who touches the drug or some aspect of drug development being involved. So if we go to the next page. So it really does look and feel different if you apply an advanced analytics approach to evidence generation. So when we think about kind of how these things look from, or feel, if you will, from a more traditional perspective, what we might have been thinking before is, let's validate and confirm a small set of select pre-existing hypotheses, because we can't run that many experiments, and we can only spend so much on the evidence that we generate. But the idea here is to have access to more data, to be able to answer hypotheses now kind of more comprehensively and more at scale, and address many business questions at once across all the different data types and the different analytics that you do. When we think about the insights that we would generate, so in the past we might have said insights are, through traditional approaches, can be time consuming and often very expensive. If you think that the only way to generate evidence is through a randomized control trial, of course that's going to be a very expensive way to generate that evidence. So having access to all these different data types, and in particular advanced analytic tools that help us derive insights from that data, allows us to move much more quickly from ideas to insights. In some cases, between 10 and 100 times faster than a traditional method, where you might have had to run a small trial or begin a registry or any number of other kind of more traditional approaches that you would have used. The other one that I'll highlight here as well is what did it look like when we were executing real-world evidence-based use cases before? And I think often the traditional way of doing this is to have a very siloed approach, a kind of very specific real-world evidence use case that has very specific business outputs, and it's done in kind of one part of the functional or one functional part of the organization. And going forward, when we think about doing this effectively, it's much more about enterprise-wide capability and making sure that you have that entire landscape of stakeholders weighing in on the use cases that you do, how you deliver on those use cases, making them multi-purpose to the extent that you can, and really leveraging a broad base set of data across the organization. So hopefully that gives you a little bit of a sense of how to think about evidence generation, especially as we move from more traditional methods of evidence generation to more advanced analytics approaches that really take advantage of the exploding scale of data and analytical tools that we are increasingly having access to today.
Great, thank you. Look, achieving digital aspirations laid out by my colleagues and achieving them at scale requires a fundamental retooling of technology. And over the past decade, tech transformation in life sciences has been focused on cost reduction, implementing core systems, and integrating acquisitions. And tech modernization today requires very different approaches with very different goals. If you move to the next slide, in our practice and our service to CIOs across industries, we see 10 critical plays on modernization along 3 vectors. First, reimagining the role of technology in the organization to one that is deeply embedded in every area of the company. This is anchored in a product-oriented model, empowering persistent, high-performing teams across business and technology that build, own, and improve valuable assets that are durable. And second, reinventing technology delivery, advancing ways of working, attracting and developing talent to drive excellence in engineering, and leveraging modern capabilities. This is reshaping vendors into an ecosystem of partners that adapt to your modern model. And third, future-proofing the foundation. Particularly for life sciences, this is breaking through stall at 10 to 20% of footprint on cloud and unleashing data from across the enterprise landscape of systems and vendors. And modernizing technology requires advancements really against all of these areas, typically while starting with a few and building over time. On the next slide, when we look at the cloud opportunity in particular, our research shows that cloud is on pace to unlock $1 trillion of EBITDA by 2030. We do expect efficiency on the back of this from simplifying tech operations and digitizing internal processes, but the outweighed value of this will come from the unlock of innovation. Advanced analytics at scale, faster speed to market, better engagement with customers, some of the things you heard from my colleagues. And also from pioneering new tech-enabled business models, developing concepts building businesses and testing them at a faster clip. And you'll hear about that from my colleague on digital business building in a moment. And if you jump ahead, it won't surprise you to see that growth in cloud has been tremendous and is expected to scale rapidly. The large majority of CIOs have said that the pandemic has accelerated their plans for cloud, and cloud budgets are expected to double over the next 2 years. When we look at life sciences in particular, more than 80% of industry leaders have called out at cloud as a priority in public statements of an area that they are focused on and will continue to focus on. And when we look across the industry, the value is being realized in pockets with really exciting examples. Cloud-first approaches for all new development, modern tech stacks to engage customers, a better handle of enterprise data, improvements to developer productivity, and beyond. Now, I want to come back for a second to the broader themes across technology transformation that I highlighted earlier. Can you please move to the next slide? We see tech transformation reemerging as a priority, as I mentioned, and this version should feel different. More than half of companies have redesigned their operating model in the last 2 years. A third have leaned into some form of a product model, and 60% have taken on some version of tech modernization. However, we also did research with business executives, which say that 2/3 would say that they have not quite seen the improvement from technology in the past 2 years, and their performance on the transformation has not improved over time. The gaps we typically see linked to this are a few. The transformation really happens within technology and happens to the business, not with the business. Secondly, technology is built without the clear link to value. You don't necessarily need to move everything to cloud, but you need to drive value in the business and ensure that the technology roadmap is linked to that. And the third is the change often lands into organizational change without really driving the model change that's required and the capability building that is needed to deliver against the model. So when we look forward, we see technology transformation as a core part of the recipe to achieve the digital aspirations you've heard about today. And this version of technology change needs to look different, with technologists embedded with business partners, leveraging modern technology and driving every step linked to the value of the company. So hopefully that gives you an initial flavor of how we see technology modernization today delivering against these aspirations.
Periodically, we take a look at what types of companies and types of skills are driving value creation for the economy as a whole. If we look at what's happening today, we see that business builders are disproportionately creating value. These are companies who step out of the core and create adjacent new ventures that operate with the freedom of a startup, but with the incumbent strength. In an analysis of S&P returns, we have seen disproportionate value creation from younger companies and companies that are serial business builders versus incumbents who stay focused on the core alone. CEOs recognize this. In a survey we conducted last summer, more than half of the respondents list business building as a top 3 priority. This is a 70% increase from just 3 years ago, and COVID has accelerated this further. For some sectors, business building has been existential. This is true during the last decade in the financial sector, where legacy financial institutions face threats from branchless banks. Many sectors, including our own, have had to radically adapt during COVID when in-person communication was impossible. But business building is hard. Incumbents often don't have the right talent, and it can be difficult to compete with hot new startups for the right people. You may find it's challenging to bring true agile ways of working to a legacy organization that's highly matrixed and set in its ways. Even funding a new venture is difficult, as using annual budget cycles just will not work. You have to use the milestone-based funding approach that VCs have adopted. Some companies try to solve these problems by keeping their new ventures at arm's length. But too often then they fall into the trap of not taking advantage of the incumbent strengths, and the venture is left to compete against much better capitalized startups. If we go to the next slide. So what does it take to be successful? 3 factors stand out. First is the freedom to think differently. New business teams need to be able to operate with independence. They need to have a sphere where the team can make their own decisions. However, complete separation is not the answer either, as the resources of the parent co are critical to the new venture's success. Companies should negotiate boundaries. Within those boundaries, the new venture should have free rein. And outside of them, there should be clear expectations for how to collaborate. This includes with functions like marketing, core tech, legal, etc. Second is a relentless focus on value. Customer centricity and agile methods are at the core of this. In business building, a really well-developed financial model is not the measure of value. Early traction with users, pricing tests, technological proofs of concept, these are the markers of value. And third is doing this over and over. When we partner with clients in this area, we're focused on helping our clients learn by doing. We encourage our clients to develop a business building capability to continuously innovate on their own, well beyond the launch of their first venture. If you go to the next page, our own business building team is made up of 5,000 technical specialists in fields including design, software development, data science, and product management. The team has partnered with clients over the last 5 years to launch over 250 businesses across all sectors and geographies. Within this list, you can see some themes for business building in healthcare. One is around B2B customer engagement and evidence dissemination. We've partnered with a life sciences player to create a novel channel, digitally native, for helping customers ask questions, order supplies, and share feedback. Another theme is the use of data. In one example, we found a way to rescue data that was previously being ignored or discarded. With advanced analytics, we were able to create new commercial value and clinical value for this data. A third theme is around patient engagement. One organization we worked with launched a telemedicine and health services platform that picked up 7.5 million users in the first year. In a separate case, we found ways for a life sciences player to engage with patients longitudinally. And we're not just talking about an app that few people download and even fewer use. We're talking about using passive data, tapping into existing patient journeys, and giving patients what they really want, not what we think they need, to create solutions with high engagement. If you go to the next page, this type of methodology is able to double the returns of a typical VC fund and provide a significant margin lift for the core business. This approach helps avoid the traps of incumbency and brings an obsession with user experience that de-risks any investment.
Bringing this together, we are absolutely inspired by the emergence of these digital battlegrounds across life sciences and the potential to positively impact the industry, healthcare professionals, and patients. We appreciate the time you guys spent with us, and please reach out to continue the discussion. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pradeep Goyal. I'm the CEO of SolveCare. It is a pleasure to be here today with all of you and to share with you the exciting work that is going on in the blockchain and healthcare space. A little background about myself. I've spent 30 plus years in healthcare administration, both commercial and government, both from a clinical and benefits administration perspective. And have had the opportunity to work in the US, in India, and in China on the healthcare administration side. And I started SolveCare about 4.5 years ago, March of 2017, based on the lessons learned over the last 3 decades on what is and is not working well in healthcare. And I would love to share that with you today and welcome your questions and comments. So I will share a PowerPoint deck here briefly, and we will get started. So the vision here is to allow for digital health networks to be launched very quickly, but to have certain properties of blockchain that really allow for greater adoption of these networks. I have personally overseen an enormous number of dollars spent in launching digital health networks, be it member-centric networks or patient-centric networks or provider-centric networks. And what I've found in all these scenarios is that the adoption was below par, less than expected, and we never achieved our true goals of improvement of clinical care and reduction of cost and elimination of fraud and better outcomes for patients and their families. And it was always boils down to the lack of trust between parties. In US, our expenses break down like this: about $3.8 trillion of annual expense, about 1.3 trillion of that ends up in administrative functions, non-clinical, non-recuperatory functions, and the remaining gets split between hospitals, physicians, prescription drugs, nursing care, dental, home care, and other miscellaneous expenses. But the biggest single category of cost in the US is administration. Now, worldwide, there's additional 5 trillion that is spent on healthcare. While the proportion of administration is lower, there is still a significant pattern, familiar pattern of digital health not being adopted, even though it delivers tremendous promise and it could deliver tremendous ROI, but most companies struggle to see the adoption they expected. And the platform that we have built is designed to address that. The fundamental issue here is healthcare is complex. It's not a bilateral relationship. It's a multilateral relationship between doctor, patient, specialist, pharmacist, home care, family members, and so on. The parties do have orthogonal views of what is their role and responsibility, and that leads to lack of trust between them. Not that we don't trust our doctor, but the fact that all these parties are involved, the trust is not established as a network. And given there are so many regulations and data sharing laws, that trust is even harder to establish and even harder to administer. So you end up with administrative cost burdens in healthcare and inefficiencies and lack of access to care. That is a universal problem. So we decided to build a platform that would simplify healthcare administration, similar to how CRM systems simplified customer relations and ERP systems standardize how enterprises manage their resources. So we are building and have built a platform that really takes the blockchain properties and establishes a multi-stack, full-stack platform where application, business logic, data, identity, access management, performance, and cost efficacy are baked into and on top of the blockchain properties of immutability and transparency. Having said that, we decided to start defining and launching digital health networks, which we refer to in our parlance care networks, lifting up on the solve.care model. Everything we do has a care dot moniker. So care networks, care wallets, care cards. These are the capabilities through which very effective digital health networks can be delivered by our clients, be it insurance company, be it a hospital system, be it a pharmaceutical company looking to run either disease management or clinical trial programs, be it government agencies trying to address population health needs, or independent physicians looking to collaborate with each other. So the idea of a digital health network embodied inside a care network on a blockchain-based coordination fabric is essentially based on my experience in launching very large-scale digital health networks in the US and similar health networks in India and China, and realizing the limitations and essentially building a platform to overcome those adoption and cost and configurability barriers. The idea of the blockchain here, for those of you who are not overly familiar with blockchain beyond its terminology, is that when a patient and a doctor interaction takes place in a digital health network, by way of an example, there is the ability to essentially write to the event ledger on the blockchain the necessary event level data that allows all the parties in the network to collaborate around that event. So a patient making an appointment can be not just communicated to the physician node, but also can be communicated to the insurance company node, to the patient's family member node, to the transportation driver node. Whatever the participant roles are in the network, they can subscribe to various events and they can read them off the chain. The second property is that the chain being immutable, these events cannot be denied or disputed as having occurred because they did occur. And therefore, it allows for quality of care management, payment management, performance management, both of the physician and the institution becomes a lot easier, and regulatory compliance becomes, in effect, possible. Further, you can tokenize these events to attribute a value or a cost or both to that event, and that value or cost can then be transferred as part of the event from party A to party B, which can then significantly reduce the cost of administering healthcare. So we have implemented some very complex and very powerful health networks, one around diabetes care, another around insurance benefits, another one around a multinational corporation managing their employees worldwide. And all of these networks share the same platform and access the same network services, but are highly differentiated in who the network participants are and what the network journeys are that those participants experience. But in the end, every network, whether it's 1 or 20 that a participant joins, they join all the networks through the Care Wallet. And depending upon the network they join, they receive network journeys and access to network services from the same lifelong product called Care Wallet, which essentially gives them completely sovereign and decentralized control over their data. So they essentially publish, the user essentially publishes whatever data they choose to publish to the network in response to or because they want to access network services. So an example of a network where a doctor and a patient are interacting across a very long-running chronic care management continuum can include things like the patient interacting with the doctor on vitals, sharing their appointments with the insurance company for payments, managing their wellness program with the employer. Everything happens inside the Care Wallet of the patient or the member or the employee, the consumer, connecting to various networks that give them relevant information. So our clients are essentially publishing networks with the idea that every Care Wallet holder that they wish to invite to the network can easily do so, and the interoperability between networks is automatically guaranteed. So we have launched a variety of networks in the market, clinical in nature, administrative in nature, financial in nature, and now increasingly hybrid networks, which merge all of the above. And these networks are designed to our clients' needs and market position and their investment parameters and their investment thesis, and what exactly are they trying to accomplish, who are they trying to engage, and what services and value proposition they want to offer. But the cost of launching such a network has come down by 100x, in the sense that the network I personally launched, which cost in the US somewhere north of $150 million, about 5 years ago, now we could launch in the $1 to $1.5 million or even less. And these are very complex networks where clinical, administrative, and financial stakeholders have to sign off on the network protocol. So given the complexity of these networks, we can deliver networks at 1/100th the price and 1/100th the cost. And they are tokenized and decentralized, where the network sponsor does not bear all the liability and risk they normally would have. Because all the data is decentralized, so the network sponsor isn't responsible for the security or the consents or the necessary custody and auditability of everyone's data. Every network participant is sovereign, participates in the network per the network rules, and maintains and controls their own data and their own consents. Our vision is that a true use case of blockchain is really around elimination of waste, cost, abuse, and friction out of healthcare. And if you were to just look at the US, given that we are wasting about 1.4 trillion a year in administrative overhead, that represents a true opportunity in that single country. But globally, in terms of improving access to care, in terms of improving outcome of care, in terms of reducing the inequity of healthcare that we see growing with the pandemic, this is a massive opportunity. And we have done the heavy lifting. Now we're looking for and are inviting a variety of resellers and partners to use our decentralized tokenized platform to implement care networks that actually make sense for their particular audience. The type of partners that we currently have range from pharmaceutical companies to transportation companies to technology frameworks to large-scale, large physician clinics. And the type of entities that are building new networks on our platform are device manufacturers, consulting firms, integrators, physician groups, pharmacy networks, insurance companies, government agencies, and increasingly more decentralized finance developers, artificial intelligence and virtual reality developers. These are the type of entities that find that digital health networks married to their expertise can deliver significant and transformative experience for patients and doctors alike. With that said, that's a quick summary of what SolveCare is. I will be happy to take any questions, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with all of you. And I'll turn it over to the moderators for any questions.
Therapeutics and pharma, outlook and opportunities. My name is Perka Padmanabhan. I'm an associate partner with McKinsey in Munich, and I'll be your moderator for the session today. I'm very pleased to today host a panel of 3 exceptional guests from pharma companies and digital therapeutic startups who will share their view on digital therapeutics as a whole, which areas, both geographically and in terms of disease indications, they find most promising, and how they believe the relationship between pharmacos and digital therapeutics players are likely to evolve going forward. I'll give our panelists the opportunity to introduce themselves in full very shortly, but before we dive into the discussion, I'd like all of us here in the virtual room to level set around a few key definitions and key facts and figures. So what are digital therapeutics and how do they differ from other digital health solutions? There's a myriad of digital health solutions out there on the market today, but we believe that digital therapeutics effectively have 3 key defining traits. First, the interventions are typically disease specific. Secondly, they leverage software to deliver interventions. And thirdly, digital therapeutics must demonstrate clinical evidence and real-world outcomes and must be reviewed by regulatory bodies to support product claims of risk, efficacy, and intended use. The digital therapeutic market itself is expected to undergo significant growth in the coming years, with some estimates reaching up to $6.9 billion through 2025, which would represent about a growth of 30% per annum from 2020. This is driven by several factors. 1, the growing incidence of preventable chronic diseases. Secondly, the need to control healthcare costs. Thirdly, rising investments in the area, as well as government initiatives to support technological advancements in this area. And finally, very importantly for our discussion today, improvements in the reimbursement structure for digital therapeutics. So when it comes to the actual reimbursement of digital therapeutics across the major European countries, one can quickly see that as of today, there's still a great variety with respect to the approaches that are being taken by different regulatory and policy authorities across the major European countries. While we have some countries such as Germany with the first license, public approval and licensing pathway, other countries are still having different approaches such as covering digital therapeutics selective contracting or primarily treating them as out-of-pocket expenses. And so with all those facts and figures in the back of our heads, let's begin to look forward through our panel discussion with the 3 panelists that are joining me here on the virtual stage today. First of all, we have Nora Blum, who's the CEO at Selfie. We have Gloria Seibert, who's the founder and CEO at T-Medica. And we have Alexandre Capet, who is the Vice President, Head Integrated Care at Bayer Pharma. And so to get us started, I would like each panelist to introduce themselves, share their background, and I'd also like to start with a bit of a personal question. And how have the last 12 months been for each of you, both personally as well as with your work in digital therapeutics? How's the pandemic affected, especially the way you've seen the digital therapeutics market? Has it been an accelerator or like we've seen with telemedicine? And maybe we start with Nora.
My name is Nora. I'm one of the founders of Selfie, and with Selfie we offer online programs for people with mental disorders, so for people suffering from depression, anxiety, or eating disorders, for example. I myself am a psychologist, so very much invested in the topic of improving the lives of people with mental health disorders, and we founded our company 6 years ago. We've taken different routes with Selfie, so we worked a lot with health insurances in Germany, and now we are one of the players that is certified under the new Digital Care Act. So we are a general prescribable solution now in Germany. Yeah, more to that later. How's the last 12 months been for us and for me? Well, personally, actually, I felt very privileged because I still have a job. Everyone in my family and my friends, everyone is healthy. So obviously it's been a tough past 1.5 to 2 years, I think, for everyone. I think for a lot of people it's been psychologically draining, which is why digital health solutions in that area are so important right now. But in general, personally, I can't, it hasn't been too tough, I think. With regards to Self-OP, obviously, we've seen a fast acceleration. There is an increased demand for online solutions for people with mental health disorders, and also obviously it becomes more difficult to go and get help via the traditional routes because a lot of practices are closed because of COVID. So we as a company has seen a big growth with regards to people using our services, and I think it just shows how important digital solutions are right now.
Thank you, Noah. Gloria, how's it been for you?
Yeah, thank you, Pekka, for the invitation. It's a really honor having me. Well, just a couple of words about Teamedica. At Teamedica, we bridge the gap from patients to a evidence-based research and care. On the one hand side, we have a app platform technology, which we use to develop digital patient companions, trial companions, and also digital therapeutics. And through this app platform, we have access to more than 300,000 patients and their personal patient journey from the areas of women's health, multiple sclerosis, rheumatology, diabetes, and another dermatological disease. On top of this app platform technology, we offer biopharma, medtech, and government partners, as well as academia, the opportunity to generate real-world evidence and predictive capabilities to get a real understanding of what a disease is doing with individual patients, but also with the whole patient population. And to date, we work with more than 20 health insurances in Germany and with big pharma such as Novartis and Roche and a couple of biotech companies. Regarding your question, how the last 12 months in this whole COVID setup has been. So from a business point of view, I think the pandemic, as well as this whole remote setting, was a huge accelerator for all digital health business models out there. Also, we at Teamedica saw a massive growth by more than 400%, I guess, when it comes to the business model, but also to the number of employees. And we also saw an increasing awareness for real world evidence. I think it's a great step which happened with BioNTech and all the insights they got from Israel to get a very deep understanding of the efficacy of the vaccination. And they took this insight as a fundament to spread the vaccination to other countries. From an entrepreneurial point of view, it was very challenging simply because entrepreneurship is always challenging. In a COVID setup, it's even more challenging. Having a people growth by more than 600%, onboarding people fully remote from different countries was definitely not the easiest thing what I did in my life. But overall, in line with what Nora said, I'm personally very thankful that we with Teamedica are definitely on the easiest side of this pandemic with a growing business model and a bright future perspective. And we are very thankful for this.
Thank you, Gloria. So definitely the fast accelerator or the great accelerator as I was alluding to earlier. Fantastic. Thank you for that. Maybe shifting gears, going over to the pharma side, Alexandre.
Thanks, Pirkka, and really great to be with you today. I'm Alex Capet, and I lead the commercialization of Bayer Digital Solutions. I think we are in a category where partnerships are somehow pivotal. And today I work a lot at Bayer with OneDrop. And actually, I start with partnerships 10 years ago. I was with Sanofi at that time, and I inked a partnership with Volantis. Then I joined Volantis, and I inked partnership with Sanofi, Novartis, Roche, AbbVie, BMS. And now just stepping back a little bit over the last 12 months, of course, super exciting. I think telemedicine is here to stay, obviously. And as for digital therapeutics, I think we have seen really an acceleration at every level: adoption, funding, partnerships, payer coverage, and even consolidations. So as Gloria and Nora said, we are really privileged to be in this category at this very exciting time indeed.
Well, they are exciting times indeed. And I think while we're on the topic of excitement, maybe Nora, a question for you. In your opinion, are the most exciting developments that you see in digital therapeutics, especially what TAs and what indications do you feel have the highest potential going forward?
Oh, for me, it's obviously very difficult to give an objective answer to that because I'm so invested into mental health. And I do believe that this is this is an area where the potential for digital solutions is just so big. First of all, we've seen a rise in mental illness over the pandemic. We've already seen a rise before in mental illness, and now due to the pandemic, there's been a steep increase in people suffering from mental health conditions. In Germany, there's been a 40% increase with requests to psychotherapists and people feeling unwell. Not only in the population of people that already suffered from a mental health problem, even those that consider themselves healthy say that right now in the pandemic they have feelings from psychological unwellness. So I think that this is just an area where it is so important that we look at this area and try to figure out ways to improve the mental well-being of people, because whilst on the one hand the demand for psychotherapy and for solutions for mental health increase, it is even more difficult right now to receive help as a lot of practices close down, a lot of clinics cancel the psychiatric stays for patients. So it is a very tough solution, or very tough time, say, for people that suffer from a mental health conditions. And there is so much great evidence already that digital solutions can actually create great effects when helping people with mental health conditions. Like we just closed one of our bigger studies with 400 participants and with the Charité together in Berlin, and you could see that you could actually get really significant good results in reducing the symptoms of people. So I think this is actually an area where there will be more and more digital solutions helping people for mental disorders. And I'm very, very happy about this trend because I think it's so important.
Thank you for that, Nora. Gloria, you've mentioned earlier in your introduction that you actually work across a couple of TAs and indications already. Could you maybe tell us a little bit more about that and which TAs you find the most interesting personally as well, and that have the highest growth potential going forward?
Yeah, definitely. So I totally agree to what Nora just said. And I think this specifically addresses very broad therapeutic areas. Since the remote setting is a super high burden for everyone who is affected from a severe disease, and especially when you look into broad therapeutic areas like back pain, depression, diabetes, it's super thankful having offerings which are scalable even in a remote setup. With T-Medica, we also dig into indications which are which doesn't have that many affected people behind, like for example multiple sclerosis or a specific rheumatology disease. And what we can see here is that these indications are really profiting from this big boom happening on the broader indications, because the public awareness is increasing, especially when it comes to the real the proven outcome from digital therapeutics. And this is basically a great fundament also for niche, so-called niche therapeutic areas to consider also offering digital solutions in there. So from a very top-down point of view, when we take a look at the numbers and figures we see at T-Medica, we have seen this massive growth also in this very broad therapeutic areas, like especially back pain and also women health. But we've seen a increased demand also from smaller therapeutic areas with a very high burden on the patient side, and also with a lot of digital affine patient groups behind.
So it's very much across the board in that case. Maybe Alexandro, switching to you, you've mentioned OneDrop earlier in your introduction as well, obviously very much focused on diabetes. Is that one of the only spaces, is that the main space that you consider as one that's important to invest in, or are there others that you also feel are going to be critical as we think about the potential of what digital therapeutics can do for the patient?
Yeah, Pirkka, in your introduction, you alluded to the fact that we have different settings with digital therapeutics. It's multifaceted, you have different paradigms. And for me, DTX will progressively become mainstream, whatever these different settings. Okay, not only OneDrop, okay? So, and maybe if I elaborate a bit more, 3 categories here. You have digital therapeutics that are really drug specific. And I think they will grow, especially in high price specialty care treatment. Just think about oncology, for instance. Here, you have digital therapeutics that will enhance the real world efficiency of this treatment. They will optimize the dosage, they will minimize the side effects. And you will even, further down the road, you will have regulatory wise, I think you will find, you will have the emergence of drug digital combined regulatory dossier. Second, you have DTX that are part of the treatment pathway, but they are drug agnostics. And they will grow as well, especially in a chronic condition like cardiometabolic disorders. This is where you have OneDrop or LiveOnGo. And they are more like disease management program. They combine behavioral and clinical interventions. And this further down the road will be more and more integrated with remote monitoring, remote consultation, and it will become mainstream. And the third, let's say, paradigm is when you have digital therapeutics that come instead of a drug. Okay, and this will grow, especially when you have somehow a sort of innovation gap in the treatments. And here, I think the management of pain, the management of dementia, the management of mental health, obviously are super promising categories.
Thank you for that. Very exciting times for digital therapeutics indeed. Maybe taking a bit of a geographic lens now, since the giant event is broadcast across multiple European markets. Noah, what in your opinion could be the next big European markets for digital therapeutics in Europe, in Germany?
Apart from Germany, you mean?
Exactly. I mean, Germany's already taken first steps to obviously introduce some of the, let's say, structured pathways, but I'd love to hear some of the opinions you might have about other bigger or smaller markets in Europe.
Yes, of course. I think in general, one needs to point out that I think it's crazy what Germany has brought about with the Digital Care Act, with this very structured route to certify apps or digital solutions that are then part of the general reimbursement scheme. I think it's crazy how quickly that became, and how quickly, this is now live and running, and especially for Germany, that wasn't. Well, I wouldn't have bet on Germany being the first country to have this general reimbursement scheme, because with regards to other elements in the healthcare system, we aren't the most digital country. I think that put first. Apart from that, obviously, we as Self-Help, we also look into different markets and see which other market could be that one could internationalize into. I think it's difficult because it's obviously different factors that you, as a healthcare provider, are considering. First of all, obviously, it's the whole: is there a chance that people would pay for it themselves for the solution? And there's different countries for that. Like Switzerland, for example, you do see a higher willingness for people to pay for digital solutions themselves. Also, obviously, the US is, they're more prone to that. But then with regards to this very structured route to general reimbursement, I think actually there's no country like Germany right now. I know that more easy, or that there is ways for digital solutions to get into general reimbursement with the NHS in the UK. Apart from that, I know that, or I've heard that France is looking into different routes, but I think this will all take a bit more time. I don't know.
Remains to be seen. Any other views in the group? Perhaps Gloria?
Well, I find this is a super interesting question in the industry in which we are, because usually when you talk to people from e-commerce or from other industries, you always ask this internationalization question, and then it's everything about how can I scale, how can I multiply, and so on. I think in healthcare it's super specific, because internationalization depends on which insurance system does a country have, how digital affine are the patients, what is the current triage in the country, who is really prescribing, is it the doctor, is it a therapist, is it more a patient-focused country where patients are having more autonomy when it comes to the choosing of therapies. So these are all questions which always needs to be considered as a sum when it comes to internationalization. And when we dig into other countries, at Timedica, we always take the sum of these different dimensions to get a understanding how advanced is this country in terms of the acceptance of new solutions. And then the second question is always, well, what are the traction points in the country we can try to approach whenever we wanna dig into the country? And the simple answer on this very simply seeming question, but super complicated question, is it depends. And the same like Nora, I see. So I think even though UK did a lot of questioning things with the Brexit, I think they are tremendously fast when it comes to the acceptance of digital therapeutics and also generally digital applications in healthcare. But nevertheless, I think there are a lot of other European, especially European countries, which are still a little bit under the surface, which we don't see obviously, but that have a massive potential also coming up, especially after COVID.
Perfect, Alex. Anything to add to that?
Maybe just three quick comments here. The first one, DIGA. I think that with regards to digital therapeutics, they moved. I mean, the move is unique and super smart. Super smart because they understood that with digital therapeutics, you don't need upfront the same, they say, drug-like clinical evidence. I mean, it's not the same story, and simply because you don't have the same profile of side effects. So they were super smart in something like, okay, let's just try. Okay, let's just try. And after 12 months, we will see in our organizational setting, what does it mean? So I think it's super smart. And the second comment is that I think that countries like France, UK, Belgium, Sweden, they somehow, for this other, globally speaking, I mean, the health authorities in Europe, they have a skin in the game here. I mean, they want to show that it works. So it's super important for us because let's keep in mind that you can always discuss, share feedbacks, provide recommendation to the health authorities because they are still this, let's say, the test and try period. So we can work with them. And third comment maybe for France, we don't have in France DIGA-like go-to-market for digital therapeutics. However, you know, we have the ETAP program for remote monitoring here. And then the Article 51, which is more for innovative disease management or care delivery program. And then, of course, they are starting to show interest in digital solution with, let's say, the standard medical device route. So it's always an interesting area to work on.
Thank you for that. Let's maybe, after having talked about the market a little bit, let's shift gears a little bit. Alexander, I mean, we've seen several partnerships between digital therapeutics and pharma companies over the years. You've said yourself earlier, you've inked a couple of them yourself. And these have really very much created a lot of excitement around the industry. But what we've also seen is that a couple of the examples maybe of partnerships that were maybe inked a few years ago have been disbanded since then. What would be your view on pharma and DTx partnerships going forward? Do you think that's something that will become more mainstream, or it will be more opportunistic, maybe linked to some of the combinations that you talked about before?
No, I really think that the acceleration that we have seen over the last months will go on, right? We will see a further acceleration for two main reasons. The first one is that even if digital therapeutics are software based, you have a sort of shared DNA between DTx players and pharma because you have the science. Okay, a digital intervention is something like a mechanism of action. You have the clinical effectiveness, you have the safety with the regulatory approval. So a sort of shared DNA, and then you have strategic complementarities because it's software based. And so I think that these complementarities, play at two levels: usability and scalability. And maybe if I elaborate a bit here on the usability, as a digital player, you bring the expertise in user experience, in user engagement, and then you have the pharma who will bring the expertise in the patient journey, in the treatment pathway. Then on the scalability, when you, as a DTx, what you bring is data expertise, like the cybersecurity, the algorithm, the AI. You bring as well the interoperability, should it be with EHR, should it be with devices, and then you have the pharma. They bring, the global rollout capabilities. Should it be on the market access side, or should it be on the HCP outreach? So when you look at these complementarities and shared DNA, I think that the partnership trend, it will go unabated, let's say, over the next couple of years. And I would add just even that I think that we will even see pharma players acquiring digital therapeutics players. And so this is super important, but in this play, pharma are not the only one in the race. I think that digital pharmacies, virtual care players, they are also super interested in digital therapeutic players.
Thank you for that. Gloria, you've mentioned earlier that Team Medica works extensively in partnership with pharma companies, biotechs, and other actors. Could you perhaps share with the audience how you're collaborating with these players and how you think about potential partnerships? For instance, what are some of the main things that you've been solving for in seeking out partners, and the types of collaborations that you've considered as you went through that thinking process?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so as I said in the beginning, at Team Medica, we have two sides of the business we do. On the one hand side, we have a app development platform, which we use to build digital patient companions and also digital therapeutics for very specific therapeutic areas. On this side, we usually cooperate with pharma when it comes to very specific questions they have. We haven't seen that many pharma corporations yet where a pharma wants to use digital therapeutics in order to increase sales, because there is not yet this very big example out there where you can make billions, and usually pharma is talking about billions when it comes to revenues, where you can make billions of revenue with digital therapeutics. So when we usually cooperate with pharma on the app side, it's questions like, they are seeking to get more real-world evidence into a specific therapeutic area. They want to get a comparison between their study results and the real-world results. They want to get a better understanding of their own therapies' effectiveness compared with competitive therapies. They usually use the insights they generate with us for medical, but also for market access. It's super insightful to get a objective understanding of a market when it comes to price negotiations. They also sometimes use the cooperation with us for marketing reasons. It's a little bit more into the direction of Beyond the Pill. So also here, simple answer, it depends. And whenever we get into a partnership with a pharma, for us, it's crucial to get an understanding what the real challenge is. and to tackle the specific challenge. Because when, for example, the challenge is a market access question, it doesn't make any sense to promote marketing, the marketing side, for example. When it comes to our second business unit, the real world evidence and the insights into therapy effectiveness, this is a side where we not only work with pharma, but also with biotechs, with public health insurances, with academia, and here we focus more on the learnings we can derive from the app companions we have on the one hand side, but also combine this learning with many other insights like publication study insights, study protocols, and so on. So this is more a insight-driven business we have compared to the app side, which is more a cooperation app companion driven business.
Nora, maybe a question for you. You and Selfie, you've gone the other route, almost straight to market via the DIGA process, as you've mentioned earlier. Have you at any point considered any partnerships with pharmacos? And you know, if yes, which were maybe some of the reasons why you've decided to go it alone?
Well, yes, we've definitely considered it, and we're still considering it, right? So Selfie as a company has focused in the past years already always on cooperations with health insurance partners that would pay for the program's costs for the insurees. But we have done smaller projects with pharmaceutical companies in the past. So we've created a lot of content for patient support programs for pharmaceutical companies. But we didn't focus on these corporations so much in the past. I think what Alex has said is very true, and it is things have changed now because digital solutions now in Germany can be prescribed. So there is actually very good ways to cooperate with digital solutions and pharmaceutical companies, and I do see that. I definitely see that there's a strong willingness from pharmaceutical companies to cooperate with DIGA solutions, because I do also think that there is different ways that that each can bring advantages to the table. The digital solution, obviously, they have the technology, they have the certification. Then in the end, whilst the pharmaceutical company, they have the sales fleet, they have the market access, and this is something that not every digital health solution startup has. Like, for example, us, we are now setting up our own sales ways to get to doctors to prescribe our solutions. So obviously, this is something where you can go a faster route just by cooperating with a pharmaceutical company, as well as obviously things like the price negotiations and stuff. Like, obviously, pharmaceutical companies have a lot more experiences with regards to that compared to startups in the digital health space. So I do think that it does make sense to work together. The reason why we haven't decided for that with regards to our main programs, which is depression and anxiety, is because we wanted to try it out on our own first, because obviously usually in the beginning sign exclusivity agreements, etc. So we really wanted to try it out with, especially with our core products, to do it on our own. That said, we're currently evaluating the cooperation with diverse pharmaceutical companies with regards to other of our products. And I think, depending on the solution, I think it definitely could make sense to work together with pharma, and we are evaluating it, and I think we're open for it. Yeah.
Mm. And I mean, back then when you did decide to then go it alone, was there anything that maybe would have swung your decision in any other way? To say, like, if you say you had that one thing that a pharma company could offer, then you would have said yes. Well, I'll definitely go through a partnership.
I'm not sure. I think not with regards to our main program, depression. So depression, we don't want to be tied towards one player. But with regards to the other programs, I think, yeah, it's always a matter of who's the cooperation partner, like what do they bring to the table with regards to market know-how, with regards to sales fleets, but also I think for us definitely what kind of player is it with regards to how does it feel to work with them together? Because obviously one also has to take care of sometimes different views on what's the fundamental aim. Do we just want to make quick revenue, or do we actually want to find sustainable solutions to improve the lives of people? Yeah, it's different aspects that we are always evaluating. But I think for our main program, there's been no way right now. We really wanted to try it out first on ourselves. But with regards to the other programs, definitely open. And I think there will be multiple cooperations, to be honest, between DIGA, healthcare solutions, and pharmaceutical companies, just because it makes so much sense right now.
Fair enough. Maybe Alexandra, any reactions to anything you've heard from Nora and Gloria just now?
Yeah, I think Gloria and Nora, you have really made great points here, and the reality is that so far we have not seen a massive success in terms of revenue generation for the partnerships between DTX and the pharma players. And when I alluded to this fantastic complementarity skill set between pharma and DTX, I mean, this is on the paper, right? So you have to make it real. And if you want to make it real, you have to work on, let's say, on the continuous alignment across the journey and across the partnerships. And it means from the start, in terms of objectives. So you have to share, to align on the objectives, and hence the metrics, the success metrics of this partnership. It should be super clear from the scratch. It might be just improving the efficacy of a patient support program. Okay, maybe if it's just this, let's admit it from scratch and have the relevant KPI. Second, once you have, let's say, an aligned objectives and KPIs, then you have to make sure that the financials are aligned as well. I mean, it should be a win-win partnership. And then the most important thing, and it's super obvious, but once you have this framework, I mean, you have to align on the ways of working. This is super important because, of course, between a DTX company and a large pharma organization, of course, the structure, the culture are super different. So you have to implement super basic project management skills here. Deliverable, timelines, delineating the responsibilities. I mean, it's super simple like this, but in fact, I mean, I would say it's really easier said than done. And this is really lacking today.
And did you find from your experience of having done a few of these partnerships, are there any particular watch-outs that one should be aware of, apart from maybe some of the basics like project management, etc., that you just mentioned?
Yes, always check out the wording. I mean, do you speak the same language? So the answer is no. So always, I mean, spell out what do you mean? How do you reflect that in your project management in general? Second thing, you have to surface the objectives. They are not always super clear. And once again, you have to align. And so if it's to improve the real world value of a drug, I mean, just work in that direction. Let's admit it and just do the necessary work here. You should not be in a situation where you have misalignment on the vision and the objectives. So super, super important, all this topic. And I think managing the agility of the digital therapeutics company is super important. Understanding the methodology at the pharma level is super important as well. And when you figure out how you can really make the most of these two topics, methodology and agility, you can really start delivering great things from a design, a development, and then the most important on the rollout. The rollout is really most certainly the most difficult thing today.
Super. Many thanks for all those insightful contributions to you all. I think we're approaching the end of the panel, but I would love to give the opportunity for any closing words on any of the topics that we've discussed, be it the market itself, pharma DTX partnerships, or even just the future of DTX as a whole. Does anyone have any closing words as we wrap up? Maybe Alexandre.
I think really thank you so much for this fantastic conversation today. It was super insightful, and let's go on, right? And let's overcome all the hurdles, and I'm sure we'll get there and we will be successful together.
Perfect. Any other last words?
I can move on. Yeah, thank you so much for inviting me. I think we're definitely at the beginning of massive changes in healthcare. And by having started Tamedia back in 2015 and thinking about these very, very super slow steps we did, especially in the first years, 2016, 2017, we are now in this time where things are changing tremendously in a very, very fast pace. So I'm personally super thankful of being part of this digital shift in healthcare. I think we can do many, many things for the good by inventing digital solutions. It's a great journey. It's a great roller coaster, and I think we should definitely keep an eye on this industry shift because it's definitely something we're going to remember in the next few years.
Yeah, I can only agree, obviously, with the two of you. I think it is such a crazy time right now for digital players to be part of revolutionizing the healthcare systems of countries. I think it's such a great time. And in general, I think the pandemic has done so little good, of course. But if there's one good thing that it brought about, I think, is this acceleration of digital solutions in the healthcare system. So let's not make this go to waste, basically, but let's take on this acceleration and really, build great digital structures to improve digitalization in healthcare.
Wonderful. I love those optimistic words to the end. Let's all be very positively forward-looking. With that, thank you very, very much to all of you as panelists joining me here today on the virtual stage. Very insightful conversation, and also, of course, many big thanks to our viewers here today as well at the event. And I hope you all enjoy the rest of your day.
Okay, hello everybody. Good afternoon, and thank you for joining this session. I just want to speak very, very briefly about some enormous challenges that we have in society and the opportunities for digital innovation to address these challenges. So once again, my name is Barry Schreier. I'm the founder and chief executive of Giant Health, and very, very proud to collaborators who are going to talk to you about a new DTX impact venture. I just wanted to say very, very briefly a summary of the situation. There's that famous phrase in Chinese history, which is a greeting, and also it's allegedly a curse, which is, may you live in interesting times. And I think the interesting element of that is, in fact, 5,000 years ago, that was a curse. But for us, we view that as an opportunity. We love the phrase from JFK, who said, most people look at things and say, why? We like to look at situations and to say, why not? So what we're about to launch is an exciting new opportunity in digital therapeutics that we're going to be talking about. And it's to address some enormous, exciting challenges and changes. Challenges in society, for example, relating to aging and the cost of the healthcare system required to deal with that. Challenges in the world of hospitals relating to the fact that, of course, over 100 years ago, hospitals were invented to deal with chronic conditions across society, which no longer exist or are no longer the biggest challenges in healthcare. Challenges in the pharma industry, where, for example, we know that if you take a drug to deal with an ailment, that doesn't necessarily provide the cure. And challenges in society at large, like the fact that we have growing issues relating to obesity, which is actually a man-made challenge. The challenges in healthcare are very much in society of our own making, so what we need are digital innovations to help us unmake the problems of our own behavior, which is very exciting. It's an enormous opportunity, and I'm very, very proud to be involved in the launch of a new digital therapeutics initiative to address these challenges. So thank you, everybody, and very happy to introduce my co-founder, Tony. Thanks, Tony.
Thank you. Thank you, Barry, and it's my pleasure to introduce our new initiative, DTX Impact Ventures. And we all, as Barry said, we believe that digital therapeutics has a tremendous potential to address many of our key healthcare challenges in the future, both health outcomes, but also health economics. So over the next 30 minutes, I will focus on DTX, key trends and opportunities. I'll pass on to Shafi, who will explain more about the purposes and scope of DTX Impact Ventures. And finally, I'm very excited with our guest speaker, who you can see there, and Ian, and he'll be speaking about our first DTX Innovation Challenge, which is extremely exciting for all of us. So during our exploration of designing what we're calling DTX Impact Ventures, we spoke to many digital therapeutics players, healthcare thought leaders, pharma corporations, and they've all been amazingly supportive and collaborative with us. It's just a very supportive environment. And in terms of the definition, this is the definition of DTX by the Digital Therapeutics Alliance. And I do need to mention the excellent work being done by the DTA in supporting the development of the sector. And they published 10 fundamental principles for DTX, and the first two are to prevent, manage, or treat a medical disorder or disease, and secondly, a medical intervention that is driven by software. And these are two fundamental driving principles behind everything that we do. So this slide is looking at comparing DTX with traditional pharma, and we know traditional pharma has been going for many years, and DTX is quite recent. And the basis of both is always about human health, the outcomes, validated clinical efficacy. But for me, the biggest difference is that DTX continuously iterates. It's based on fast data feedback loops, and we're continuously iterating and adapting and evolving change. Whereas when drug companies are produced and approved, they will not change for 10 years plus. And that has quite a lot of difference in the culture and approach and the way products are designed, which sometimes makes collaboration difficult, but we're here to make collaboration easier and better. So the other thing is looking at active ingredients. Within what is the magic ingredient that makes actually a therapy active of pharma versus digital therapeutics? Well, for pharma, it's the molecular active agent that are absorbed into the bloodstream. And in this example, we have selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, which are widely used as an antidepressant. Whereas in DTX, the magic ingredient is actually engagement. But we shouldn't underestimate what engagement actually is within DTX, because we can see through functional neuroimaging that psychotherapy such as CBT can increase serotonin transport density in, for example, addressing atypical depression. So really, both drugs and DTX engagement can have a molecular change and chemical process in the brain. And used in combination, we believe very strongly they can be even more powerful. So there's been a lot, even I mentioned that DTX, and we heard from Sophie Park as well with G4A, a lot of interesting stuff about DTX. It's a new industry, but it's actually evolving very fast. And looking from left to right, we have WellDoc and Armada. In fact, WellDoc was probably the most original DTX, and they were just founded in 2005. But they're more than DTX. In fact, they've evolved from DTX, as you may have heard from Andre speaking earlier with Prosoma, and they're much more extended care disease management. That includes sometimes elements of DTX. When you move into the center of that, you've got Pear and Velibria, which is part of the Gaia group in Germany, who are Digger endorsed. They're more horizontal players. They have certain types of CBT or some sort of mental mechanisms and prescription reimbursement. And what they're doing is they're gradually moving horizontally into other therapies. They're moving horizontally. We believe there's more work to be done vertically. And most DTX up to date has been about digitizing proven therapies, especially around CBT. And I think very much that much of the low-hanging fruit has been taken. But there is really interesting stuff where companies like Akili are looking at validating completely new non-drug science. So Akili has created a science which is the first and only prescription treatment delivered through video games, especially for children with ADD. And I think actually may have a point to make when Ian represents the challenge going forward. And Cognito is even more recent, is very noteworthy. They're using neuroimaging and have found that using light and auditory pulses controlled by software, they can stimulate functional connectivity between areas of the brain. And they've been looking at actually addressing Alzheimer's in that way. And they've been recently awarded FDA breakthrough device designation in the US. So, of course, every company, and I think that's what Andre finished off with earlier on Prosoma, the commercialization strategy is so important, and it's been a rapid evolution of reimbursement, especially in digital therapeutics. There's Digger in Germany, there's the FDA in the USA, and there's very, very rapid developments. UK and Belgium probably very much ahead of the game in Europe. But in my opinion, the key gatekeepers, and I think Orca has mentioned this as well in talks in the past, is the GP and physician. And we need to be able to have trust and confidence and support of the clinical interface, shall we say. And this is where I think DTX players can work collaboratively with pharma. Pharma spends hundreds of millions, if not billions, working with the medical community. And as we saw earlier with Sophie Park, with Bayer G4A, pharma has the muscle to supercharge distribution if there's a complementary benefit for them. So this is another point. The FDA and other regulators have been active contributors. And in our opinion, the regulation and compliance is very much the start point. You know, we have to have obviously clinical efficacy for the intervention, procedures for safety, information security and risk management. But DTX companies still need to prove economic benefit to healthcare providers, especially very complex healthcare providers like the NHS, and to insurance payers and others. And obviously to also achieve, there's no point having engagement with one person, you have to have engagement with millions of people, and that's where distribution adoption is so important as well. So commercialization and rapid adoption are the key challenges going forward. So we're here today, there's been a few years and it's changing rapidly. What are the key things? Why now is it important? Well, technology is critical. We've seen about regulators and payers. Technology is really moving forward with personalized medicine, new sensors, and as I mentioned earlier, advances in neuroimaging, and data, real-time data feedback, measuring side effects and progression. Consumers and physicians, COVID has been tragic, but it actually has changed attitudes towards remote care and actually self-managed care more in 1 year probably than the last 5. And cost and skills, we've seen with increased pressure with chronic diseases, comorbidities, and of course a pandemic, we have a lot of pressure. We've got to look at more cost-effective models of providing care. So we've been working with many early stage companies, seed stage and above in DTX, and we've observed consistent challenges, which turned out to be actually the premise, which Shafi will go on to, as to what we're looking to do. And these have turned out to be quite repetitive problems. So for example, identifying and working with hospitals and onboarding medical specialists is just very difficult. You know, so many DTX companies and digital health companies now approaching healthcare providers. Who do they select? How do they get on board? It's just too complex. Designing effective pilots and clinical trials and reducing delays. And there's no point having to wait so long for ethics and recruitment. These can be really compressed and made more simple. And really the compliance part is more complex than a typical startup is able to look at, like implementing quality management systems, information security, and risk management. And finally, probably the hardest thing as well is you've got all these component, different parts working together. How do you build this multifunctional team? You need mobile design, you need data science, you need regulation and compliance, content creation, making even video games, clinical trial design, and also commercialization and pharma cooperation. So really complicated for a typical startup to be able to get their teeth around. And I think I like this, John mentioned earlier, you know, start from the patient and work backwards. And this is our North Star. Everything we do, our central focus is always the patient, the individual that will benefit from the intervention. And of course, if it's a child, as in the case of Alderhay, it's the parents or the guardians, they have a key role to play. Secondly, we focus on the physician, specialists, and other caregivers in the healthcare system. And only then can we really understand how to work and cooperate with the early stage ventures and with our corporate partners and the pharmaceutical players. And now it's my pleasure to introduce, or don't need to introduce Shafi, do I? He's been off the stage 100 times already, so I'll pass on to Shafi.
Sure. Thank you so much. So it's really exciting for us. At Giant, we've been around for a number of years, working with innovators, startups, VCs, trying to bring that community together. And now we thought it's about time we did our own thing and used that community and our networks and relationships to launch our fund. So it's really going to be an amazing ride and journey for us. And Liverpool seems a great place to launch this because we've seen so many great speakers about how Liverpool becoming an innovation hub. And I'm so impressed by the city and the kind of the energy and enthusiasm around that. So as Tony mentioned, it has to be about patients. We talk about technology, we talk about innovation. Ultimately, it's at the heart of this is the patient. How do we improve quality of care? So our remit is going to be how do we reduce the kind of the life years wasted with disability and illness? How do we improve that and improve quality of life? How do we also combine treatments? It's not just about one treatment. We have existing drug treatments that's been validated, it's good. How do we add value in conjunction? It's going to be synergistic. It's going to be additive. It's going to improve the outcomes. And also not to have too much friction. Because, you know, friction is difficult in healthcare systems, a lot of barriers to adoption. How to make that seamless for people who want to bring in an idea like Prosoma, who spoke earlier, looking at cancer kind of treatment for patients. So those are kind of our reasons for running this DTX. Excuse me. What we're going to do is just help co-design. Obviously, a lot of hospitals, a lot of healthcare systems have enormous challenges that they need solutions for. So how do we help them with that? We don't just throw technology. It's designing, okay, what are those challenges look like? Is it a patient with COPD? Is it a diabetic? What do they need to help support? Either the behavioral problems or indeed taking up drugs or medicines or whatever. How do we add value to that? And so we see ourselves as an intersection between the kind of the early stage ventures, healthcare as a whole, and biopharma. Pharma obviously have a huge interest in using different kinds of modalities of treatment, as we've seen earlier with and what we've seen recently is accelerated clinical trials. There's a whole load of papers in the Lancet and the Nature on how we're changing the framework of clinical trials. We've seen vaccines come in within a short time period because of the necessity for bringing patients quickly and testing out some new therapies. So we'll be looking at that and using latest ideas around clinical trials and adoption. So look, what's our team? I think we've got the right skill sets, and that's what we've been working hard on, to bring the right kind of partnerships around technology, people understand business, who are entrepreneurs, know right, and successful businesses like Barry, for example, advisors and mentors like Tony for the UNDP, global people who really understand the challenge and how to succeed, to bring those ideas to market. So this is kind of what we're thinking of as our kind of gateway and our network of bringing that collaboration together. And the key word of all of this is, I'm sure I've explained to you during the whole day today, is about collaboration. You can't do it on your own. Healthcare needs collaborators, it needs industry partners. It needs hospitals, innovators like Ian, to bring it all together. And that's the key. How do we fuse that together to be really successful and to provide those solutions to those problems we're discussing? So we talk about standalone kind of therapies, how we add value to that all on its own. We can add treatments together to improve the efficacy. But overall view, we think that we can improve not just the kind of the disease process, it's the physical mental health needs. One thing that's very obvious for last year is how bad mental health has affected all of us and how important it is to understand people's holistic approach to their care so that we can enable a better society. And ultimately what we want is to prevent illness. We want to be well. We want to maintain wellness and well-being, prevent these admissions to hospital, take away costs associated with that. So our vision is much more global, of reducing cost and increasing impact overall. And this kind of example, what we think we can do. Of course, what this does is produce lots of data. Of course, it'd be crazy not to use data in a way that it's meant to be used. Very specific, targeted, make more personalized medicine. So all things that we do will drive data analysis, as we've seen earlier with AI, deep machine learning. How do we use that data on a population scale, like a city of Liverpool, or indeed a region, or indeed maybe a country or much further? So it's again using that information in a different way. Of course, pharma and biopharma have done amazing things, of course, but they also struggle in understanding how to navigate through the healthcare system, as we've seen earlier in our discussions about the NHS. So how do we help foster that relationship with them? How do we help them navigate through the quagmire of healthcare sometimes? How do we improve that, make it much more efficient, so we can see real time, within 6 months, 12 months, real change, and looking at how we adopt change very quickly and translate those ideas into clinical practice. And Ian will tell you the difficulties around that, I'm sure, but they've managed well at Alder Hey of really bringing innovation to the heart of an organization. So obviously, our areas of focus would be quite wide-ranged. We'll be looking at oncology, looking at all these systems, as you've seen, and looking at comorbidity. A lot of patients have more than one disease or illness, which we can help adopt and support. So it's looking at how we use these technologies to improve that, the health of those patients. I mentioned earlier about the kind of long-term conditions, COPD, asthma, diabetes, many others. And did you know 60% of all the resources of the NHS goes to paying for chronic diseases? It's a lot of money, a lot of things to impact. If we can solve some of those problems, we'll save money and we'll be able to redistribute that money in different ways and perhaps access mental health better. So these are the kind of percentages we've seen of people with problems overlapping with chronic disease and long-term problems such as mental health. And it's a problem that needs solving. We know that. A lot of people are now figuring out how to manage these better. If you look at the areas that we're thinking of, these are the kind of areas that we've highlighted, what we think we can add value. Well, it's about the clinical pilot study for early startups, looking at the regulatory compliance, looking at partnerships through hospitals and academic health science networks, for example, looking at corporate innovation partnerships with major companies, and looking at product and human factor design, as well as the other things you've seen in this scaling up to data science tech, talent acquisition, and ongoing support. So we're going to be offering all of these ideas and saying that we can do much more than just saying, here's a startup and we'll encourage you to work. It's how do you get involved in the whole process and that journey of a startup. So that's kind of my bit around what we're going to do. But obviously, one of the most inspirational guys in healthcare in the UK is Ian, there's no question. When I look around who's doing amazing things and which hospital is adopting change, Alder Hey are in a league of their own. And we're so pleased to have them as support with us. And also Ian's passion and drive to innovate, not just here locally, but nationally, internationally. So we're so pleased he's joining us on this journey. Ian.
Thank you very much. You can see me with, in real life, I can go red with kind of embarrassment. It's such a lovely introduction. I think most people here actually know me and know Alder Hey, but for the viewers at home, I want to give you a little bit of background about what Alder Hey is all about. Now, Alder Hey is a really, really special place. It's been looking after the children in Liverpool for well over 100 years, and it's a massive children's specialist hospital on the edge of Liverpool. Now, the thing that I really, really like about Alder Hey is that it does primary, secondary, tertiary, quaternary level care. And what that actually means is that if you need complex cardiac surgery, you come to us. You know, if you need to have advanced tumor therapies, you come to us. But if you fall over and scrape your knee, then you come to us as well. We will do the full spectrum from, you know, what would be regarded as trivial right up to the highest end of medicine. And I think that's why it gets such a nice place within Liverpool, because everyone has either been treated here or has a member of family who's been treated here, or has, you know, has got some connection to the place itself. So when I was asked, can you give us a challenge? Can you give us an idea for digital therapeutics that you could lay it down? I thought I'd try and kind of keep it in keeping with the theme of Alder Hey. And not necessarily just going for the big sexy diseases that have, you know, huge research budgets and high profile, you know, like cancer and cardiac surgery, but actually some of the simpler things. And I think, you know, we had a really good chat in our team actually, you know, what would be the thing that you'd like to fix amongst the clinicians, amongst the researchers? And one thing that came out was constipation. And I know that sounds like, oh my goodness, that's a trivial thing. Constipation, that's, you know, nothing, but it's really, really serious. It's a big problem and it causes huge amounts of harm, both psychologically and physically. I have, as a surgeon, had to pull stomas on a child. They were so constipated because they were going into renal failure from the toxicity of it. Isn't that incredible? 30% of children will have a significant episode of constipation at some point in their life. That's a huge amount, and it's really difficult to treat. It fills clinics. It's a huge amount of impact on general pediatricians, pediatric surgeons. And it's simple things like people don't present early enough with it. They don't come into the, you know, they don't get treated for properly early enough. And as a result, it takes ages to get them out of it. The treatment regimes are really difficult to stick to. Can you imagine giving a child a medication every single day, which involves drinking half a litre of fluid or a litre of fluid every day for 2 years? Is a 4-year-old going to go with that? Trying to track their symptom progression. Things change, whether it's a warm day or a cold day. There's huge social and deprivation-associated factors. There's changing their behavior around food and what they eat. So I think it's an absolute sitter for a digital therapeutic intervention. And I'd like to kind of try and, you know, build its profile because it's not something people talk about. And I'd really like to see it fixed, as would most of the clinicians at Alder Hey as well. So that's kind of our challenge there. We'll put it down. And, you know, we're always willing to work with companies or people who have innovative solutions out there. And we've got a portal as well that we bring this stuff in through. So I'll hand you back. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Ian. And what a wonderful challenge it is. And there's no better time than, well, behavioral change is difficult at best of times, but there's no better time than to try and instigate behavioral change than in childhood. And it's definitely one of Public Health England's top priorities to have a best start in life. And it covers so many different things from dietary to sedentary to just general awareness of the sort of lifestyle factors that affect and environmental factors that affect, and a lot of social impact as well in terms of the differences there, and obviously increasing levels of childhood obesity. So we're really open now for collaborations and partnerships. Obviously, Alder Hey is fantastic. We're looking for hospital trial partners. We're looking for DTech ventures out there that have therapies in the areas that we're looking into. And of course, we really do believe in the collaboration with pharmaceutical companies to come up with better standards of care, working with DTech in partnership. So I'd like to thank you all for listening, and thank you also to Ian and Shafi. Thanks very much.
Good, okay.
Welcome to the session about digital health business building and scaling. Really happy to have you all of you here today. I just need to start with a small print that this does not constitute any advice or any does not violate applicable laws. Now we can move ahead, and I'm really happy to introduce you to my co-presenters here today. First of all, Amy, our digital therapeutics expert from the New Jersey office, my colleague Stephanie from San Francisco, who is our design expert. And then, as health tech business building is a really hands-on practical thing, I'm particularly happy that we have Ofer Leitner, the president of Happify Health today, as well as Bruce Hellman, the CEO of uMotiv, who will talk a bit about their practical experiences and learnings that they had in business building and scaling. First of all, on the next slide, I want, if we move one further, I want to talk a little bit about the basis of our perspective here on digital health business building. First of all, we've followed a tried and tested business building approach that has been used for more than 200 business building and scaling pieces. We also talk about some of the learnings and the experiences from the digital health value pools work, as well as experience from the Global Health Tech Network, a community of more than 800 digital health companies. And on the right, you can just see here also some of the business building stats and the impact that this business building method has delivered, both in terms of return on investment, likelihood of scaling, and then looking at incumbent businesses and business buildings, the margin versus the legacy business. On the next page, you can see that that business building is, of course, an important topic for both startups and incumbents. And while the startup tries to get to distribution, usually the incumbent tries to get to innovation fast. On the next page, we'll see that incumbents and startups, of course, have different advantages as they build and scale businesses. Incumbents have their existing customer base. They've got cash, balance sheet, brand, and subject matter experts that they can rely on. Startups, on the other hand, have rapid, agile ways of working, usually interesting culture, talent attraction, greenfield solution that can help them move faster than building it within a legacy business. And on the next page, we also see that they are often solving for different things. Incumbents often optimize EBIT, think very hard about market share. They have processes in place, technology in place, whereas then startup usually try to move fast, think about exit value, think about investors, and so on. Moving to the next page, I just want to share a little bit more around the incumbent view, because pre-COVID and now during COVID, business building has increased massively in importance for incumbent businesses. While pre-COVID, 35% of incumbent businesses said that business building is an important priority for them. Currently, 58% of incumbent businesses say so. And the most common reasons why they focus now on business building is new revenue streams. They see that customer expectations are shifting, and they are either within or preparing for industry disruptions. Moving to the next page. We see that incumbents in particular find business building usually quite difficult. Just going through the Fortune 100 list and look at all of the corporate business buildings that happened in the last 20 years, you can see that about 15–16% of them have really been blockbuster successes, and the remainder have been partial successes or no success. And a lot of you, of course, can recognize some of the common reasons for failure here. My favorite one is killed with love, dragged down by bureaucracy, or also the revenge of the mothership, where the new business is actually then creating conflict between the legacy business and the new business. When we move towards digital health business building, of course, then things become usually even more complicated, because on the next page, you can see that digital health business building is then actually, in addition, also influenced by a set of country-specific conditions. For example, does this country have a digital health strategy in place that is driving digital health? What about the regulatory environment? What about the reimbursement for digital health? Then there is usually a big dependence on the technical infrastructure, so electronic health records, e-prescription, is that in place? Is that working in the country already? As well as then openness and willingness to use by both healthcare professionals as well as patients and citizens. That's just to kick us off, but now let's move towards the learnings, and over to you, Amy, to take us through this.
In this next section, we will share with you elements to consider as you build a digital health business. And the basis of our perspective stems from in-depth research we've done with over 50 digital health companies themselves, as well as our experiences working with life science companies, venture capital companies, PE funds on digital health innovation. The next page, please. The building blocks that we've summarized are value proposition, robust and compliant products, delightful experience, proven value, scalable model, and talent and agility. And these tend to vary by customer type, as well as what the company's core asset is. As we walk through the building blocks on the next page, you will see that I will be joined by Ofer and Bruce from Happify Health and Umotive, who will share how they approach each of these elements in their respective companies. On the next page, we're going to move to the first building block, which is value proposition. There's a reason we start with this one first when we talk about digital health businesses. It's the foundational building block that everything else builds on or supports. For a business to be successful, it needs to be clear what it is offering, to whom, and what makes it different from the thousands of other companies out there. A few key questions to consider might be, what is the clinical, economic, or experiential unmet need you're trying to address? Or who is the customer or the full set of stakeholders, and what do they care about? For example, for a payer, clinical outcome and cost of care might be the most important metrics, while for patients, experience often matters just as much as outcomes. Other considerations might include, how is what you're offering different from existing alternatives? And how do you foresee adoption, and what barriers can you anticipate? Turning it over to Bruce, how have you approached the value proposition for Umotive?
Great, thanks. This is a very important and interesting question that we've lived through at Umotive. Initially, we were focused on delivering for patients and clinicians in a provider setting, but our value proposition was somewhat unclear, 4 or 5 years ago. Where we focus now is capturing data for researchers, so engaging patients, some of whom you see on this slide here, to capture a lot of data about how they're feeling, their outcomes, their symptoms, and other clinical assessments, and use that to power research. Now, that's a very clear value proposition because it solves the problem for the researcher who needs the data, and it also engages the patient or the participant to be a contributor towards research. And I think over recent years, we've seen the real importance of being a must-have part of delivering a solution, rather than earlier on in the Umotive journey, we were somewhat a nice-to-have. So identifying something where you deliver real value, we've lived the experience of that being absolutely critical.
Thank you so much, Bruce. The second building block that we'll talk through is creating robust and compliant products. And for this one, I will hand it over to my colleague, Stephanie. She'll walk through some of the critical elements to consider, and then over to Bruce, who will share examples from Umotive.
So equally important to a clear value proposition is, of course, delivering on patient safety and thus regulatory requirements. And typically, a quality manual system covers the compliance needs, However, traditionally, that has turned the QMS to be considered as a cost of doing business versus an enabler of enterprise value creation. And in addition, within digital health framework, there's an inherent clash of divergent working methods and cultures, right? In technological side, it's used to work in an agile methodology, which is failing and learning fast and short sprints. The clinical medical approach is highly structured with very lengthy development phases, and particular in early R&D. So what we've heard from digital health companies, but also have implemented in our own processes, is treating quality and the quality manual system as an enabler to solving those challenges. So, for example, just like when building the patient-facing application, building the QMS from a design thinking, hence user-centric point of view. And because now the organization is considered a user, it also requires for the entire organization to own the quality. And one way of implementing is for combining, for example, the agile process documentation with design control documentation. And that is ironically something that has fed very nicely back into traditional medtech and physical product. Because compliance law is also now embedded within flexible, user-friendly, organically built, automated data collecting workflows. It also naturally fulfills the spirit and not only the letter of those regulations we talked about earlier. And that really creates the actual robustness, because now it can adapt with flexibility to constantly evolving and changing content. And now over to the true experts who have played in the sandbox intensively.
Thank you for that. And I couldn't agree more that quality systems are not just a cost of business, they are actually an enabler, and designed and implemented well can certainly underpin and help the digital health product. I talked earlier about our move from initially working with providers and patients to now our focus on delivering for researchers. And most of our clients are big pharmaceutical companies and CROs, and we therefore have to work within a very regulated industry, working to good clinical practice and many other regulations. So having the right level of robustness and compliance is absolutely essential for what we deliver. And over recent years, we've seen that in implementing quality management systems and better ways of implementing technology, that raises up the quality level for our own team and what we can deliver to clients as well. I think the big takeaway I'd have is that when starting on this journey to build a digital health business, I think it's important to embrace the need for quality. We've now implemented ISO 9001. You really have to embrace it and see this as a part of an enabler. And something that is a benefit to your business, not a cost. It doesn't detract from the real work. This is the real work. It's absolutely vital. And if you don't pay attention to ticking the boxes for things like GDPR, HIPAA, and other privacy regulations, you will only go so far, and then you'll realize that you're not really serving your clients. So this is all part of delivering what is actually a good product and a good service to your customers.
Thank you, Stephanie and Bruce. In our next building block, we talk about delightful experience. This is one that I imagine all of us can relate to as consumers. As consumers, we tend to gravitate toward products and services that are easy to use, intuitive, delightful. Think about your favorite gaming console, or your favorite kitchen gadget, or your favorite social media platform. Why does it attract you and keep you engaged? We should be applying the same focus on experience with our digital health products and services as tech companies and consumer products companies use for everyday items that we all love and use. As we think about the word delightful, one way to break it down is to ask, is it simple to use? Does it integrate with existing journeys, workflows, and processes seamlessly? Is it engaging? And is it personal? Now over to you, Ofer. How have you thought about this building block in the context of Happify Health?
Thanks, Amy. This is a great topic. For us, everything starts with creating delightful experiences. If you don't have the delightful experience that engages the patient, that retain the consumer, you simply don't have an application. So we have to make sure that whatever we do first and foremost is patient-centric and really drive the level of experience that consumers are expecting from their applications outside of healthcare into healthcare. When we began the journey, we spent close to 2.5 years in optimizing this journey to make sure that we got the patient experience right. If you don't get it right, you would see what happens with most healthcare applications that would not survive 30 days retention at an acceptable rate. If you can deliver retention, you can't really deliver clinical protocols, you can't deliver the value over time. So make sure that you really think consumer when you start building the applications. Make sure that you A/B test every single thing, color palette, sounds, colors. Make sure that you understand the emotional attachment of people into the application, and make sure that you drive the right behaviors. When you have that foundation, you can really step forward and making sure that you step into advancing your product through other elements with the confidence that your product would really deliver for consumers.
Thank you, Ofer. The next building block is proven value. This is important to all stakeholders, whether they are a payer, a provider, a patient, or a pharmaco. They want to make sure the thing works. In essence, this is the building block that shows customers your product or service actually does what you say it will. A few things to consider include what evidence would be required to demonstrate your value proposition? How can critical metrics be collected? How will these metrics inform the go-to-market model and strategy? If you go to the next slide, you'll see that we've listed out a few ways that we think about value for a digital health business. It can include improved clinical outcome, improved cost effectiveness or cost of care, or improved patient or user experience, as well as behavior modification. There are a number of ways to measure each of them. We've listed a few here. As companies think through these, it's important to consider how key stakeholders consider value and what methods they will look for to feel comfortable about the value of your business. Turning it back over to Ofer again, how have you and Happify Health approached this proven value building block?
Thanks, Amy. As a multi-platform, multi-channel company, we really kind of began the journey of proving value by understanding on which value attributes needed to be validated according to each of the channels that we decided to take our solutions to market. The employers, self-insured employers may need certain set of outcomes. Payers would need a different set of outcomes. And as you go and make claims in more regulated territory, you need even more rigorous data. My only advice is start early. As soon as you have the product ready, as soon as you think that you nail the consumer experience, start generating evidence, whether that be a real world evidence first. This is something you can generate relatively quickly, then advance it into randomized control trial, then go and validate whether the clients and partners that you work with really see the outcomes that they're expecting to. If not, you're going to repeat this process. And generally speaking, I would say this is a never-ending story in digital health company. You continue to generate more and more evidence that strengthen the value attributes that you're claiming that you're delivering.
Thank you, Ofer. The building blocks we've gone through thus far are all heavily focused on the product or the service. So what does it offer? Is it robust? Is it delightful? Does it have a proven value? This next building block, which is at the top of the pyramid, is where we shift to the commercial model. It's what we call scalable model. This element builds upon the previous building blocks and is visualized here at the top because in order to scale and to be, to grow the company, you really have to have a sustainable business model in place. Questions to consider may include, how will the value be generated or captured, and by whom? How will this solution interact with existing solutions and established players? And as we then go to the next page, we lay out a few questions as well as options to consider as you think through the economic model and go-to-market strategy. To be sustainable, a health tech company needs a business model that aligns the users, the payers, the revenue model, and a go-to-market plan. The business model, of course, can evolve as the company matures. Often the business model that a company starts with is different from what it ends up with a few years down the road. Turning back to Happify, Ofer, how is your company addressing the scalable model piece?
Amy, scalability in the business model is very important. As a company in digital health, we should assume that most of these business models are scaling well, but you need to make sure that you pay attention for a few things. One, does your product deployment scale? Can you deploy it at scale? Do you have a business model that scales with volume? And can you start taking advantage of risk-sharing models where you basically say, I'm trusting my product to deliver the value, and able to capture disproportionate value of the risk as I kind of validate that I can deliver on the outcomes. At Happify, we have various business models that are attempting to go in different channels that we sell, and really go after the different models, anywhere from PMPM, PEPM, per engagement and per license, and really try to kind of create a portfolio of business models that are supporting our partner needs.
The last building block is talent and agility, and it's there to support all the other building blocks. And that's why we have it a bit separate from the pyramid, but shown as encompassing the whole of it. No company can create what they aspire to create without the right talent in place, whether it's clinical expertise, tech, regulatory, or design talent. Agility is also important. It's rare to get things right the first time. It's important to have an environment in the company that allows for agility in learning and adapting from failures. Effective digital health companies are able to combine an agile culture committed to quality and the latest development practices and technologies. Bruce, how have you and uMotiv approached the talent and agility topic?
This is such a critical part of the model, and such a crucial building block here. Compounded or made even more important, I think, by the pandemic that we've all lived through now, because we're having to bring people into the team. We've expanded by over 50% during lockdown, and are hiring many more talented people into our organization. I think one of the biggest challenges for us in digital health is that balance of the very different types of people. The need for quality professionals, the need for salespeople, the need for developers, service delivery colleagues, and others, which is very different types of people that you need to bring together. I think for us, one of the key things is making sure that as you bring those different groups together, you unite behind a common purpose, a common set of values, and then understanding how what we're building together is making an impact and making a difference. So I think one of the real advantages that we will all have in digital health is that ability to focus people's minds on how we make things better for patients, how we make things better ultimately for health systems as well. And I think that's how we can get that right balance, bringing people together, working effectively, but united around a common goal. That helps it, makes it somewhat easier to recruit brilliant talent into the organization, and then to keep people running in the same direction as well.
Thank you so much, Ofer and Bruce, for joining us. It was great to hear stories from the ground. And so this is it. These were the 6 basic building blocks of a successful digital health business. There's a lot more meat to this, of course, and we do have an article and more materials. Feel free to get in touch. And then with that, I am going to turn it over to my colleague, Tobias, to wrap us up.
Thank you, Amy, Steffi, Ofer, and Bruce. That was great. If you're now curious what the Health Tech Network is and where some of the things that we referenced can be found, just here a quick intro. The Health Tech Network is in essence a network of more than 800 digital health and health tech CEOs globally, ranging from Canada to Australia. If you are a health tech CEO or a digital health CEO or founder and you're interested in joining, please email us as healthtechnetwork@mckinsey.com. And on the next page, you'll also find our contact details and where you can find the paper that we just referenced. You can see here also, if you want to get in touch with Ofer or Bruce and find more information about Happify Health and uMotiv, LinkedIn, Twitter, email information, same for Amy, Stephanie, and myself. And at the bottom left, you can see again the Health Tech Network email address, as well as the website where you can find the article about health tech business building that we referenced today. Thank you very much for your attention. It was great being with you today, and have a great rest of your conference.
Perfect. Hello and welcome everyone to the pitches here at the Innovation Week with Giant Health. I'll be moderating. So I'm Matthew, the head of ecosystem at Lead Sports, who are a global sports and health tech VC, oversee all the early stage life cycle of companies. But however, we're here for some amazing startups. Each company will have 5 minutes to pitch, followed by some time for questions, which you can write into the chat. So yeah, without further ado, I think we can kick things off. And I'd like to introduce Bloom Health, who are a software-first digital health platform. They're on a mission to connect healthcare excellence with technological innovation. I think this is becoming all too important as healthcare shifts to a hybrid model. So yeah, please welcome Dr. Michael Watts and his team to the virtual stage.
Thank you, Matt, and absolutely amazing introduction, so thank you. And you said our name right, which is always great. I'm just going to share my screen with you now, if that's okay. Can you see this?
Yeah, we can see that.
Awesome. Great. So thank you for having me. So amid the COVID-19 pandemic, there's never been a better time for clinical innovation, yet the barriers still remain. Grant funding is scarce and thus difficult to win. Techie co-founders are few and far between, and procurement sits at the summit of mountains. We are Bloom Health, and we are here to change that. I'm Dr. Mike Watts, a medical doctor turned clinical entrepreneur and innovator. And as a trio startup with my tech co-founders, feeling the idea to reality struggle, we turned our focus to supporting SMEs launching their products and large organizations going through digital transformation, finally filling the world with high quality, high impact software solutions. By turning our focus away from a single product that was very much a non-priority during COVID and meeting needs that healthcare organizations required to keep providing value to their patients, we were able to ideate, build, and sell 2 COVID products within 6 months of inception, which got us thinking. If we nurture collaborations and we're flexible to the needs of the client, supporting them from idea to reality, and enabling their projects through all the barriers I've mentioned previously, then this is how we meet our desire to build software that is 3 things: patient-centric, scalable, and impactful. Our business model is one of simplicity and flexibility. We manage each of our projects in isolation with dedicated teams nurturing that collaboration based on their needs. We were only able to do this because of our team. We realized that by investing in our key asset, we could not only work on our own innovations, but provide close to home support for the organizations at the same time. We have access to a talent pool of developers with over 100 years of experience, and by keeping our UK-based workforce at over 50% software engineers, we aim to always stay ahead of the curve when considering resource. Tie that in with our experience within the healthcare systems, and the value that you can build from such a team is truly astounding. Collaborators often come to us telling us what they and their users want. We then get our team of designers and innovators to deep dive into their idea to realize what they and their users need. By using research-driven decision-making and reusable design strategies, we can iterate with our collaborators to ensure that their build is the most efficient but most impactful solution possible. And finally, this is where the magic happens. Our secret sauce software architecture allows us to take the pyramid approach, giving collaborators a version of their software which is robust and secure, but in a timescale that is highly competitive. Then we provide a support system to scale the service based on the needs of each collaborator. So now I've told you what is important to us. Let's focus what's important to you, the patient. We couldn't do what we do without practicing what we preach. So in our Bloom Lab, you will see patient-centric, scalable, and impactful software solutions. This recent project took a piece of research from the University of Liverpool, whereby corneal topography should no longer require a specialist and £50,000 pieces of equipment. Yes, with our software and the university smart device, anyone can now read the surface of the eye with a smartphone, allowing rural parts of India and Nepal to access the care they deserve. And this is currently in clinical trial phase. Where Bloom's values are missing, we fill them. Whether it be a thought leader with a solution for an unmet need or a corporate organization requiring digital transformation to their clicks and mortar organization, we mold to the needs of our collaborators. Here is our most recent collaboration with AgilePath, who, with our support, are going to revolutionize the way that pathology requests and tests are processed. Patient-centric, scalable, and impactful. Finally, having felt the startup struggle ourselves, we could not ignore the need for truly pro bono support in medtech. We decided to set up the Bloom Propagator in March of this year, whereby 3 solo entrepreneurs joined us to go through the design phase of their solution. taking them to a point where they could better define the opportunity to funders or better define the benefit to patients through visual designs and prototyping. We hope to run this again in the coming months, and you can register your interest with us at any time. So that's us. Basically, we're an offspring of an innovation hub, a software development company, and a medtech accelerator. And as we continue to grow, we hope that we can support those around us to do the same. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. That was definitely a great pitch. So just a reminder to everyone that you can write any questions in the chat. But I might just kick it off really quickly. I think it's a great global health solution, as you mentioned. So just being able to capitalize on hardware that's readily available, phones, etc., to provide needed diagnosis and democratize healthcare. Well, what would be your core product offering right now? So you mentioned the cornea topography. Is that what your main focus is, or how are you scaling?
Well, to be honest with you, Matthew, we're doing a couple of things. So whilst we continue to scale our own innovation, so the corneal topography, like I say, is in clinical trial phase. But while we continue to build on these innovations of our own, we look to support other organizations get their ideas off the ground too. So that really, we provide that resource to organizations that have those skill gaps missing, recognizing that these projects that we're working on, like the corneal topography one, which is high impact, but there's lots of things we need to cross, the chasm that we need to cross as an organization. We recognize that takes time. So whilst we're working on that, we're also supporting other organizations at the same time. So the ultimate goal is to have a few innovations of our own. Corneal topography is the prime example at the moment, but also support others.
Yeah, and I think corneal topography is a smart first go-to-market, being able to get that information on your phone, but also it's needed in different patient groups, such as diabetes, such as people who are suffering from microvascular diseases. Like there's a lot that can be diagnosed through the eye, believe it or not. So yeah, I think it's actually really smart.
Thank you.
Yeah, and then just a second question from me: is it a B2B model? So are you approaching doctors and clinics and partners, or is there some way where it could be readily available to a patient directly in the future as well?
So the idea is that we want this to delocalize the need for such devices to be in big eye hospitals. So having to travel hundreds of miles in places like India and Nepal is just not possible, particularly at the moment. So really giving taking that burden away from the specialist and allowing those that have sufficient training but nevertheless can be guided by the software. It gives them the opportunity to handle that. So it really is something that would need to be adopted by more rural hospitals. We could implement that quite throughout those hospitals. So ideally B2B, because there's an element of safety and security that comes with that. If we can make it consumer led eventually, then that would be fantastic. But I think right now the safest bet would be to still keep it in the hands of healthcare professionals.
Yeah, no, that's really good, and I think it protects the brand integrity around the product as you go to scale as well. Keeping it, incubating it within the medical fields.
Absolutely.
No, that was really good pitch, guys. I'm interested, so I'm sure there's a lot of other people watching who are interested. So, I hope you get a lot of outreach from this. So, so I'll just quickly introduce our next pitch. Thanks to Michael and the team at Bloom. Our next company, they slot seamlessly into this new omni-channel approach to health, nutrition, and well-being as well. So I really feel that Life are cracking the code for reward-based diet and nutrition monitoring, again, connecting all the pieces, the people, the physicians, and then the partners, because the interventions are so important as well, and helping us to just live a bit better. So yeah, I'd like to welcome the team from Life to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Matthew, for that introduction. Let me just share my screen. Okay, can you just give me a thumbs up if you can see my screen?
Yeah, we can see the screen now.
Okay, brilliant. Okay, let's just hide this at the bottom. Oh, sorry, hang on. Okay. Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. My name's Ed, and I'm one of the co-founders of our company called Life. We're a team of doctors and health tech experts creating the first complete online wellness social platform that exists in the world currently, with the goal of completely changing the way that we as individuals and as a society approach our health. So let me get into a bit of background as to why we're doing this. Fundamentally, for whatever reason, I'm based here in the UK, but also globally, we focus on our health as from a negative health paradigm perspective. And what that means is we wait for something to go wrong and then we try and treat it. This has very poor outcomes. It's very costly. Individuals don't like it, and it's not the future, essentially. So we need to change our approach and come at our health from a wellness and a positive health paradigm perspective. So what solutions are there currently? Well, it's a really long, complicated journey. I'm sure you can relate to this. Actually, looking after your health is very, very complex, and there's digitally, there's so many solutions out there as are popping up on your screen. You've got Mind Body if you want to book fitness classes. You've got MyFitnessPal if you want to track calories. Evergreen Health. You've got Instagram if you want to look at your local partners, local gyms or local health eateries. You might go into Google, scrolling through Google, trying to find some answers. You might download Headspace or apps like Calm, or scrolling through Deliveroo, trying to find more healthy food, or YouTube. It's honestly exhausting. And considering that the average phone user downloads 0 apps per month, we need a better solution than this, frankly, and that's why we've created Life. So Life is it's a full wellness ecosystem, and if you imagine that your physical health high street around you, what we've done is we've taken all of those healthy activities around you, vetted them, and placed them online onto a single platform. We vet it all as doctors. It's very prevention focused, and it can address all of your individual health needs within one place. So it's very streamlined. So on the left there, you can see that this is your personalized feed. So we've got built-in algorithms to see what healthy activities you're already doing and what further things the app can recommend for you. It's highly geolocated. So, you might see 200 yards down the road that there's a healthy place that you haven't seen before. It's been vetted by ourselves as definitely being healthy. You can click it, you can book some food, you can, say if it was a gym, you could book a class, you could watch the videos. There's absolutely everything you can do, and you can buy products and services. It's a one-stop shop for everything healthy in your local vicinity. And why does this work? Well, we've built on the 3 biggest trends in the past 100 years. Convenience, this is the single biggest trend in the world since the 1920s. We want things faster, we want things quicker. We've built on personalization. We now have a bigger demand for experiences rather than services. People want the information and the products and services they receive to be personalized to them. And finally, it's social. What is the one thing that brings you back to every single app? It is social aspects. Think WhatsApp, Instagram, Facebook. These are the biggest apps in the world for a reason. And there you go, there's Life again. So now I want you to take your individual hat off and put your corporate hats on. This is Yogacita. So this is a yoga studio in Liverpool. Now, they have similar issues actually as our end users, and they are that Yogacita, ran by Lucita, she has to use loads and loads of apps to actually put her content online to reach new audiences, and she's spending a fortune on it. It's not streamlined, it takes her a long time, and she can't actually see if it's getting her any rewards. We have solved all of these issues for her by giving her the retailer dashboard within Life. She can see her views, her top trends, add content, put offers on there. It's again that one-stop shop for all of her business needs. She absolutely loves it. The feedback we've had so far has been truly overwhelming, and we're absolutely made up ourselves, and that's why we have over 15,000 users waiting to get onto the app. But we're going through testing phases now. We're just trying to make sure things go slowly and we don't ramp it up too quickly. Here are the 8 key categories that people must do in their lives to live healthily, and our scaling plan fits in within this. So we, as you've seen Yoga Sita, she fits into the brown icon there, which is mindfulness. And we onboard retailers in each of these 8 key areas from city to city. The market is huge. There's £13 billion last year in the UK alone, and it grows anywhere between 16 and 24% annually. So, you know, average around 19% per year. So the market it's one of the fastest growing markets in the world, because it is frankly the future of health. Our biggest competitor, called Glowfox, owns a 0.11% share of the market, and last year they turned over 18.5 million. They raised almost 33 million since their inception in 2014. We have a myriad of revenue streams, typically subscription-based, for users and for retailers, and we do some work outside of that as well, around wellbeing days for corporates.
Yeah. Ed, just to let you know, there's about 20 seconds left. Okay.
Okay, thank you. We've had a £100,000 grant given to us by the Liverpool City Council. We've been accredited as an LTR Tech Climber. This is our roadmap this far, and we've achieved everything up until the end of May. And we've got a highly competent team with a myriad of experiences. Our CTO's worked for the global brands such as IBM and Universal Music Group. So I shall leave you there, looking for £150,000 SEIS money to achieve product market fit. And this quote: "What LinkedIn is to your profession is what life is to your health." Thank you very much for listening. If you've got any questions, please email me or look at our website. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Ed. That's really interesting. Definitely in a super cool space as well. I think, as I mentioned in the intro, I think, you know, the gym isn't the center of the universe anymore. It's more of this omni-channel, multi-faceted approach, and you seem to hit each of those verticals on the head. My quick question is: 15,000 users on the sign-up list, or waiting to be part of this is amazing. How many B2B partners, so on that kind of intervention side, like that yoga studio, do you have? Are you working with that at the moment as well? Just because they probably provide that initial piece of value in the short term. As you scale, your users will then obviously provide parallel value.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got around 150 waiting. Currently on the app. Testing now is 15. We're trying to keep the beta testing phases quite a closed group. And as we're collecting the feedback, you know, we're building it along the agile methodology. So, you know, we found that retailers have found certain features of the app really, really useful. So we're building that into the app with less clicks. For example, you know, they find a certain feature really useful, we're making it a forefront on the platform. So when as we push it out to more retailers, the things that they typically do, we understand a bit better. But that is just in Liverpool so far. So you know, we've almost saturated Liverpool, but we really want to make sure that we have everything honed down solid before we move on.
Okay. Yeah, that's really interesting. And again, just checking the chat here to see if anybody sent anything else, because I probably have 100 questions. It's just what I do every day is speak to startups. But yeah, just quickly then, because I know we brushed lightly over the revenue model. So just if you could remind us of that for the last kind of minute here.
Sure. Yeah. So well, as a company, we do lots of other things. You know, we do wellbeing for corporates. We have wellness packages for universities, schools. But if we focus purely on the technology, it's a freemium-based subscription model, both for the users and for the retailers. The price has gone up significantly following on from the feedback we've had. The retailers actually said they would pay 20 times more than what we initially thought they would, which is obviously great news for us. And then depending on how many services that they use within the platform, you know, the price changes. If they want to upload videos, offers, booking system, you know, depending on how many features you take, the price goes up.
So the feature-based SaaS kind of.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Perfect. Cool. Thanks so much, Ed. That's really interesting.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Cool. Right. We'll push on and we'll introduce our next team. So when I was looking over this in the brief, I thought to myself, imagine having a real-time coach in your ear, and I think that's arrived. So Jukes are improving athletic performance, I think, one word at a time, and they're on a mission to empower a world where all athletes can access sports and be the best they can be and achieve their personal goals. So yeah, really excited to learn a little more, Nikolai.
Okay, thank you. I will share my screen. So if you could confirm you can see that okay?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Well, hello, and thank you for having me. It says Jukes is a hardware company with a mission to empower all people to participate in sports for mental and physical well-being, then go on to do extraordinary things, as you said. Jukes needs to be in your portfolio if you believe in our mission and are looking for a high-impact investment with a solid return in this growing wearable space. So what do we do? Well, this is Lincoln. He is deaf and has been a keen swimmer for 2 years. In October 2019, his club bought a single headset so Lincoln can hear the coach's instruction at the same time as everyone else. The first time he did, his mother was on poolside in tears. This is possible because we have waterproofed bone conduction speakers, and using radio, we can transmit audio up to 750 meters away. To date, we have focused on the swimming market and can be found everywhere, from COVID-19 PTSD recovery programs with referrals from the NHS to a European national team training with Jukes for the Tokyo Olympic Games. Now, there are many problems, but this is the one Jukes solves for. We know a lack of real-time communication means fewer coaching minutes each session, resulting in slower improvement and eventually premature dropouts because you're just not inspired and you're not winning. People lose their motivation and are more likely to drop out when goals are not being hit. So did you know in England, just 15% of girls aged 18 are active, and amongst boys it's 26%. And our obesity rate is forecast to be 50% by 2050. So this is also a health and wellness problem. So we put coaches and supporters in radio contact with athletes on land or in water to give them the encouragement, technical and strategic guidance they need to achieve their goals and do extraordinary things. So this is the headset we sourced from China and has got us this far. The specs are no longer innovative, but we are helping coaches and athletes get closer. So there's been a lot of activity on Instagram, from amateur clubs in the UK through to New Zealand. And Dr. Gary Palmer, who just recently has started using Jukes to increase the fitness of international athletes from triathlon to football. So we've done amazing things with clubs around the world, with our 14th country just added. The bulk of our business is in the UK, which was recently given a boost with a commercial deal signed with the Swim Teachers Association, allowing us to offer our tech exclusively to their 12,500 members and their 56 member countries around the world, including massive sports markets in the US, Australia, and China. But this is our future. For Lincoln and tens of millions of athletes between 8 and 80. An innovative headset for multidiscipline sports above and below the water with IoT connectivity, lightweight sensors, and a breakthrough adjustable fitting to suit all heads in all sports. This is what your investment will bring to life and be sold to the $16 billion sports coaching market that sits inside the hugely exciting $450 billion sports market that are full of potential acquirers. I'm also very proud to announce that as of Monday afternoon this week, Jukes has been accepted to Loughborough University's Advanced Technology and Innovation Centre, giving us access to their vast research and sports resources and EU funding to bring manufacturing back to the continent. So the idea of real-time communication in a sports coaching environment is actually quite novel. And 100% of our 1,200 sales to date are from word-of-mouth recommendations and customers posting on social media. Unlike our most interesting competitor, Milo, who have spent 3 years designing their walkie-talkie replacement and yet to release a product, or Finis and Zygo, who designed a product first and now trying to sell it, you are investing in a team that have learned a lot in the past 3 years about what a great sports training headset needs to be to break out beyond a single sport with eyes on the prize, that being our global sport of football. So today we have a simple business model selling through our website with payment upfront. However, we're signing our first dealer in Amsterdam, and we've just started trialing an option to pay 40% upfront and split 60% of the balance over 12 months for purchases over 5K. This is hugely promising as we've seen those original order values double. My team is small but effective, but for those interested in getting to know us, we look forward to meeting you when restrictions allow. Here I want to highlight the resiliency this business has shown, considering sales during 3 UK lockdowns went to almost zero. We have continued to grow with the numbers in the grey box split by quarter for this financial year. Our gross margin is an average of 41% and operating margin 26%. And forecasts for the next 2 years exist and will be discussed with any interested investors. So today we are asking for 275K, offering a 20% discount on a convertible note, which will be transacted through Seed Legals. We are also submitting a second bid for up to 225K from Innovate UK to further develop software-defined radio. After all, I come from telecommunications, and software-defined networking revolutionized the industry. Thank you very much for your time. I look forward to your questions.
Cool. Thank you, Nikolai, and perfect 5-minute pitch as well. Right on the money. Just a reminder to our investors who are here today, they're more than welcome to turn on their cameras and ask some questions as well. But I'll kick it off just to begin with. What challenges do you see in your roadmap being a hardware first company?
The biggest challenge is coaches that are not optimistic, they're not innovative, coaches that don't yet believe it. So we have seen incredible success only because coaches have recommended it. So this is a product which needs to get a bit of a beachhead in a sport with some key coaches, which is what we've done inside swimming, and we spent a good couple of years doing that, and that's the way that we will continue to roll out in future. Other challenges relate around supply chain and manufacturing. As a hardware company, we have our relationships in China. At times they've been very difficult, but the future for us needs to be to own the IP of this hardware, own the design and the innovation roadmap, and not have to, honestly, from a margin perspective, not have to pay the duty involved in a product of origin outside of the EU. And that's a really significant impact on margin right now. And
is there the potential to integrate other pieces of hardware to optimize this? So thinking kind of there's one company, Flex, in the swimming world that were the first to bring an integrated heart rate monitor to goggle-worn sensors. So just thinking of the positioning here, how would you see that?
Yeah. So the current design that is proposed is a headset which moves on from an innovative point of view from where we are right now, but it has been designed to allow space for a heart rate monitor. And because we're going to have IoT connectivity, including potentially Wi-Fi inside the headset, there will be a replacement Pro product, a second product, come along shortly afterwards based on the same look. So we're not going to re-spend everything redesigning and retooling. But it is going to have a heart rate monitor inside of it. There is also scope for a GPS. Because outside of sports, there is an application for short range in the context of sort of 1 kilometer in manufacturing, agriculture, large logistic sites where it's very difficult to stay in contact with people, with the alternative today usually being issue everybody mobile phones or very expensive IP radio sets, which I come from telco and do understand that. So that's why GPS is something for another headset and why we're chasing software-defined radio.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. It's great. It's great to see that there's a software end to it as well. And then just for the last minute, is there any other investors who want to turn their camera on quickly and maybe ask one question?
Yeah, if I could jump in there.
Yeah.
Nikolai, thanks for the presentation. Just from my side, a question: where's the upside? Where's the true blowout potential here? Because I mean, the market you describe, I wouldn't argue that there's a need, but it seems fairly niche. Is there any scalable potential for the technology beyond that initial market that you're describing?
So thanks, Edward. So the initial market being sports coaching, where there's a relationship between two. In terms of where this could really go, from a hardware point of view, for us, the solution we think is a headset that is scaled down and is not intended to just be about a coach and an athlete relationship, but actually an athlete listening to music, listening to coaching sessions being delivered, pre-recorded, using connectivity and the headset, but it won't have the need for all of the radio equipment inside of it. And that's a case of connecting to Wi-Fi at your local or your phone at your gym or your pool or wherever your place of sport is, and stream content delivered by amazing or high-profile coaches around the world, kind of starting to touch on the peloton of far more sports than just a riding machine.
Cool. Okay, thanks, Nikolai. I think we can move on to our our next startup. So Drill Surgery is really interesting. They are bringing AR and algorithms to the operating theater to not only vastly improve patient outcomes, but also reduce hospital expenses and outpatient department expenses. So yeah, I'd like to hand over to the team at Drill Surgeries.
Hello, everyone, and thank you, Matthew, for the introduction. Let me start by sharing my screen. And so I believe now you can see my screen. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And let's start from the beginning. So hello and welcome to Drill Surgeries, the startup working to improve healthcare through technology. And to do so, we move one step at a time. First, focusing on a common type of surgery, intramedullary nailing surgeries, aimed at assisting the welding of broken bones in femur, tibia, or humerus. This surgery is performed over 200 times a year per hospital in the UK and so around the world. In this surgery, what is known as an intramedullary nail or rod is inserted inside the patient's bone to assist on the welding. Well, the issue is that the current method relies heavily on X-rays, and there is an excess of radiation shot at patients and medical personnel. Now, the technique used is a trial and error method, which proves to be inaccurate and time-consuming, meaning there are risks derived from blood loss and long-acting anesthetics. All of this is happening right now in a country spending close to £50 million a year in these surgeries, around £6,000 per patient, where most of the amount comes from room charges, since patients need to spend around 10 to 15 days at hospitals post-operation. Our solution, though, already shows potential to reduce hospital admissions as it ensures fewer risks during the operation. And if this is true for the UK, and of course our research goes further than just this country, it is also true for our target market, every hospital in the world, because we all know someone somewhere who broke their leg or arm at some point of their lives. In over 2 years of research and development, we have seen and spoken with dozens of doctors from Spain, the UK, Switzerland, Australia, etc., that keep preferring a freehand or trial and error method technique on these surgeries, rather than relying on mechanical or electromagnetic guiding systems offered by competitors, which are coined as inaccurate. All of them, though, showed an inclination to welcome a new medical device for this surgery. And that is what Drill Surgeries provides. A solution built with the constant input from surgeons and for surgeons. Making use of the latest technologies, our prototype implements augmented reality and tracking algorithms, offering real-time and 360 degrees guidance without the need of radiation, reducing then operating time and risks caused by the more traditional approach. And we are not only offering safer and faster surgeries, but also with fewer risks. Patients stay less time in hospitals, and hence we can reduce cost per patient, which at 200 surgeries per hospital per year amounts to a substantial number. The team making this happen today includes myself, starting the project when I was heavily involved on world-class physics research in Switzerland, a chief medical officer that has performed this surgery for over 10 years, and Henry, an aerospace engineer that led the development of the fully working prototype that is already showcasing promising results. In the past 2 years, we have received support for the value of over £30,000 from several organizations and institutions, startup incubators, and even startup competitions like Santander X, which has nominated me to participate in the Entrepreneur of the Year Awards, where I will be speaking at Wembley Stadium in October of the same year. We are finally in a position where we are looking to raise our first formal round of investment for £150,000 to grow our team, improve the software side of the prototype to satisfy the levels of accuracy we strive for, and start testing the device by Q4 2021 or Q1 2022 on bodies at hospitals we are already in conversations with. Thanks a lot for your time. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you so much. Really, really interesting. Again, I feel like I'm talking a lot, so I want to first open it up to any investors on this stage who'd like to turn their camera on and perhaps ask a question.
Hi, yeah, then I'm happy to jump in and take the first shot. So thanks for the presentation, very clear structure. So you mentioned, at any place of the world, someone who break his or her leg. Can you tell us a bit more about your go-to-market strategy? So you start first with the UK, you start in other European markets, and how do you approach those potential customers? So how do you approach the hospitals, and who is in the end paying for the solution?
Definitely. So that's a really interesting question, Marco. Thank you. So this project started in 2018 in a conversation in Spain with a series of orthopedic surgeons which were experiencing these problems. I come from a very scientific but also technical background, and so we were discussing how to better improve the way surgeries are done. Now, fast forward to 2021, we are working to make this product a reality. The way we make this happen, the way we aim to bring this product to market, is that at every stage of our development, we work and collaborate with surgeons. So not only the surgeon that started the company with us, but at the same time, a series of advisors that we work with that include ex-chairs of the NHS in the UK or respected members of the SECOT Society in Spain or heads of hospitals in Spain and other countries. So thanks to this huge collaboration between us as the research and development startup that's developing something for surgeons under the requisites, the expectations of surgeons, as soon as we've got this product ready, then they will be the ones testing it because they are the ones helping to build it. Once they test it and they prove that their problem, the one that they approached us with, is solved, then we only need to ask the hospitals to formalize this type of agreement between us as a private company and the hospitals, which, if private, should be a smooth transaction, and if public, will have to go through a series of commissioning steps. Now, this could be the approach on countries where we already have contacts at, and we realize, we are aware that introducing a new product like this in markets where we do not have a physical presence or a social presence, as everything is virtual at the moment, will be tricky. That's why we, at the same time, work very closely with medical device commercial houses, those houses that sell the medical devices from other companies, and at the same time, in conversations with other companies, which we aim to approach as we finish Q1 of 2022, to start and formalize a series of agreements where they can take care of the inclusion of our product on markets where we do not have a presence yet.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, it's, yeah, thanks for this, for those insights. And approaching hospitals is always tricky. From my point of view, the last point you mentioned, talking to medical device manufacturers might be a potential, sweet go-to-market strategy. Or when it comes to Germany, somehow finding angel with a strong background in hospitals, either probably more from the business perspective, probably leading or running a hospital in the past. This might be probably a gate open because it's very tricky. But so I'm interested to follow your journey. So thanks for those insights.
Thank you, Marco. Like in the end here, we are trying to diversify our ways to market as a way to optimize our entrances in these markets and bringing the product to the hands of those that want it in the end.
Really interesting. I'll just follow up really quickly with how long do you think the sales cycle will be then?
The sales cycle. So the way we were structuring our product, it's on the one hand, it's the physical product, the device that surgeons will use to be guided during the surgery, so that they do not need to rely on x-rays through the whole process, nor on a trial and error method. So we've got the physical device. This is a device that will sit on the operating theater.
Yeah.
And this is a physical device, so you pay a one-time payment for the use. Now, at the same time, for each of these surgeries, you need to make sure that the product is protected and it's sterilized to make sure that the patient is receiving the best care possible. So to do that, we have designed our own type of plastic covers that are going to be used to protect our device from the environment and hence for the patient. So that's a one-use per surgery element that needs to be purchased in order for it to be safe to use through the whole process. And then at the same time, since we rely heavily on software, and software is something changing and that exponentially improves year by year, we want to provide the same services, not just year by year, but month by month. That's why the software side of the product is going to be sold as a subscription-based product. So as we improve our software, the hospitals will receive the best support they can receive. And
I'm just going to quickly interject because I'm watching the clock also, but it's still a really good answer. I think we should introduce the last startup of this particular leg. Obviously, there'll be a few more startups later on today, and that would be with Minimi Health. So again, in a really interesting space, I think the cognitive health market has been doubling every 2 years since 2014 and expected to be worth over possibly 12 to 13 billion in the next 3 to 4 years. And I think Minimi is part of this growth, and they're creating a digital toolbox for therapists. But again, I'd like to hand over to the team to give you guys the best explanation there.
Thank you for this very nice introduction. We're happy to present here today. One second, let me just share my screen quickly. Right.
Perfect.
Great. Okay. So, hi everyone. My name is Nina and I'm a co-founder and developer at Minimi. And we are on a mission to digitize and gamify psychotherapy tools. So why are we doing that? More and more people benefit from therapy nowadays, as you just said in your introduction, including our whole team. So it's a great way to reflect, analyze, and relearn certain behavior. But how does CBT work in 2021? Traditional therapy didn't change at all over the past 30 years. It's about drawing on flip charts in session and filling in paper logs at home. Those paper logs are complex, not very appealing, and simply don't work in the patient's daily reality. No wonder 40% of people in therapy are actually non-responders or dropouts. And of those who go through therapy, a huge percentage also tries again and again because their therapies are not successful. All of this obviously also creates a lot of costs for our healthcare system. Asking more than 20 therapists what their biggest pain point about the current situation is, all of them said the same three things. No transfer from sessions to daily life of the patient. There are no digitally available materials, and especially not enough focus on the exercises. This is where Minimi comes in. A digital interactive toolbox for therapists to create, share, and analyze exercises with their patients. With Minimi's modular approach, you can use customizable templates to create exercises that fit your individual therapy structure. You can create them once and use them again and again. These exercises can be assigned directly in the app to the patients who complete the tasks at home or on the go for the next session. The detailed analysis of the homework can be done together with the patient during the session, and the therapy plan can be adapted accordingly. This is saving therapists up to 20 hours per month of prep time. Plus, it improves the quality of their therapy, which they are obligated to by law. And last but not least, the gamified approach of the CBT exercises is motivating the patients to play an active role in their own healing journey, reducing dropouts and non-responders in the end. As we have seen, there's a huge gap with the potential through digitalization and the daily life of a therapist. This results in a vacuum for therapy material that Minimi aims to fill now. Our platform will be classified as a medical device data system, which makes our time to market extremely short, and we could have our first paying customers in the beginning of 2022. Plus, our market is growing and will continue to grow. International online therapy is booming, and this private therapy market is even more focused on making their therapy sustainable and efficient. To enter the market from all sides and become impactful very quickly, we have different market entry strategies according to our target group. In cooperation with training institutes, we will offer free student plans, while ambulatory therapists will enter through a subscription model. We will start with the one most widely used exercise template. In 2022, we will grow our library to cover even more treatments, and we'll start another module where you can develop fully customized exercises on your own. In 2023, we'll have additional modules like a diagnostic feature. This will be combined with an international rollout. All over Germany, we have a market of 27,000 therapists in ambulatory settings, paying a monthly subscription fee of 40 euros. This market can be even enlarged through targeting the coaching industry, international therapists, and other digital therapy solutions that came up during COVID. Of course, we're not the only one in that market. You can already find really good standalone solutions for patients who are not in the traditional therapy settings. But there's no integrated solution for the real in-person therapy setting, except for paper logs by a few publishers. Minimi is filling that gap through combining already successful methods with modern tools that are super flexible. Right now, we are testing our wireframes and creating an extensive business plan. Until September, until we have our funding still, we want to have the first MVP ready and tested. And we want to secure funding to take Minimi to the next level afterwards. At Minimi, we are an interdisciplinary team. Together, we have experience in business, development, and even a therapist in-house. So we have got what is needed to build our product, except for the cash. If you see any possibilities to support us, please feel free to contact us anytime. In case you want to know more about Minimi, check out our website or sign up for the newsletter to get all the latest updates. Thank you so much.
Cool. Thank you so much, Nina. That was a great pitch. So yeah, again, for the last 3 or 4 minutes, would like to open it up to any investors who want to turn on their cameras and ask any questions.
So, I don't know, maybe I jump in here. I haven't asked the question yet, and I guess it follows on to the last question of the last pitch a little bit. Can you, have you already a strategy or plan about your sales strategy or a sales plan in terms of, will you have a sales force going to the basically therapists selling the solution? Will it be a solution they can just basically subscribe online and implement themselves? Will there be a training necessary for them? Because I think it all, I guess, is about customer acquisition costs on that side and then the lifetime value there. I would love to understand that a little bit better.
Yeah, that's actually a great question because we have been thinking extensively about this as well. We have a huge network within the ambulatory therapist settings, as our co-founder is a therapist himself and just recently finished his training. So he has close contact to supervisors and also other therapists. Plus, he's working still in the training institute, and we have a collaboration with the hospital that he worked in to test our product. So we are very integrated in the network already. And we realized that the market is very personal between the therapists. So we are in these kind of very personal newsletters. So we'll go over these and over word of mouth in the beginning. But then, because my background is also in performance marketing, which is working really well B2B, especially in niche product markets. So we will probably enlarge our market, and when we go to the private coaching market, we will probably go over the performance marketing. But in the beginning, we will keep our customer acquisition costs really low over our personal network.
Thank you.
Perfect. And would anybody like to jump in for the last question of this pitch track?
Yeah, maybe I'll jump in for that dubious honor. Thank you for the presentation and thank you for the I guess the description of the product. What is the main benefit, if I understand it correctly, is digitization of, let's say, an existing pathway for patients. How do you protect that, and how do you make sure that you guys are coming out on the winner, or is the market big enough for multiple players? Because there seems to be a very limited amount of protectability in the product, if I get it correctly.
Yeah, so the market is not huge. That's you got this right, but there actually is a bigger market than you would think in the first place. So Paul, our therapist, he already published a card game that is being used in therapy. And this has been sold over 1,000 times in the first few months. So the need for therapy materials is actually there, and the need also therapists are very eager to really educate themselves on new methods and to really get a connection to their patients. So this is what's always underestimated here. It's not about for them just saving money, but also really improve their therapy, even though they might have enough patients anyways. But they are sitting with the patients over 2 years in the same room. So they want to get them better, they want to heal them, and they want to really get this connection. We are the only ones, because all of the tools that are out there in the market are focusing just on the patient. But for us, it's very important to really focus on this connection between the therapist and the patient, because a huge factor in the high dropout rates is the bad connection between the therapist and the patient. So we are focusing on this. And since we have the insights and we have talked to so many therapists, we are actually quite secure that we will be the first in the market, and it's about trust as well for us. So we are quite sure that if we are the fast movers in this case, we'll get in there and we will get a higher benefit for them as well.
Cool. Really excited to follow your journey. and I think you guys are also Berlin based as well, which is cool. But yeah, that's this track of the pitch sessions. So again, I hope to see everyone back here in 30 minutes. But until then, please enjoy the next panel discussion at the end of digital health. So I'm sure that will be an interesting one. Yeah, thanks everyone, and thanks to all
Ladies
the
and
startups and all the
gentlemen,
investors.
welcome to today's session, the investors discussion panel, and our topic today is the end of digital health. My name is Marco. I will guide you through today's session. I'm the head of ecosystems at 5HT, Germany's digital hub for chemistry and digital health. We are a governmental initiative initiated by Germany's Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Energy, and I'm based out here in Ludwigshafen. But today I'm very happy to have two investors, two very insightful experts on this topic today. So therefore, please welcome Edward Glyphus. He's a partner at Amadeus Capital, and therefore warm welcome to you, Edward, and please introduce yourself to the audience.
Yeah, very happy to be here. Thanks. As said, my name is Edward. I'm a Dutchie living in Spain, so a northerner going to the south of Europe. I have been passionate about healthcare technology for the last 5-6 years. At my previous firm, M Ventures, we were fortunate enough to back the likes of Akili, Sonda Health, Altoida, and at Amadeus Capital Partners, where I'm currently a partner, we're backers of the likes of Helix, V7, Quibim, and we have a strategy doubling down on healthcare technology. So very excited and bullish about the space, and looking forward to addressing the dubious title in this session.
Perfect, great. Then I'm happy to also have Christian Weiss here from Hill Capital, and he's one of the guys writing and publishing this article. So therefore, warm welcome, Christian, to you, and please introduce you as well to the audience.
Absolutely, and yeah, thank you, Marco. Thank you, Ed. Pleasure to talk with you guys. My name is Chris, one of the partners here at Hill Capital. Hill Capital, what is that? It's a fund exclusively focused at this intersection of healthcare and technology. So all these companies which are neither nor or both, building their value add, their promises, their key features on the basis of healthcare and technology. And that is what our passion is, where we believe we will see the next big key developments across Europe, and why we are backing those companies from early stages on. Pleasure to talk.
Great. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, you see we have two very insightful experts here today. And yeah, Edward already mentioned it. There was an article published referring to the end of digital health. Corona is everywhere. The pandemic situation is not over yet. Especially in Germany, we are discussing the bureaucratic approach and also the digitalization of our healthcare system very intensively. Now we have this article, The End of Digital Health. Maybe Christian, would you like to give us some more insights on what end exactly are you referring in this article?
Absolutely, happy to do that. And obviously it's a little bit dubious, and yes, there is a pun intended, because, well, obviously it's not meant in the way that digital is not going to be relevant for healthcare. On the contrary, it's rather that when we have been discussing and elaborating in our investment strategy of Hill Capital, we kicked off the discussion. So what is it actually doing? What companies are we looking for? And we actually said, you know, there is this term of digital health which has been running around, but it always has been treated and discussed a little bit like this special thing, which is not the key part of healthcare, but rather something in the corner, maybe a little bit more consumer driven, maybe a little bit weird or strange, what have you. And we are convinced that these times are over, in a sense that digital in healthcare has reached mainstream. There's no way around anymore in healthcare. And frankly speaking, now, I guess 80% of the healthcare companies you talk to, you meet, they are building on technology, and technology, data, software being a core part, mostly actually, or of most of the companies who are developing some sort of technology. So it's a little bit the end of digital health, that you're not talking about digital health companies anymore, as you don't say Google is an online company or Amazon is an online company. Nobody would say that. So yes, this is not wrong. But anyway, digital or online software data has become a key cornerstone component of virtually every healthcare initiative. So we thought, you know, it's time to call an end to the niche being of digital health, but rather entering mainstream mass adoption of digitalization in healthcare. And that is what kicked off this discussion. Obviously, yes, it's a little bit dubious, and it is a pun intended.
Okay, no, great. Thanks for clarification. So we see there's no healthcare system on one end. On the other side, we have digital technologies. Two worlds will be merging, and you can't differentiate and only say, no, there's one topic here and the other topic is here. So Edward, do you agree in future we have no healthcare system without any digital technologies? They need to come together?
Absolutely. I think it's an existential matter even. If you look at where we're headed, I mean, the demographic pyramid is set to change with 10 billion people living on the planet by 2050, and the proportion of people in the workforce contributing to the healthcare systems as we know them today, proportionally being fewer than those drawing from the healthcare systems. So the way that we build our current healthcare systems and the way that we pay for the healthcare that we have is completely unsustainable. In fact, I mean, healthcare has been moving to let's say from being a virtue to being a right. And we like to maintain that. So we have to change something in the way that we deliver healthcare, and we have to cut out some of the inefficiencies. So by that sheer notion, a rising cost and changing demographic, the only solution really is to make efficiencies into this ecosystem and into this entire industry by enabling technological adoption. And for me personally, and large part of our investment thesis sits around the cutting back of the delayed feedback cycle. We see delayed feedback as the biggest threat to humanity. You can exemplify this by climate change. You can exemplify it by people's need to still smoke cigarettes. And so bringing any point of, let's say, diagnosis of a disorder closer to the point of onset of a disease, or any point of intervention closer to the point of need, or any, let's say, delivery of a therapy bespoke to the individual. Those are key things that ultimately not only improve outcomes, but also reduce cost due to making sure that the therapy is more effective.
Okay, great. So I think we're all on the same page now. Digital health is the ultimate goal, and you can't differentiate. But so when it comes to digital technologies, we see many buzzwords flying around. Maybe Ed, what do you think? What are the technologies, the most impactful technologies in the healthcare system?
This is a tough one, right? We live a very interesting time. The short answer is AI and machine learning, but I'll tell you why, because that's too simple of an answer. It requires a bit of explanation. We generate, 2 megabytes of data per person per second for people on this planet today. And for the first time in history, we have the computational methods to make sense of that data. So we see a reverse of notion in healthcare from, let's say, causality-based computing, which is the old school pathway drug discovery, or understanding what the causality of a certain biological phenotype is to then say, okay, so we need to treat X, Y, or Z. That is now changing to a correlation-based computing. So we can take a dataset A and dataset B and say, we observe that this dataset is positively predictive of a certain health indication. We don't know why, but we observe that that is the case. That, if it's 80% predictive, let's say a particular way of voice or a particular eye movement is 80% predictive of anybody having the onset of Alzheimer's, that's interesting. That allows us something to work with, to then go into a much deeper change, for example, or a much deeper diagnostic pathway, and ultimately treating that disorder. So that is, I think, the major pivot and a major change, the way that we use novel computational techniques to make sense of the proliferation of data around us.
Okay, perfect. So you already spoke about where we can apply those digital technologies. Maybe, Christian, what do you think along the patient journey, where the spots where we can address digital technologies, and also here maybe where the spots with the most impact on the patient journey?
Yeah, it's a good question, a difficult one, because I mean, it's still, such a huge topic. If you look at the full patient journey across all indication areas, and if you think of what I said in the beginning, to start with, the answer is probably almost everywhere, right? Whether you go from prevention and prediction to diagnostics to therapeutics to monitoring, there's always heaps of opportunities, address points to be addressed, shortcomings. So I think it's very tough to say it's this one or the other one. However, what I would say is maybe think about it in waves of digitalization of healthcare. And my view on it is that I guess we have seen and surpassed like the first wave of digital health, which was digitalization of healthcare for early adopters, right? The Fitbits, maybe the first indications, the well-being, the sports topics. So for those people who are really actively looking to get some sort of digital healthcare support, right? And where we are now right in the middle, I'd say, is for me the second wave of digitalization of healthcare, i.e. digitalization of healthcare as we know it. Yeah, certain diagnostics areas, certain treatment areas, but it all works pretty much the same. We have been doing it for the last decade. Think of telemedicine, right? Telemedicine, yes, great digitalization, great step forward, but eventually the way it works at the moment, it's still pretty much how healthcare has been done before the whole telemedicine thing. So it doesn't truly change it. And I think for me, that is the prerequisite and the key thing we're currently seeing. Then probably the key change or the most relevant points is, though, I guess this third wave yet to come, or maybe we see the very first topics to say, how can we actually redefine healthcare as we know it with the help of digitalization? Think of really making it more effective, really making it more efficient, really making it more preventative. And I guess in the end, it all leads to this point of longevity. Yeah. And I guess it's this topic you can discuss one way or the other, but if you really think it through and say, listen, this is about pre-symptomatic treatment of age-related diseases, and how can we treat the big challenges we have in terms of cancer, in terms of cardiovascular diseases, in terms of neurodegenerative diseases. It pretty much comes probably down to the question, how can you actually address and manage and prevent all these age-related topics, which eventually you can argue to what extent is this truly, sicknesses, diseases, or to what extent is this aware of depreciation of health. And I guess that is the key thing. Everything will and have to lead to eventually, but it's a little bit down the way. And I guess we are on a great track though towards this key element, what we're all somehow thinking about. Yeah.
Okay, so you spoke about different waves, and yes, I think we also know walking along Venice Beach, everyone is now using some Fitbit to track their health. But yeah, coming to more, I would say, non-urban areas, yes, telemedicine might be a good chance to also reach out to people who are not located in the city. So what are the major challenges and barriers for people really adopting and using those digital technologies? So from a, I would say, perspective of the patient, of the users of those digital health applications. So maybe Christian, any idea of any approach we can use to make it also accessible and better understandable and easier to adopt for those people who are a bit more, I would say, shy or conservative on applying those new things?
My thinking here is as follows. So I think there's at the moment really great opportunities to really work on your health, particularly also with respect to serious conditions, chronic decisions, hypertension, and so on and so forth. I guess a couple of the challenges are, right, if you think about the opportunities out there, it's already too much almost, right? So for sometimes I have been running around, I think, with 5 or 6 different devices applied to my body, right? It's the Apple Watch measuring something. It's the high blood pressure continuous monitoring device here. It's the continuous glucose monitoring device on your arm. It's something you can use on your head to meditate. It is the, I don't know what, the Oura ring, of course, to measure your sleep, right? So in the end, it's somewhere in the end, what do you do with all these data, and what you're really targeting? In the end, I guess the key part is many of the things are eventually then leading back to sort of the same very simple topics in terms of how do you behave? What is your adherence to certain things, nutrition, sports, adherence to medication and other topics. So in the end, I guess it's about truly the question, these things will not fix it for you, right? No matter what it is, there is no treatment and there is not yet the pill to say, just take the pill and all these problems are solved. So eventually, I guess we have also to realize at some point in time, we still need to wait a little bit for what is it in the Matrix movie, the green or the red pill, which helps us or kicks us into the Matrix. But until that, there is no magic bullet. And in the end, it's very simple things which are super tough to adhere to in the long term. And I would advise anybody to test what helps you truly, what supports you to do these things, to make them better. And I don't think there's a one size fits all solution. My super gadget heavy solution, I'm sure, is not the best one for everybody, but it helps me because I enjoy playing with these things and testing these things. But eventually, it's a means towards an end. Yeah?
Okay, there's so many things out there. We need to find our way how to navigate through this jungle of different applications. Maybe back to you, Ed. What do you think? How can we smoothen this transition from really adopting those new technologies and what Christian mentioned, being sure, okay, those are the things I want to use because this leads to a benefit for me. And yeah, what do you think? How can we make this transition more impactful, more smooth?
Yeah, that's the $1 million question. First, quickly grabbing back on something Christian said. I mean, the way that we sort of define it, those three waves, if you will. I guess the wave that we've witnessed so far is existing technologies, new channels. Telemedicine is a prime example of that. There's, it's not necessarily a new fundamental technology, but it's basically a new channel that allows people to get expanded access. Now we're witnessing fundamental new technologies in existing markets. And the third wave, as we see it, which will be vastly greater than the other two, perhaps, at least in our prediction, and very interesting, will be fundamental new technologies enabling new markets. And the prime example is an investment we did in a company called Oxford Nanopore, where you can bring the sequencing to the sample rather than bringing the sample to the sequencer. It's applications like that basically create markets that didn't exist before. And we truly believe that there is going to be a very interesting blue sky opportunity in that side of things. Now, to your question around, what would smoothen the transition? It is almost philosophical, right? I mean, the only real thing that we do in venture capital is provide a tool to generate value, and value is always in the eye of the beholder. So when we started on this journey, we basically mapped out the whole supply chain, the whole journey for patients, and we said, okay, the questions that need to fall in line is who needs to adopt it, who benefits, who pays. And the funny thing is that in a traditional quote unquote environment, the payer and the person who benefits are usually the same. It's the end consumer. However, in healthcare, that's disconnected oftentimes because the insurer, especially in Europe, pays, whereas the patient benefits. And that disconnect needs to be addressed in one way or another. So at least in our view, therefore, digital solutions have to really play to their strength. It is not the same as an actual pharmacological therapy, for instance. So we believe that, first of all, evidence is key. That needs for the majority of solutions that actually address a patient's problem. So a digital therapeutic or a digital medicine solution, the evidence of the impact or the evidence of the usability, that's key. Now, the second one is perhaps a bit more contentious. And digital has the ability to put the responsibility back into the patient's hands. And so, almost what would smoothen a transition, you could even say what would force a transition. Because by putting the responsibility, but also the voting power back in patients' hands, actually patients can vote with their feet, or I should say subjects or users perhaps. And we see that happening here in Spain. In Spain, I think the digital adoption due to the private healthcare insurance ecosystem is actually rather well evolved. And so you see people actually keeping their patient records in their own applications, which in my native country of the Netherlands is not the case. Since it's all a state-funded society there, we don't necessarily therefore have that purchasing power as individuals to move to another insurer that therefore would allow us to keep our information all to ourselves. Here in Spain, with a very large privatized ecosystem, you see that that's happening. And so the digital adoption is really driven by people otherwise just moving to the competition. Now, and the last one I'm going to mention here is for digital, I think the demonstration of near-term value. In order to overcome any sort of adoption, you have to demonstrate that there is a value to the end user. And that plays into the second point I was making here. I'll give you a prime example. My wife just gave birth. The reason we stuck with the gynecologist was because all the information was aggregated, all the patient records were aggregated, all the scans of the baby were aggregated, which is, something in the Netherlands or in the UK that's not the case. So that's near-term value because it allows us a very clear file, which we basically through our cell phone can provide to a pediatrician if something occurs, and therefore we stick with these providers of this particular care and making sure that we're a loyal client to them because they provide value to us, even though it's at a slight premium.
Okay, then first of all, congratulations to your child, first of all. And then I would circle back to Christian, because thanks, Ed, for also mentioning or highlighting the difference between the Netherlands and Spain. And so we see not only the weather is much more easier and much more better in Spain. Then I'll circle back to Christian. And is there any, so in Germany, we're often confronted with bureaucratic processes. Now the Corona pandemic, I would say, uncovered that Germany lags behind in several digital initiatives. So what do you think? Is there any success story or any maybe portfolio startup which kind of changed or redefined, transformed the healthcare system in a specific way? Do you have any success story you can share with us that we not only keep complaining about our healthcare system in Germany and about our digital unmaturity? So is there any success story you can share with us?
Well, I guess, first of all, it's not about complaining about the healthcare system, right? I guess, actually, after all, we have a pretty good healthcare system in Germany, and we are fortunate to have that, but we are facing some of the challenges in terms of structural issues, cost issues, and what have you. Having said that, I agree. I guess it has uncovered, or let's say maybe confirmed, that what was out there already in terms of people thinking, hey, are we truly digital, has been confirmed. Probably not yet, not truly the case. And I guess the best example always, if you look at Doctolib, I guess everybody knows about that, like what efforts these guys need to do just to sell and implement a freaking calendar solution, which is neither super expensive and is pretty much a no-brainer, but the efforts needed to do it shows pretty much, I guess, the resistance to change and the barriers to digitalization we are facing here, but also at the same time the opportunities, I'd say, right? So having said that, we have a super young portfolio. We cannot claim that any of these companies have yet transformed healthcare. I guess that would be a little bit too much to ask for. But having said that, I guess all our companies are revolving around that topic. Yeah? So I guess there is not a particular one to pick out, but what you could look at is, it's for example, Avi Medical, which is a very interesting example of how would you build a primary care practice from scratch, fully digitized, exactly overcoming these challenges in terms of how can I digitize an existing practice, an existing company, which is always virtually impossible. But you see that there's all these things going around, like Amazon Care in the US, right? You have Babylon Health from UK and also being active in China and so on and so forth. And I think Avi Medical is a great contender in this space to say, how can we build a European German platform to start with, who's truly leveraging digitalization of healthcare, and which is particularly nice that it is a primary care approach, because that is what then patients and customers can experience in a day-to-day basis, right? It's not any, super extreme research-driven topic. Oxford Nanopore is like one of the most exciting technologies, I guess, out there. But having said this, it's probably not something which will reach like the actual hands of day-to-day patients like tomorrow, right? And Avi Medical is one of these topics where you can say this is something where people can experience digitalization as of tomorrow, right? So they have the practices up and running. And I guess we are convinced that if you think these patient journeys through, starting from the actual GP visit, has incredible opportunities. And yes, of course, it starts with these, basic things like how to schedule a meeting, where to get access to your data, how to have the telemedicine session, but eventually also then transforms and expands into areas. How is actually a a treatment or a condition X ideally treated? What is a pathway in traditional GPs practices when actually leveraging digitalization to the fullest extent? And that is something which I'm super excited about, because if you really think this through, I think this is one of the elements how truly to redefine healthcare for all patients, day-to-day experience, and also make the patient outcome much better, but at the same time reducing costs. And I guess that is what eventually we're all here for.
Okay, great. So although your portfolio is quite young, I'm convinced and confident that they will transform the healthcare system in the future. And maybe can you give us some more insights on how to work with startups and also how to select startups? Why are you investing in certain startups and why are other startups not potential investment case for you? So what are the criteria from your point of view, Christian, to invest or to not invest into startups?
Well, first of all, most importantly, we don't know better. Yeah, I guess that's the most important point. We just do our best every day to find the best founders with the most promising ideas. But eventually, I guess everybody who has been in this business for a while has to admit, just we don't invest in a company, luckily, does not mean the company cannot be successful. That's just super important to point out. Having said this, eventually, particularly at this early stage, it is about the founding team, right? So we are trying to give rocket fuel to baby rockets and help these guys to build something great. So eventually we know it's going to be tough. So we look for founders who really have the vision and the mission to build something great, to drive change, to transform healthcare system. And that is the key prerequisite for everything else, right? So if you have great founders in a shitty market, they can fix it. The other way around, super difficult. Yeah. Having said that, of course, the more techy, the more sciencey you get, then it also is a little bit more, you know, about what is the research behind it, how valid is it, what is data points, what is the proof of concept. But eventually, I think the one thing which is always common is we are looking for the really mission and vision-driven founders who want to redefine healthcare as we know it. And that is the key and most important component we are looking for.
Okay, great. As we have, or as I assume, we have plenty of founding teams of promising and innovative startups in the audience today. I would like to go back to you, Ed, and ask you actually the same question. So what are the criteria for you to invest in a startup, and on what, I would say, areas should startup focus on when they approach you?
I'm going to take the long way around. I'm going to turn it around a little bit, but I like what Christian said there. It's rocket fuel, venture capital. So I always stress the point that venture capital is not an end goal. It is a tool. Very successful companies have been built without venture capitals. Very successful companies have been built with just bank loans. So if you get venture capital in, if you attract it, the let's say pressure that is on our shoulders as managers of this money and that we impose on our portfolio companies is the pressure to return a multiple of the capital invested. And that means, therefore, that we look at big markets. Just to give you some back of the envelope numbers, we invest in a 150 million fund, and we invest in 12 to 15 companies. Let's say 50 million per fund or 50 million per venture. Each of those ventures has to have the potential to return the whole fund. So that means that if we, own by the end of it 20% of a company, you can do the math on how much that company needs to generate in terms of value. Being a unicorn 2 or 3 times over, in order for us to return that amount of money to our investors. So that's what we're looking for. And if you then think about what is the valuation of such companies justified by, that in the end is justified by revenues and by a market demand, by value given to the end consumers, which are usually patients. So that's really what we look for. Is the market big enough? Is the demand big enough? Can we quantify it in any way? So more tangibly speaking, for digital solutions, is the need, do they get the need right? Has there been a demonstration of near-term value for patients, and is that extrapolatable? I don't know if that's a word. Can we extrapolate that into the future? Is there a possibility to overcome adoption problems? Can we demonstrate value to incumbents in any way that ultimately this can be a very big venture, a very big technology? Can we do such a thing with a low burn or a short time to profitability? And ultimately, can we get to market quickly, and can we get agile learning from customer feedback? And that last thing, I think, comes from the fact that venture capital by its sheer virtue is drawn into markets where you can de-risk quickly. And that's why you see a vast difference between traditional life science investing, where you essentially de-risk assets through a regulatory pathway, and technology, where you de-risk assets through quick market feedback. This particular investment strategy finds itself in the middle, and that's why it's unique. That's why it's got the strengths of both, but also the weaknesses of both. And that's why it's actually a very interesting investment space to hopefully make a splash in.
Okay, great. And so if you have invested in a startup, so you will manage the capital, you will guide the startup, you will help them, you will support them. Could you give us some more insights on how this support actually looks like over a certain period of time until they become the unicorn one day?
Yeah, I mean, for us, it really comes from, let's say, the early stages, the team. What does the team look like? What are the team needs? What are the team gaps? Can we augment that? Can we help find the right talent, either on the board, in the C-suite, or below that, to make sure that the team is positioned to execute the plan? Then, of course, plotting the business plan. I mean, for me, usually the question is, what does the company have at its core? So what's the technology? Where does the company want to go? And how can we make sure that we put all the right puzzle pieces in between to get to that goal? And what can we do as investors through connections, through client feedback, to make sure that those goals are achieved? And lastly, of course, there's two types of companies: those that build into profitability and those that are building into a next financing round. The majority of our companies build into next financing rounds. So making sure that we also open doors to co-investors who can ultimately, do the big blowout growth rounds and make sure these companies become global entities.
Okay, maybe Christian, can you add something and share some insights on how Heal Capital will work with startups and support them along their journey?
I think there is no fundamental difference. I think there's two things I can add. Most importantly, I guess, eventually it is the founders and the executive teams who need to run the show, right? So I guess there is sometimes these things like what we call investor-led companies. But that is nothing we are looking for here in venture capital. There might be something in PE buyout or alike, but I guess one way or the other, every founding team needs to be able to completely do that themselves one way or the other, right? Otherwise, we probably would not come to the conclusion that's the perfect fit here. Second point is, I guess eventually it's easy to get lost in the day-to-day firefighting for founders, which is obviously there, right? I don't think there's any situation comparable to being a founder of early stage company with all these fires popping up every day. So I guess the only thing we can do and offer here is eventually try to sometimes, look beyond the day-to-day firefighting and maybe what's a little bit more out in the horizon, and not to get lost there in too much into the firefighting, which needs to be done, of course. Having said that, with Heal Capital, we do have a little bit of a special situation in the sense that we are deeply entrenched in the German and DACH healthcare ecosystem. So we have mainly healthcare insurance companies as our LPs. We probably have very close relationships and exchanges with all sorts of payers, providers, and what have you. And we proactively try to do the matchmaking between portfolio companies, our startups, give them advice, connections, introductions. But once again, eventually, right, we just can help to tee up the penalty shot. Eventually, we cannot carry the ball into the goal, and we shouldn't do that. So that is then again still up to the founders. But we absolutely, I think, can accelerate things here, which usually would be quite tedious and take some more time. But that is something we are particularly proud of and pay a lot of attention, and which I think is valuable in these super dynamic days and in this ecosystem, which is not, it's not the easiest to play, I'd say, by founders, because it is not yet digitized. There is certain, I guess, hindrances in terms of digitalization. So it can be super valuable to have, let's say, the extra 10 seconds of time to pitch something, to explain something. And yeah, we believe in that.
Okay, great. Then I would say also, as we are coming to the end, so we've talked about there's no digital health in the future anymore, because there will be no healthcare system without digital anymore in the future. So therefore, I think we're all on the same page. We come to the point that digital health will merge into the healthcare system. There's no differentiation in the future between those topics anymore. I would say final remarks from both of you. Edward, final remarks on this conversation, maybe an advice and a hint to one of our audience, to the audience, maybe to startups, maybe to other healthcare providers or pharmaceutical innovation managers, and so on. Final remarks, Ed, please.
I would say, digital and healthcare is here to stay. So yes, it is a complex and challenging endeavor, perhaps, given that the regulation is fierce or whatever. Don't be discouraged. It is here to stay. And if you have an interesting proposition, please feel free to drop me an email.
Okay, so guys, afterwards, reach out directly to Ed. And Christian, as we actually started this whole conversation, based on your article, I would say you have the final word and the final remarks to this conversation.
Absolutely. I think my key point is, I think the time for health tech startup, and maybe let's bury that digital health there because it has this consumer consultation. I think the time for health tech startups never have been better. Yeah? I think we have seen also the waves of digitalization in B2B, B2C, hardware, software, fintech, and now we are at healthcare. Now is the time also from a European perspective. I guess we will see, key healthcare platforms emerging in the future. Let's make sure also we build a couple of those here in Europe and also Germany. I think we can do that and we will do that. And I would encourage every founder to look at this fascinating space. It's great to see that more and more second and third time founders from other areas, being deep tech, being marketing, being B2C, are now starting to, build forums and create teams to tackle these space. And we believe in that space. Otherwise, we wouldn't do this on a day-to-day basis. And looking forward to see how that ecosystem will develop and hopefully make it a success. Jointly, we can just make sure to do our part. But great area to be in these times, and pleasure to talk with you guys.
Great. So the audience, you see, if you're a startup founding team, it's now the time for your health tech venture. And if you need support, reach out to Ed from Amadeus Capital and also to Christian from Heal Capital. Thanks, Christian. Thanks, Ed, for being part of this investors discussion panel, and stay healthy. See you soon.
And thanks for hosting, Marco.
Bye-bye.
Cool. Hey, everyone. Welcome back to the Pitch Track session. For those of you who are joining us again, I'm Matthew, head of ecosystem at Lead Sports, VC based here in Berlin. So yeah, we have another 5 really exciting startups to hear from. So yeah, let's jump straight back in. So our first startup, Tada Medical, they're keeping patients safer with their patented technology. They're enabling healthcare providers to deliver critical fluids not only safely but effectively. So yeah, really excited to hand over to the team at Tada Medical to tell you a little bit more.
Thank you so much. Wenn Sie wollen, kann ich das auch irgendwann auf Deutsch machen. Heute spreche ich auf Englisch. So, hi everybody. My name is Katarina, CEO and co-founder of Tada Medical. Our journey started with the EU-funded innovation program, where we spent 8 to 10 months at the Children's Oncology Clinic to identify their unmet needs. The most frequent invasive procedure is infusion therapy. 3.8 billion tubes are used annually in Europe and the US. 10% of these get accidentally dislodged during use, with massive consequences, adding up to 28 billion euros in unnecessary healthcare consumption. We'll start with a short video, introducing the world's first ever market-ready breakaway connected for IV lines. Tada Medical's Relink reduces the risk of accidental IV dislodgement. Relink enables safer therapies for patients and nurses. Relink promotes accurate dosage and avoids spillage. Since it's reconnectable, Relink reduces the time to restart the line and saves valuable bedside nursing time. When we started with working with Relink, we saw the needs from a lot of different wards and angles. Relink is a platform technology laying the foundation for an entire product family with a wide application profile in human and animal infusion therapies in both hospital and home care setting. Relink Care, first ever market-ready breakaway connected-free IV therapy, is designed specifically for gravitational IV and bears the CE mark. A clinical trial is planned for late 2021 in Sweden. Relink Advanced is created to be used with infusion pumps and all IV fluids, including blood and blood products. Here we plan a multi-center clinical trial in 2 European countries and have been funded with Fast Track to Innovation from the European Investment Council. Relink Closed System is designed for closed system to protect healthcare professionals' exposure to toxic drugs. For this solution, we're planning a clinical trial with 2 university hospitals in Germany. Relink Digital comes with monitoring communication ability to cater the need for the home care market. Relink Vet is for animals and includes a special cap for protecting the connector in case a dog patient needs a walk. Here we collaborate with the only animal university hospital in Sweden, and a clinical trial is planned for autumn this year. When the problem is that something breaks, the standard solution is to make it stronger. We did the opposite. The weak link activation, where Relink separates into 2 parts, prevents the catheter from being ripped from the patient in case of an accidental pulled IV line, reducing the consequences. And that's the biggest difference between us and the competitors who work more with preventing the effectiveness in preventing. The benefits that this gives are many. Safer therapies for patients and healthcare professionals, accurate dose by known infused volume, and an environmentally responsible solution. The benefits all add up to make a better life for healthcare professional and the patient, something our entire team value, and I'm lucky to have the best team in the world. My co-founder, Christopher, is a medical doctor specializing in anesthesiology. Rebecca, another co-founder, is chief COO and has PhD in engineering sciences. I am an engineer with an MBA. The rest of the team are also highly qualified, some with PhD and some with background from top-tier consultancy firms such as KPMG and Ernst & Young. Several of the team members also have patents granted. Collectively, as a team, we have 87. And as a team, we also bring together a lot of different experiences required to bring a medtech product to the market. The access to hospital for trial studies and evaluation has become trickier with the pandemic, and we are proud of our network and that we've been able to secure funding for several studies. We use these as stepping stones to allow Relink to be used in a more advanced application and create optionality. This approach has caught the attention of several larger business-to-business players, and we are discussing with several of them. Some of these sell, some manufacture, and some both sell and manufacture, and there are different streams of sales possibility to collaborate with us, and these are all very interesting discussions, and that we would love to have also in depth with new investors, as well as the different revenue streams coming from these. We would also love to welcome investors on board, primarily from medtech, life science, or pharma experience. We open a round after the summer and we'll be looking at 4 million euros. 1.5 of these we have already found. The money will be used for increasing the team, commercialization, and manufacturing. The exit opportunities are after approximately 3 years with an IPO. We obviously see other possibility for exits as well. Thank you for listening.
Cool. Thank you so much, Katarina. That was very, very interesting technology indeed. And again, I'd like to open it up to our investor panel for any questions. Well, maybe I can kick it off. I'd be interested to actually learn a little bit more about the other exit strategies that you guys have worked out as a team as well, just thinking a little bit longer term.
Well, it could be an M&A. The patent would really suit very well. And I mean, it doesn't have to be B. Braun or Fresenius or BD, but it could be, you know, any of these larger players could suit. Having said that, it's we love what we are doing, but looking into licensing deals and playing around with figures, it probably would suit actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
Eventually. Yeah.
Yeah, and then how many units or how many units have you sold or what?
We haven't sold. We got just in time for VOCOVA, which is World Congress on Vascular Access. We got the CE mark like a week before, something like that, and we were trying really hard to come to manage within the change in MDD and MDR and the entire chaos on the CE mark at the moment. So we need to do some adjustments into our manufacturing line to actually decrease the price, because at the moment we produce them in a manufacturing site, but we need to have more caveats, etc., to actually have it making sure the pricing model works. But it will work. It will just take a few more months. But we're very proud of our CE mark that we managed.
Yeah. Cool.
Thank you.
Perfect. And before we move on, are there any other questions from our investor panel?
Following up on that question, there are actually hospitals that have approached us and want to sell, want to buy.
Yeah.
So,
okay. Yeah.
I think we're really on a good track.
Yeah, really interesting. Obviously, I think from the team, it's definitely the right team to push a product like this forward as well. And I'm sure you guys have a super strong network between different hospital systems, and it's smart to incubate, until the right time to launch as well. But yeah, thanks so much. And of course, everybody everybody here has a profile on the Giant conference space, but yeah, we know we can get you guys on tadamedical.com as well. So really excited to keep watching and seeing how you guys grow.
Thank you so much.
Perfect. So we'll move on to our next startup, DeepMed. So DeepMed, they're addressing personalized medicine using state-of-the-art machine learning technologies. And what's really interesting is that they're blending both AI and computational pathology to not only improve cancer detection and reporting, but also care. So yeah, I'd like to hand over to the team at DeepMed to speak a little more to it.
Thank you very much. I do hope you can see the window.
Yes, we can.
Yeah, good afternoon to everybody. A suspected cancer diagnosis is an emotionally testing time for patients and their families, marking the start of a journey through the maze of diagnostic procedures, surgery, decisions about therapy. Cancer services are currently overloaded. Health professionals are stretched even before the pandemic. Choice of diagnostic and therapeutic option has become more and more complex to navigate through. And the pandemic has definitely made things worse. It is now accepted by most experts that machine learning can and will play a significant role in improving the accuracy, efficiency, and quality of most stages of the cancer patient journey, starting from histopathology, which is the immediate focus of DeepMed. Histopathology is a crucial link in the cancer treatment chain, used for staging and grading tumors and helping to match the best therapy with each patient. Since 2017, DeepMed has attracted more than £1 million funding through the SBRI program in the UK, in collaboration with NHS trusts, to make the first steps in digital medicine in terms of supporting histopathologists, specifically to identify metastasis in lymph nodes and assist with disease staging. Our award-winning machine learning models can improve accuracy, currently at 95%, while targeting 98% plus, and save time, currently 2 times, and targeting to save 3 to 4 times, at the same time while keeping the experts in the driving seat. With our first product for breast cancer currently ready for market launch, DeepMed has developed methodologies, strategies, and intellectual property to extract valuable information from histopathology images. Such information methodologies are a foundation of our plan to develop products of direct relevance to each step of a cancer patient journey, being accurate, fast, and personalized. DeepPath Lydia is our first product, currently about to reach CE marking. Our models scan the images from out of the digital scanner, find all regions of interest, however well hidden, and presents them to the doctor for confirmation. Our validations show that Lydia helps experts deliver diagnosis in less than half the time and with higher accuracy. DeepMed is ahead of the competition by using unsupervised learning with generative adversarial networks to deliver the first pan-cancer solution, which can be used across all cancer types, including Lydia's total addressable market fivefold. This gives DeepMed a unique competitive advantage, even over companies with a strong fundraising track record. At the same time, DeepMed's products work in a complementary way with those of competitors, creating integrated solutions for clinics and patients, creating critical mass and accelerating traction for the whole sector. Our product is engineered to work with any hardware and to deliver its results within the large-scale software platforms that are favored by large hospital end users. Lydia has a compelling value proposition for all stakeholders. Its simplicity, its unobstructive method of delivery, and its decision support nature makes it an ideal entry point for AI solutions in clinical workflows. The business model has a strong SaaS element with all the associated benefits, including very high margins and high customer lifetime value. The global total addressable market for Lydia is around £500 million. Cross-selling of our subsequent products is a strong element of our long-term strategy. For example, our planned recurrence prediction product family on its own has a TAM of £1 billion in a market with expected growth rate of more than 13%. Our sales channel goes via system integrators and local distributors, supported by our internal expert sales team and strong in-house customer support function. A key component of our market entry strategy is our close collaboration with system integrators with the capacity to provide end-to-end solutions to large hospitals. For example, we are working closely with Fujifilm in the UK and elsewhere in Europe, having participated in common advertising and promotion to several NHS trusts with considerable success. Other players include Philips, Sectra, Hamamatsu, Leica, etc. The pandemic has accelerated the introduction of digital pathology in the NHS and other major markets. There are currently many trusts in the UK that bid for installing histopathology infrastructure, with AI solutions to follow right after. We're lining up trials with selected trusts, for example, Nottingham University Hospital, as well as smaller-sized independent pathology labs. Same trends emerge in other major Western European markets, and we're already in discussions in France and Italy with trusts looking into digital solutions in histopathology. Our leadership team includes individuals with distinguished career in academic, entrepreneurial, and global corporate positions, and a world-class track record on machine learning applications in biotech and healthcare.
Emmanuel, there's 30 seconds.
Thank you. Being near revenue, we look for a bridge capital injection of 500,000, primarily to support market introduction activities until a multi-million Series A raise in 2022, which will allow us to deliver on our product roadmap and extract value from our know-how while creating high-impact solutions and improving improving health outcomes across the patient's journey. Thank you very much. Please get in touch for more in-depth information, Pac. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. So yeah, to kick it off, I first would like to hand over to any investors on the panel who would like to ask a question.
I would have one, and thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Can you maybe quickly elaborate a little bit more on the workflow, how your solution will either increase or decrease the workflow steps of a pathologist? Because what we've learned from looking at some of the companies in the space is that it's often basically additional steps for a pathologist, and that's often a challenge for adoption.
That's a fantastic question. It's actually, that's why we chose specifically lymph node metastasis detection as our beachhead application, and it was the correct decision, which we took about 4 years ago. It's completely unobstructive. I wish I had the time and the opportunity to show you how it actually works in front of the pathologist's eyes, but they are already in front of a screen doing the digital pathology workflow as they would, and the only thing that our software does, the only thing in inverted commas, is that it just highlights for them, just annotates for them the regions of interest. So they need to do nothing more. It's automatically run through the models as the images are coming out of the scanners, and it gives you the right information at the right time, completely unobstructively. And instead of having to search through a lymph node from scratch for several minutes per lymph node, they can have an answer in seconds, and that's exactly the value proposition.
Maybe a quick follow-up. How many % of the labs that you're targeting already have that fully digitalized workflow, or is that in that specific field?
Another great question. Digital pathology is growing. It has been lagging behind. For example, radiology is a decade ahead, and that's why there's so much more activity in this area. And there's so many small companies using AI for radiology. Pathology, the main problem was that it wasn't digitized. A lot of people are still looking down microscopes, optical microscopes, but they have seen the benefits, and the benefits of digital pathology together with the AI solutions that are coming up is multiple. So there's a bit of a rush now, to be honest, particularly in the UK, which I'm following up very closely, being here. There's a rush of hospitals basically going ahead of the queue to get the infrastructure installed in the labs, so that they are run ahead of the tsunami of cancer cases that is coming post-pandemic. Thank you.
Cool. Thanks so much, Manuel.
You're very welcome. Thank you very much.
Perfect. And then with that, we can move on to our next company. Really exciting at the intersection of healthcare and nutrition. So an interesting statistic I learned from reviewing this deck was that, with 96% of people reportedly having suboptimal levels of vitamins and minerals, I think human people are providing, or not only informing, but changing the way that people can get real benefits from supplements by analyzing relevant health data from DNA analysis, DNA methylation analysis, etc., blood and gut microbiome. So yeah, really excited to learn a little bit more from the human people.
Hi there.
Hey.
Super. Hi. I'll introduce myself. My name is Dr. Jeff Long. I work in a number of clinics, but also a functional medicine doctor and CEO of Human People. So we're really developing a digital health platform to do a number of things, and preventative medicine has to start somewhere. And like any medicine, it should really start at understanding symptoms, clinical symptoms of disease. And, we can pick a lot of these up with, things like brain fog, low mood and anxiety. And people will often self-diagnose and realize something's not quite right. And that's one of the reasons why they turn to supplements. And here in the UK, that actually is 61% of UK adults. So there's an enormous number of people that actually take them. But, there's a bit of a problem with that, in that there's no science really applied to this. So at the moment they go out and they guess. It's like going into your doctor and going, I've got low energy, and he goes, you know what, have a thyroid, I have a thyroxine tablet. So when we actually test these people, we ran a pilot at the end of 2019, we found that only 4% of people actually had optimal levels. So there's millions of people wasting billions on supplements. And we've come up with a solution to do this properly, to really help detect those issues early on. And we do that through a range of home tests. It represents very good value because, in terms of time and money, it means you're not going into specialist clinics like some of the ones we run. So we have experience in this field already, so we know how it works. And that we can really help a lot of these symptoms when we use kind of pure, high quality, almost pharmaceutical grade supplements. And we've built this out on a digital platform to really scale this up. And we've got a great team to can build it at speed. So how do we do it? Well, as I mentioned, medicine's not changed. A deep analysis where we use a questionnaire with an AI algorithm attached to it. We do blood testing, home blood testing, DNA testing, microbiome testing, and it's that integration of all this data allows us then to give recommendations. And of course, nutrition and lifestyle incredibly important. But one of the reasons we've looked at supplements is that it's an easy thing for people to start off with. They understand the numbers, and it's fantastic when they re-engage and retest and see things are improving. And with that, you often see bad habits falling like the other side. In our pilot, one of the issues a lot of people had was around finger prick tests at home. And so we've worked with a spin-out from MIT in the US to use their blood sampling device. We've just completed a validation study with Eurofins using this, and a usability study, which was fantastic. We use a third party for our DNA and gut tests. We have our own packaging robot in-house. Everything is 100% personalized, depending on what you actually require. So although the monetization of the platform ultimately does come from supplements, it's an awful lot more than that. It's about that personalized medicine and digital health. Further down the line, we're also applying for grants to build this out for disease management. Because obviously we're taking clinical symptoms, we're taking a data set, we're given an outcome. And so we've been looking at this for a B2B platform as well. But at the moment, who's our community? It's probably more primarily focused on female health. And the biggest users and people who will invest in this are that 35 to 50-year-old female. Our route to market is not necessarily direct to consumer, it's going to be called B2B2C. And that's kind of primarily through our own clinics, but also we are working on strategic partnerships with a number of wellness programs, gyms, clinics, as well as those other traditional direct-to-consumer markets you would imagine. We've got a great team. My co-founder, Henry's an ex-management consultant from Bain. Christine Bailey's one of the leading nutritionists in the UK. Karen Kidd's head of brand at Caffè Nero, ex-Nuffield Health, and a very capable data scientist, and Alex Sparrow. So in terms of revenue growth, we know if we hit around that 900 to 1,000 people, we're looking at an annual recurring revenue of around 1 million. And we're seeking 800,000 to get to that early stage. We've already raised over a quarter of it. That's to invest in that tech and development platform build out. The marketing, sales, operations and packaging, and that will help us reach that Series A raise. Well, we've had fantastic results, and as we started off looking a lot at the physical, but actually what we didn't realize was how much this has managed to impact people's mental health. And shouldn't be surprising when you dial down a lot of the inflammatory markers, which our algorithms are really based around. Neuroinflammation decreases, and people certainly find enormous benefits. So timing is pretty good. We've just completed our pilot. We're about to do a full commercial launch at the end of the month. From that pilot, we had a very high retention rate. Home testing is widely used, but home blood testing is maybe not quite there. So we're at a pretty exciting point in that. And I don't think there's any doubt that in the UK, for example, healthy life expectancy is only 62, and in some areas of the country it's only 52, and that's the age before you get one significant disease. So we're living up to 23% of our life in poor health, and digital health is probably the solution to that. So if you want to contact me, details are as below. Thank you.
Cool. Thanks so much, Jeff. Really interesting solution, and definitely a lot of momentum and energy in the space. I'd like to kick the questioning off just to focus on the competitor analysis and the competitive moat. So obviously there's a lot of popularity around supplements and the space at the moment, but what makes you different to the companies operating in a similar space like Elo Health, which was I think a Will Ventures investment, and what makes you defensible over time against them as you're growing?
So I think one of the, sorry, can you see me, or do I need to hit a
No. When you're sharing your screen, we can't see you, unfortunately.
Apologies.
Well, I can't. I don't know if the others can. Go for it anyway.
So we've taken kind of the proper approach to it. Well, it's taken us quite a long time, and that is by actually finding which markers most people are deficient in. And it's the integration of all of that data together. So you mentioned before about methylation panels, for example, that genomic risk scoring, bringing all of that data set together. And although, the easy thing is to tell people about nutrition and food plans, etc., tell me somebody who doesn't know that they should eat more healthily. We've got to make an easy first step for people to get on that journey to personal well-being. So it's actually how we ingest the data and how we produce those recommendations, I think, is one of the unique things about our approach and how we've done it.
Cool. And are there any questions from our investor panel? I'll go ahead with a second question because I think we have Marco.
Yes, thanks for this presentation. Maybe can you give us some more insights on also partners, potential collaborators? So you have a strong B2C focus, that this topic is very relevant at the moment. So when it comes to more the chemical components, is there especially when you go to further markets, so what are the next steps when it comes to collaboration, to partners? So what are potential partners for your journey to further build on and grow your startup? Are there any specific industries or specific players in this chemistry environment?
In terms of the route to the market, such as so clinics like ours, we've been speaking to. We've also been speaking to, certainly here in London, there's a lot of companies will subsidise corporate wellness programs. And so we've been speaking to, in fact, 2 management consultant companies with regards to offering that in-house. So the direct to consumer market will be there, but I think that's a much more difficult market than kind of finding those intermediaries. And similarly with some of the gyms that we've been working with. So we're going in there with our nutritionists explaining how it will work. So they have that extra help in hand as well as the other kind of steps would be almost being like a fulfillment platform for some of these nutritional professionals. So they can use our testing platform. They can then use us as the fulfillment when they kind of give advice at the same time. So those are really important strategic. So that's a little bit different from the route to market for the traditional DTC.
Okay, cool. But thumbs up, definitely following your journey. So thanks for this presentation.
Thank you.
Cool. Thanks so much, Jeff, and thanks, Marco, as well. Okay, let's move on to our next company who are revolutionizing the urinary tract infection diagnosis space. So Phenu are a medical device company, and they are reducing not only the time to diagnosis, but also associated costs within that particular medical group by up to a factor of at least 10. So again, handing over to the team at Phenu to discuss it a little bit more.
Hi there, thanks a lot. I'll just start sharing my screen and let me know if you can see the presentation.
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, brilliant. I'll start then. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Srijan Jindal, and I'm the co-founder and chief research officer at Phenu-Test. It brings me an incredible pleasure and means a lot personally to present this venture to you, because the foundation of this was laid 5 years ago when I started my PhD. Phenu-Test is a 30-minute rapid urinary tract infection diagnostic solution. Our technical solution is not just faster, but cheaper and more accurate than any other solution in the market and in the development pipeline. Let's look a little bit about urinary tract infections. It is a very famous and well-known disease, but do you know about 100 million people are diagnosed with UTIs every year? More than that, 1 in every 2 women is likely to encounter this disease at some point in her life, making this a major global crisis. Additionally, about 1/5 of all the antibiotic prescriptions in the community result from UTIs, so it does add to a lot of antimicrobial resistance load as well. On the left, you'll see a little brief by a physician who explains how he prescribes an antibiotic to a UTI patient. 2 days later, he receives the correct results, which says that the pills that he prescribed were wrong. And he says, and I quote in the last lines, what should have been a doctor's visit becomes 2, 3, 4-week problem. We can see the extent of this major problem, and a rapid in-house point-of-care diagnostic kit will change this. And that's what we are here to provide. So Fenutest is a spun-out company from University of Liverpool in 2021. Obviously, the work has been going on for about half a decade. And we can identify if a particular bacteria is growing, static, or dying in presence of a particular antibiotic within 30 minutes. So our approach will be implemented in a clinical setting. This is patented and we've published the results, so there's no doubt about the technology. In terms of the prototype development, we are on board with that, and we are looking at about 5 to 10 times cheaper method than any existing technology right now. For follow-on, we are looking for £2.5 million of funding to obtain a CE mark, finalize our device, and to start the manufacturing and marketing. So what is our solution? Our solution has been patented, and you can read it. It's a technology based upon microscopy and fluorescence. We've done the clinical trials, and we have received about 100% sensitivity and specificity, which is very rare in microbiology space, and we are really proud to announce this. We also use computational method, which provides us high accuracy and no manual intervention. We've got a multidisciplinary team. We've got biology people, engineering, business, and clinicians on board who are very happy to take this forward and put a product on the market. Additionally, we are using advanced detectors, something that could not be used a few years ago, and that's the reason why diagnostic sector is seeing such a big revolution or a change in detection time. And with the new technology, we are very happy to take this forward. We did an intensive market research, and the feedback was really amazing, and I'm excited to share it with you. For example, some adult care centers said that they would love to have our technology in their setup in next 2 to 3 years, which was quite promising and a healthy promise for what we are looking up ahead. In terms of the business timeline, we have recently secured an Innovate UK grant funding of £300,000 to build the prototype, which is ongoing process. Next, we are looking for £2.5 million to finish the prototype development, start the QMS proceedings, CE application, and do some clinical studies to further benefit our case. If you want to find out more, you can contact me or William, who is the CEO of the company. There's our email IDs. And I would like to conclude by saying urinary tract infection is a very deadly disease. And it not only impairs millions of pounds of funding by healthcare systems, but it also delays and prolongs a personal illness. We at Fenutest have seen that there's an opportunity in the market. We've got the technology, we've got the team, and we'll be very happy to have you on board and help us through our journey. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. So yeah, let's open it up to our investor panel to see if they have any questions. So again, feel free to turn on your cameras and ask anything. Yeah. So maybe I can kick it off then. What does the business model look like, and what does that sales cycle look like then? If you're approaching, are you going to try and target the institutional hospitals? I know there's the way the NHS is set up is a little bit different to because they'll have their different sections that you can just go straight to. So is it more of a top-down approach in the UK? And if so, what does that look like as you scale through Europe and beyond?
So first, and the most basic thing I would like to say is that most of the companies in this space are chasing centralized facilities and trying to increase the speed at which they test different diagnostic tools or different tests. But we are looking at a point of care. So we'll place our instrument at GP surgery, essentially replacing something which was dipstick test, a very ancient method, unreliable. Same amount of effort from clinicians, same amount of effort from nurses, and much better result. So we are trying to implement it there. Definitely the way that we're going to approach is we're going to first aim at the private clinics, so private clinicians, and then go through the NHS and further on. But our aim is to go approach the private clinicians and then public sector. But we want to place it in walk-in centers, pharmacies, GP surgery. These are our target market rather than aiming for centralized facilities.
Yeah. So it taps into that at-home market space as well.
Kind of closer to home.
Closer to home. I like it. And so on that then, does this technology have the capability to also detect different types of biomarkers? So again, kind of thinking maybe a little bit more towards the future, pulling different, say, nutritional biomarkers that right now traditionally are done via blood tests, and again, the similar 24, 48-hour wait time.
I would say no.
Okay.
However, I like how you're trying to embark a little bit of ambition in our team. But see, we look at phenotypic changes. So, we see the bacteria actually grow. A lot of solutions right now are chasing the whole DNA approach. So they look at the genetic matter. And the problem there is you can't find the false negative, which is a major problem. Even in COVID, false positives, are a major problem. And we're trying to remove that by looking at actual growing bugs. So when we say that it's a UTI positive, we do mean that the bugs are growing. We see what the centralized facilities would see in 2 days. And in terms of other biomarkers, right now we are not looking at that because UTI space is massive space for us. So keeping our head focused, and once this box is ticked, maybe. But I like your idea for sure.
Yeah, that's a great answer. It's easy for me. I can be creative with all the risk from my position. But no, I really like that answer. So the USP sits within that specificity, reduced false positives, and the capabilities via detection and parts per million.
Indeed, yeah.
Cool. Perfect. Any other questions from our investor panel? No. So I think on that great note, that brings our pitch sessions to an end. I want to thank all the startups for taking part, our investor panel, everybody watching as well. Again, I'm sure you can get all the information from the Giant Health profiles, but also I'm sure it'll be made available to everyone as well. So yeah, I'd like to thank everybody for taking part. It was a great experience, and enjoy. I think there's one more workshop and the closing remarks, and yeah, I hope everybody can have a great evening as well. Thanks.
welcome Berlin, welcome Stockholm, welcome Barcelona. My name is Jürgen Osterbrink, and I'm presenting as last obstacle before you are going to your leisure time an aspect about digitization, and I would like our technician to start my presentation, please. Thank you so much. It's about the development and deployment of digital telecare technology. Next slide, please. Within the next 14 minutes, I will try to explain major healthcare challenges, HCC, in the EU, nursing care in the EU, digitization to face healthcare challenges within the EU, telecare, Edison care, and of course the development and deployment of Edison care. Next slide, please. As major challenges within the EU, we see digitization and demographic change are interrelated. We have a shortened hospital treatment. We have in fewer time, we have to treat much more patients than we were used, for instance, in the 90s. And you see here also, in the 90s, we had less than 50% of our patients suffering from chronic diseases. Now we are in 2020, and the forecast from the British Medical Journal in 18 years ago was absolutely correct. More than 70% of our patients in the EU and worldwide are suffering from chronic diseases. That's why we actively have to integrate our patients in their individual care process. Next slide, please. We see that nursing care can be studied in the States since more than 110 years. In the EU, since 1956, in the UK, in Belgium since 75, and the German-speaking countries in 82, or in Austria almost in 20 years ago. The facts are that health workforce imbalances and shortages are a major concern in the EU, and it will be worsened if we are not having the right challenges integrated within the next 4 or 5 years. There are almost 3 million nurses practicing in the EU, and the number of physicians and nurses have increased in general in our region. But we see also the baby boomer generation, the colleagues born in the 60s will be retired within the next 5-6 years, and we are facing a massive shortage within this time. Within the next 10 years are crucial, and we have to set the signals on green. This is absolutely our job within the next years. Next slide, please. The digitization means we have to optimize the healthcare at home, in the home setting, that our people are able to stay long time at home as possible. We have to support autonomous living in old age. Our clients, our patients, want to stay longer at home, and they want to live despite the fact that they are suffering chronic diseases. They want to stay in their home setting. They want to stay also when they are older, as long as possible with their beloved ones or in their home. We have to offer opportunities for social inclusion, security, and a good quality of life. quality of life is crucial, and we have to be able to increase the quality of life. There are some obstacles, of course. Are the technical solutions already available, and will patients and relatives as well as healthcare professionals accept and use the technology? These are the major questions we have to answer. Next slide, please. And you can press until the screen is full, please. We see the digitization, and we have many solutions already in the process. Electronic health records, health portals, online pharmacies, AL systems, telemedicine, and now we began since 4 or 5 years to improve also telecare. And we see due to the pandemic that telecare is urgently needed to integrate it in home care settings, not only for people suffering chronic diseases. This will be our target within the next years. But now, on the short notice, long COVID will be in our focus at least for the next 4 or 5 years. Next slide, please. We see that there are different scope of applications. There is a small basis of evidence for telecare systems. Here we have an article for patients suffering for diabetes. Next click, we see here for patients suffering from Parkinson's disease, or next one, we see a study which include also family caregivers. And next slide, here for patients suffering on pain and depression, the patients suffering as primary diagnosis with cancer. Next one, for patients suffering from dementia. And the last one, for solutions in mental health in Afghanistan. You see, we see the scope of applications widely spread. There is a small grade of evidence, and we try, of course, as scientists, to increase our body of knowledge. Next one. Telecare is an old concept, and it's also linked to culture and linked to the certain time. In the 60s, you see here nurses in Norfolk State Hospital and a brave cameraman. You see here a project in Canada almost 7 years ago. And Telecare 3.0 is Edison. Edison moves into EU houses, moves into US houses. And if we concentrate on the EU, you will learn within the next 7 minutes more details how we plan it, how we do it, and what it's all about if we're talking about Edison. Next one. Edison is a virtual caregiver, and you see that we have various experiences. The Edison experience will run after the first start. You can modify your system. Edison explains the system. Edison, the users have to verify themselves with login data, but very easy. It's a plug and play system which was designed for our clients, our patients. We have medicamente called drugs. It's a drug system where we try to decrease failures in medication management. Vital function. We want that our patients are taking their vitals, their pulse, their glucose, their blood pressure, their weight, and some other vitals, that we as nurses and or as physicians are up to date about the vital function of our patients. Learning learning, we will integrate patient education systems, that we have a very close contact on the demands on our patient groups. Next slide. We see that we have measuring vitals, medication management, and tutorials. These, you see 3 checks, this is done. We will, next slides here, we will surveying patients for symptoms. We will integrate video consultations. We will integrate physical therapies protocols, because we want to decrease the risk of falls. We want to increase the muscle strength. If we, the lower trunk, the legs will be particularly in our focus. We will guarantee a 24/7 virtual care. This is our aim. Next one, please. The benefits of Edison Care is an overall improvement of patient healthcare outcomes. And also you can measure it by the end of the day, of course, via health economic measures. We will have a more effective and affordable method of managing chronic conditions. Affordable is here important, because worldwide we are running out of budget, and we have to have an affordable patient care from the medical and the nursing point of view. And we want to improve the patient treatment adherence. The adherence not only to the medication, also to physiotherapeutical adherence, to the adherence if patients are suffering from mental illnesses. We want to be not only a daily advisor, a daily nurse, a daily physician. We want to be 24/7 with our patients. Next one, please. Our interaction with Edison is a natural language understanding and an automatic speech recognition. Next one, please. When we are calling Edison, Edison will respond, next one, naturally, and said, well, what's going on, Jürgen? And Jürgen answered, well, I'm feeling well today. And Edison said, well, we will measure now your vitals. We will check whether you have to take your drugs. We want to give you via structured patient education a better quality of life, and let's do it together. Means we have a machine personal interaction on a natural basis. Next slide, please. And we are having here a platform where also our patient can recognize, Edison Care can recognize what we have to actually do. Here, the patient has to take ibuprofen 200 milligrams at 10:15. And Edison will remind this patient on the left side. Next slide, please. Means our scope of application is in the patient's home, in the hospital, in nursing home, and we will give also a high value to practitioners, nurse practitioners and or GPs via call systems. We are structuring also the activities of daily living. We will increase the quality of life, and of course want to foster better adherence to nursing care. Next slide, please. The development and deployment of Edison Care, here you see on the left side an American version of a kitchen. And we discussed it within our European and American working groups in Europe. Next slide. It has to be different. Here on the right side, you have a very typical living room and kitchen for our patients in the German-speaking region. Next slide. The telecare, the conclusions here, the telecare, we have a good infrastructure for telecare and the use of technologies. We have a chance to integrate patients into a care process on an ongoing basis. We adapted, and we have to adapt it even more, as to linguistic and cultural needs of patients. Addison Care will look different in Scandinavia or in the south of Europe. There are small adaptations necessary, but the cultural needs and the linguistic needs has to be taken in account. And we, as ECG Europe, are actually doing this. We have to raise professional care into a new system level. This we are actually planning, and this will be adapted within this year. Q4, we will go live to the market. We will implement all these 4 steps you are seeing here. Research, and I recognize there's a misspelling, the research-based testing of Addison Care will increase also the scientific not only knowledge, but our scientific basis. And when we have an increase evidence, we will increase also our performance. This is absolutely interlinked. And we will develop more functions within the next years. We will partner with healthcare providers, insurances, and of course, the different governments. Next slide. Everything is not happen in a nutshell. Here you see Salzburg. Addison Care will be within the next years the future of healthcare, and I strongly advise be part of the future. And I'm happy now to answer questions, and I transfer the screen back to our technicians.
Well, I hope you enjoy.
Question to the technicians. Are there any questions from the audience?
No, thank you so much, Jürgen. It was a pleasure to meeting you again, and I believe we will see you again tomorrow.
Tomorrow from Stockholm.
Yep.
Thank
you so much.
Thank
Have
you.
a nice day.
Bye.
Bye.
Wider community of the Giant team bringing this together for you, and the conference makers, of course. A special thank you to our sponsors, of course. We have Barclays Bank, Vodafone Business, as well as Bayer, and our knowledge partner, McKinsey. We couldn't do this without you, so thank you so much for your support throughout this week and over the last few months to bring this conference together.
Well, thank you, Shafi. And of course, thank you once again to our entire audience who've been dialing in the many thousands from all across Europe. Today's been a fabulous day, an important part of European Health Tech Innovation Week, and we're extremely grateful, as Shafi said, to our sponsors and to our partners, our curators, and of course, thank you from the bottom of my heart to the entire Giant Health team. Everybody has worked so hard and delivered such fabulous results, so thank you very much. I'd also just like to announce that, of course, coming up on the 30th of November, we are having year 7 of the Giant Health event. According to the Financial Times, the Giant Health event is Europe's largest annual event in the area of healthcare, technology, and innovation. If you'd like to learn more about that, please go to our website, www.giant.health. In addition to that, Giant publishes a free of charge weekly email newsletter, which you can subscribe to, which is packed every single week with exciting, valuable content about the latest innovations in healthcare, technology, and innovation, job vacancies, announcements of deals done, fundraising calls, and a lot of additional opportunities to learn more about the important world of innovation in healthcare and technology. One more thing I'd like to announce is Giant's weekly TV show, Healthy Innovators Live TV. If you have an announcement to make, or if you'd like to join the Healthy Innovators Live TV show each week, send us a message, and you can learn more about that on the Giant website. So that's our weekly TV show, Healthy Innovators Live TV, featuring some of the latest innovation and some of the best entrepreneurs, investors, clinicians, and other people that are working at the cutting edge of healthcare, technology, and